na-adịghị ekwe omume, ihe na-adịghị ekwe omume ka ọ na-eme. I thank you, I thank you, I thank you, I thank you, and I thank you. As we are waiting for the briefing of the legal team, we are giving glory to the Most High, glory to the Elohim, glory to Elohim, glory to the Most High, as we wait for the legal team to give the briefing. I want you to understand that this is the beginning of the victory of Biafra. It does not matter. But I want to tell you today, the beginning of the victory of Biafra. As we are going to wait for the legal team to give us briefing, Biafra people, and then after the briefing of the legal team, we are going to take it off from there. We'll take it off from there. First of all, we have been informed by the lead counsel that Nnamdi Kanu appeal has been approved and he has been discharged and he has been acquitted. He has been discharged and he has been acquitted. That is the verdict and the ruling of the appeal court. But you know, it is a brief. So I'm going to wait for them to brief us. After the briefing, Biafra people, welcome to Biafra Republic. Thank you.
In the presence of Nigerians, I love the job.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome to Have Your Say 247. My name is Rodolfo Conquo. We are live and we welcome you to a wonderful day. Hope you will join us. Today's show is going to be packed, of course. Today we are discussing the ruling by the Appeals Court on Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. We are thinking about the impact it's going to have on the 2023 election. We're also going to talk about ASUU. Yes, the ASUU strike has been, what did I say, suspended. They suspended the strike. We want to talk about what did they gain from the strike. So you can join us. Of course, we share the link for you to join us and join the conversation. Hello, Blessing.
Hello, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing?
Very well.
Okay.
Seems we're a
You,
bit both early.
yeah. So let me see.
Very well.
How's the
Same
situation
sir.
in what's going on in Enugu?
Well, I'm not yet back in Enugu.
Oh, you are still in Edo.
No, I've moved
Yeah.
from Edo. I'm in Anambra.
I don't get it. All right. So you're in Anambra State. So
Yes, sir.
what's going on there?
They had a big party. I came late to the party. I would have gotten videos. I had a huge celebration on this street when this man's acquittal was announced. It was a free for all.
Where? Where in Anambra State?
Obosi.
Obosi. Okay. Idemili. Okay. So what were they celebrating?
That Onyendu is free.
That he will be home soon.
Most of them actually said he was out. The few I was able to speak to, I told them he had been acquitted, charges dropped, he's not free yet. They are not talking to them. In their head, he's free, he's free. I didn't. It was pointless trying to make them understand. I left them to their celebration. I didn't want issues because things easily get heated up once this man is mentioned, and this place is a hot spot.
Yeah. And so are they still interested in what happens during the election, 2023 election? Are they?
Oh, a lot of people are. A whole lot of people are. The easiest way to make a friend is by identifying as an obedient.
So how do they combine the two? I mean, I'm talking about people who are celebrating Nnamdi Kanu. Is there any connection with the Obi movement?
A lot of them to his release were quite outspoken about their support for him. Oh, recently I've noticed not so. It's not as if they've withdrawn their support, but they are more now concentrated on their Onyendu. I don't know if it will change in the time to come or in the weeks to come how it plays out. I'm really interested to see how it plays out now, especially when he's released. His release will spell out a lot of things. I really want to see how it will play out.
All right, we'll come back to you. But while you are there, if you can talk to anybody, talk to them. We want to know if anything changed as a result of the acquittal, and if Nnamdi should be released, are they still going to participate in the election? Talk to them and give us feedback on what you are hearing from people. Okay.
Okay, I will.
All right. Thank you, James. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Good evening from the Gambia,
From
West
the
Africa.
Gambia, I like that.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's been another week. We are back here this Saturday. I want to know, based on events of the last week, what is your take on what has been going on, James?
Well, it's still the same confusion. The only good news actually is the release of the guy Nnamdi Kanu.
He's not been released. He's been
No. Look, technically, he's a free man.
Okay.
It's just because of prejudice and what have you. That's why it still is. I mean, he has not been what's called asked to go home. They need to sort things among themselves, swallow their shame. I mean, look, He's a free man as far as we are concerned. That's the position of the law. Because all the charges are dropped. If there's no charge against me, why should I stand trial? This is the issue. You know, all the euphoria that was prevailing during the time he was kidnapped from Kenya, they went on air boasting and saying all sorts of, all manner of things. Now they have to swallow their words. So it's a form of shame. That is how I see it.
Did you see the statement? Did you see the statement from the Attorney General Malami?
No, yeah, I heard it. I heard people quoting him. I did not hear him directly.
Okay.
He was talking about what's it called? Discharge but not acquitted, and all those are legal jargons. The federal government should see this as a face-saving, opportunity to rescue them from it's a face-saving opportunity for the federal government, because if they want to prosecute this guy or if they want to appeal the case, a lot of things will come up, which I will discuss during this program.
All right, hold on now. We'll come back to you. Son of God, welcome to the show. Yeah, hold on, James. We'll come back to you. Right. Son of God, welcome to the show. Can you hear me, Son of God?
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was yeah. Good afternoon. Yeah, how are you?
Good. Welcome to the show.
Yes. Good afternoon to everyone as well. So
yeah, we are starting with Nnamdi Kanu and the ruling of the Appeals Court. What is your take on that?
Well, I really don't understand. Well, I would just say I don't think it's changed a lot. I don't know what the plan of the government is, because obviously it was very obvious from day one that the way the whole thing was handled, it was quite illegal. Everything they've done, they broke a lot of laws there, bringing him back and all that. So it'd be difficult. I don't know what their end game is, but they said he's acquitted, but they can't be released. I don't. It's like double speak, isn't it? They're saying one thing on one hand, they're saying another thing. So I don't know if they're playing a game or something, but I don't know. So we'll just watch them and see where this is going. But it's a bit confusing what they're actually playing at. It's either they just say there's nothing he's done wrong and leave him, and not say that he's been acquitted, but they're not going to release him. I don't understand. So it's a bit all over the place. So it's one to watch and just see if they have other plans, because I don't believe these people do things without having kind of a result or whatever they're looking for. They're obviously always planning something. So when these people do things, sometimes you just listen. Remember when he was captured, I don't know who that Hausa man was that addressed the North in Hausa.
Yeah, he's the Attorney General, not Hausa man. He's the Attorney General.
Attorney General. Okay, that's crazy. I mean, how do you address a particular part of the country in Hausa? Have you ever seen that kind of thing before?
Yeah, it was important. you know.
So that tells you these people are just. So I don't know what I'm suspicious of everything. I always suspect there's a plan. I never think anything is done in good faith with them. So I really don't know. So I'm just watching to see what they're planning.
All right. CM, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon from here, Rudolph, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you.
CM, we got our justice system from the UK where you are. Can you help us understand what they are saying? We don't understand what the judge Can you help us?
Well, actually,
you people gave it to us.
Actually, by background, I'm of the science world, clinical science world, sort of.
Yeah.
The thing is, you see, there is something like certain things. When I say Nigerians, the problem with Nigeria, well, Chinua Achebe says it's leadership. Some people say it's corruption, but I say it's hypocrisy. Nnamdi Kanu should not have been in there at all. However, I don't want to dwell in all this Malami issue or whatever. It's just because he's Igbo. They just, Nnamdi Kanu epitomizes, his travels epitomizes the innate hatred of this government on Ndi Igbo. It's as simple as that. I can give you start instances since 2015 till now, but that is by the way. Rather, we use this opportunity to advise Nnamdi Kanu. When you come out, you now prepare a case because Nigeria should be taken to International Criminal Court. I mean, it can't end here. It cannot. I will spearhead the fundraising to make sure that we got. I mean, it cannot end here. Somebody cannot just be taking us. Fulani cannot just be using us to play table tennis. When it suits them, they will speak Hausa to talk to some people. When it doesn't suit them, I mean, what are we talking? Is it not the Supreme Court? Is it not the justice? Nigerian judicial system? Is Nigerian judicial system no longer the judicial system that produced Justice Kayode Esho, the Socrates, Chukwudifo Puta, Atonda Fatai Williams, Justice Adolphus Karibi White? Are we not talking and Antonia Niagolo? I can mention them. Shobo Showemimo, T.O. Elias. I'm not a lawyer, but I can give you all these things. Is this not the judicial system? What are we today talking about now? Where you now have quota people everywhere, messing people up. Now they can, if he's listening or whoever, when he's out officially, that is freely, attend to his health, we will raise a fund globally that will take Nigeria to even Malami to International Criminal Court. This matter won't end, though. It will never end here. And I know IPOB members will listen. It will never end here. We must teach Nigeria a lesson. You can't just go and rendition somebody, torture the person, tie the person hand behind, slap, do everything, urinate on him, only for you now to start to. I mean, what sort of nonsense is this? A country that takes terrorists from different countries and integrate them into Nigerian army. A country that invites non-terrorists in Aso Rock and be bargaining with them, please take 10 billion naira. They say, no, we want 100 billion. You are putting in Nnamdi Kanu hand behind his back, one dress since June last year. And we are talking at IFA. It won't end here. This case will end up at International Criminal Court. Just quote me. The machinery to bring it about is already put in motion. So let me just reveal a small secret. It cannot end here. Never. It can never end. I can bet my life on it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. The Blackstone. We're trying to understand what's going on. In the last, there seem to be it seems to be like there is a change. What do you think is going on? I've had so many theories. What do you think happened at the courts?
Hello, Rudolph. Good day, good day, and good day to everybody. Happy you are hearing me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. About what transpired in the court. Actually, Nigeria is everything. Nigeria is about this. It's like a movie. You hardly understand. It's like a complex movie that you hardly understand what will be the end game actually, right? And then I think in every country that respect law and order, that respect the court, that respect the judge, the justice, and the judges should be able to obey the ruling of the court. So I don't find any reason why, if Nnamdi Kanu actually be acquitted, right, and why it should still be there up till now, and for the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Malani, to come up and say that it's not yet acquitted and so on and so forth is just a game. They are playing with all Nigerians, with the court, like undermining the justice of Nigeria, and the judges not having respect actually for the rule of law in Nigeria. If the court have decided that this person is free and is being acquitted of all charges, they should let it go. They're not coming to come back from trying to bring up something, try to cook up something to keep in there. Nnamdi is a Nigerian citizen. He has a right to agitation. He has a right to his life. He has a right to freedom of speech. And then all these things should not be taken to be something against anybody or the nation. It's just an agitation. This agitation does happen all over the world. Every country have their own one way or the other of agitation. And then the government respect those agitation, respect the people, and still respect their right to citizen, their right to speech, to freedom of speech, and so on and so forth. So for Nigeria government to be doing such a thing is a disgrace on our on Nigeria, and it's like we don't know what is law. Actually, it's like we are telling the international world that we don't know how law is being carried out. What is the right of our citizens? What is our right according to the law? And this is, for me, it's a shame, right, that the minister, the Malani can come out and make such statement and still keep him there, right? So
All right.
they should let him and let him be free, and then let him continue his normal life.
All right, thank you. Janaba, this is what the court said, the appeals court. It says that the Nigerian government did not follow due process. That they went on to say that the federal government violated all international conventions, protocols, and guidelines, and that they denied Nnamdi his fundamental human rights. It was, if you read the judgment, it was horrible. I was ashamed of the Attorney General, the person that took the case to court. So what is your take on this? What impact do you think this will have on the upcoming election?
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me on your show, and thank all the participants for being here. It's a good day today to hear all of this story about Nnamdi being acquitted. It's Nigeria. It's where all things are possible. Nigeria, we are not people that follow the rule of law. I don't think that Malami himself understands even the oath of his office, rather being a loyalist. But I'm glad that the court have seen beyond that personal fight that they're using the Nigerian as a country to fight their own fight instead of following the rule of law. But another one based on your topic is that what impact it will have.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. That's the next thing. I want to hear the viewpoint of everybody first on what happened, and then we get to that.
Yeah, I believe justice is served, and they have no choice. End of the day, they'll still release him.
All right, Wembasi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, all from New York. Good morning. Good morning, Rudy.
Yeah, nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Thank you. That news broke to me as Tinubu forces Buhari's hands to release Nnamdi Kanu. That's how that news broke to me. And when I read when I went online to read for myself, I found out that it was a court ruling, because I was aware that Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer had written a letter to Buhari asking Buhari to release Nnamdi Kanu and offered a political solution to Nnamdi's detention. I was aware of that letter. And then the next thing I heard was that it was released. I was actually thinking it was based on the power of that letter until I went online and read for myself that it was a court ruling. My take on this, I applaud the judges. Those are people that have looked at their lives, that they have possibilities to be appointed elsewhere out of Nigeria. I think John just mentioned that Malami is being a loyalist. People who sit on the bench and are loyalists to any sitting government in Nigeria, there comes a point in time somebody nominates them for, to sit in a court internationally, to go elsewhere out of Nigeria. And when people, bring out some of their judgments and they know that, they are not qualified based on their rulings, because that's the only thing we can judge judges on, their rulings. How much did you stay to the law? So I applaud them for their courage in the face of a government like Buhari's. I wasn't surprised that Nnamdi was not released. I wasn't surprised at all. We are the same country that I believe it was Decree 2. When I was in NYC camp in Makurdi, I served at the Nigerian prison, and at that time they were holding, I believe it was Kunle Ajibade. He had just been released. He was detained for 2 years, and there was no charges. And they opened the doors. He walked off the gate, and they rearrested him and put him back there. And that is at that second leg of his detention that I met him. So it's the same country. So people still think that they should have that kind of power, and they've exercised it before. So why not now? So they're going to find excuses to do so. Unfortunately, that's the angle. But again, I congratulate the judges for doing the right thing, saying the truth.
All right, thank you. Mr. Scribe, you're next.
Hello, everyone. Like everyone else, I'm just going to toe the same line. It's a welcome development. Just like Wayne was saying, I agree with him 100%. The headline read to me, Tinubu forces Buhari's hand.
Why are you people bringing Tinubu into this?
No. Maybe,
that's how we heard the news.
Maybe later on we can
we'll get to that.
Analyze it. But for now, I just want to say, I just want to agree with every other person that like Wayne has said and everything, and it's spot on, because it's the history repeats itself. Because in what's the name? All of a sudden he appeared in Israel, and the same time in 2019, and technically he did cause a little bit of a split in the votes. Maybe not to a far degree, because Nigeria rigs election, but the thing is that I'm going to another topic, but like everyone has said, I just want to congratulate.
Okay, we'll get to that next topic.
Judges, and say yes, they've done well by doing that. Yeah.
Okay, we'll get to that topic next after Omori. Omori, welcome to the show. Omori, can you hear me?
Good morning, Dr. Good morning, Dr. Damages.
Are you driving or are you flying?
Oh, I can talk wherever I am, whether I'm flying or not. I can always talk about Nigeria.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I just logged in. I just came out from the gym, and I'm driving to have my shower. I saw the topic about the release of Nnamdi Kanu and the impact on the 2023.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to say categorically clear that there was no need for the arrest in the first place. You have somebody in your custody that was on bail, and you felt he had broken his bail. The next thing to have been done was to give him time for the next adjourned date. If you want to nullify his bail, it was supposed to be within the jurisdiction of the court to do that, not for the Nigerian military. Having said that, I want to salute the courage of the lawyers, who have been able to live above board, no matter the terrible and horrible environment we find ourselves, to do the needful. And again, I'm not surprised. Our judicial system under Malami is as terrible and horrible as the APC under the chairman from Nasarawa State, and PDP under the chairmanship of Iocha Ayu. So Nigeria, generally Nigeria under Buhari, the past 7-8 years under Buhari, in my own calculation, at the years of the locusts, the years the Kakawans and the years of the caterpillars and have eaten. So it's going to take some time to make up for it. So everything on that Buhari is a mess. Talking about the impact on the 2023, two things. I'm not sure. He's going to have two things. If the last time I saw Nnamdi Kanu appearance in court, I think his tone was different. It's not that the usual tone of, he was talking from the point of anger. And he has every cause to be so, every reason to be angry. But then I think the anger too to certain extent was taken too far. Two things we learn in prison. Prison can either modify you or can also, destroy you. I think he has learned some lessons too. The last time I saw him, the approach was becoming more civil. I think he has learned one or two things. He's a human being. He was like, we cannot continue to kill our people. I'm here for you. Stop killing stop the killings in the eastern region. We cannot be killing ourselves. That was the kind of approach I started from the beginning. Not the kind of approach of any Yoruba man, any Igbo man that still attends a Yoruba man is a fool. He must have been, used as supposed to be. He must have been, can I say he must have been redefined, or the prison has a way of remodeling people. Whatever way you look at it, when he comes out, I know the Malami under Buhari, we have every excuse not to let him out, but they cannot continue to hold him forever because there's a limit to which you can even hold a goat. When it gets to the world, to turn back at you. The whole world is against Buhari and his administration. And Buhari will end up in the Hague if he's not careful, just like his defense, retired defense boss, Buratai. And again, on the impact of the 2023, if I don't think Kanu at this time will subscribe to the voice of the likes of Ekpa, Samuel Ekpa and co. I think it will be an opportunity to come back to the negotiating table. Depends on where he stands. Whether there is election, let's give peace a chance. Let's see what will come out next. Whatever he says when he's out is going to impact the voting pattern in the eastern region. Thank you very much. I will stop there so that I don't take too much time. If I have time, I will add more. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to talk about the reactions. There have been several reactions from everywhere, from Metiala up to someone like Adamu Gaba, who said that the release of Nnamdi Kanu will spell doom for Peter Obi, Labour Party's presidential ambition. So we want to talk about the impact of this on the election and who will be impacted. But first, let's go to Blessing, who is in Nigeria. She's in Anambra State. Blessing, were you able to talk to people? What were they saying?
Well, I was able to speak to just 3 people. Okay. 2 ladies, 2 guys and just 1 girl. I went downstairs because I'm in my sister's place. And okay. I don't know how to say this. People seem guarded with their utterances when it comes to him. By him, I mean Nnamdi Kanu. Excitement at his release, yet to, as in his acquittal, yes, we are excited. And they all identify as obedient. I don't see anybody linking the two here. Actually, somebody actually told me that if Nigeria was working, we would be talking about secession. All he wants is for Nigeria to work. So if this man is going to make it work, he doesn't really care. But that doesn't stop him from being an IPOB member. Okay. So,
all right, thank you. Let's come to you, James. So we're now looking at the impact of this situation, because one thing could happen: either he's freed to go back home, or they continue to keep him in prison. Whichever way, it's not going to be the same, because people now feel that the court has freed him. Why is he being kept? If they leave him and he goes out on the streets and he's able to talk to people, that will change the dynamics of the election. Don't you think so?
I don't think so.
Okay, so tell me what happened.
We should remember when Odumegwu Ojukwu was pardoned and he returned from exile. I think it was in Ivory Coast, When he returned, he joined the ruling party, NPN. I think he tried to contest some election. I can't quite remember.
For the
Anyway,
Senate, he wanted to run for the Senate,
so
and he lost.
despite the fact that he was pardoned and he even stood the elections, the agitation for the formation of for the what called agitation for the creation of the state of Biafra lingered on till the man died.
Okay, hold on. No, what I was asking you, let me go to the Juku example you gave. When he was freed, okay, this is what K.O. Mbadiwe said, and it was in all the papers, that if Ojukwu, this is a quote, if Ojukwu joins NPN, that time you had NPN and NPP. He said,
Correct.
if Ojukwu joins NPN, NPP is finished. If Ojukwu joins NPP, NPP is finished. So being that I'm not expecting Nnamdi Kanu to be released to join any political party, but even if he did not participate, I'm saying, what impact would that have on the political?
You see, there are people who facilitated this deal we are seeing. It's not just that the lawyers went to court and argued the case. A lot of things happened behind the scene. Because despite the mountain of evidence produced in the lower court, they refused to release him. Now, it went to Court of Appeal. On getting there, they made a U-turn. Before anybody is appointed to the bench in Nigeria, he must be well grounded in the law. They should know in the lower court that in law, there's a word for it. That is illegal deportation. Is it retention? I can't remember. Now, the way the man was brought to Nigeria was faulty. You cannot you can't go to a court to say, I've committed, this man hired me to commit a crime. I've committed a crime, so come and pay me for the crime I committed for you. The courts don't work that way. This man was brought illegally. The fact that he entered the country illegally.
Okay, James, we've passed that point. What I want to know is, what do you think will happen now in terms of the impact on the election? You said there is nothing.
No, it is a bit too early to predict, because when he comes out, those who facilitated his release, I think they are in different camps. They are not speaking with one voice. I mean, the Igbo leaders of thought, they are not speaking with one voice.
You think they are the ones that facilitated his release?
Yes, this is a behind the scene no, excuse me. If a judge wants to free anybody, there's nothing anybody can do about it. And if a judge wants to convict anybody, there's nothing you can do about it. This matter was settled behind the scene. This is how I'm looking at it.
Okay, all right, thank you. Son of God, what do you think will happen now?
Yes, thank you. I'm not really sure that this is going to I think a lot of people on the Tinubu and Atiku space people they're sort of celebrating. They think that if it's released, they think it's going to have a negative impact on Peter Obi campaign. But I don't see what Nnamdi Kanu has to gain from destroying the chances of Peter Obi. I don't see what personally he has to gain. And whereas they're not on the same, Nnamdi Kanu does not believe in one Nigeria, if you want to say. He believes that Biafra and all that stuff. So while Peter Obi believes in one Nigeria and is contesting for the presidency of Nigeria. But on the other hand, if it's, I do not see what he has to gain if he decides to come and destroy those chances. And if you look at it from if you want to look at it from like the Igbos as a group, this kind of chance, I think, is something that comes up once in a generation, where an Igbo man actually has a chance. So those that have been crying for a long time, the Igbos have been marginalized, because that's part of this IPOB, the part of the reason why people are not too happy with how the Igbos have been treated. It's all about marginalization and all that stuff. So if for the first time it's looking, there's a chance that an Igbo man could get it, why would somebody now come and destroy those chances? Or why would the Igbos now back him if it's actually being planted to destroy those chances? I don't see it, because it's not something that will happen again. If they miss this chance, if you want to look at it from that angle, from a tribalistic angle, why would they want to destroy those chances? Something that might not come up again in their lifetime. Why would you want to destroy that chance? So I don't even think if he comes out and he wants to, and he wants to be used, or he allows himself not to be used, I don't see how the Igbos as a group are going to back him. He will have his diehard backers who would follow him to the grave and whatever. But I don't see it having a major impact, and I don't see him personally being allowed to allowing himself to be used the way the APC and PD people are hoping he's going to be used. I don't even see that happening. He might continue to talk about Biafra and all that, but I don't see him really. It's like the Dudu and all this Yoruba nation, whatever. There's always be people that will agitate and all that stuff, but I don't see it having this negative impact the other people are hoping that it's going to have. I cannot see it.
All right, thank you. CM, what do you see?
I think my opening salvo will be to say that the president of Nigeria from Igbo extraction is not a function of IPOB led by Nnamdi Kanu. IPOB was not founded for that purpose at all. IPOB was just interested in the freedom of the people called Biafrans. And to that, IPOB will achieve. However, the release of Nnamdi Kanu cannot be used. Remember, during the last election in Anambra State, people were shouting. He said, no, he said they can do their bid, they can do their election. If you want to vote, you vote, but that doesn't stop the coming of Biafra. So whoever is trying to pop champagne and Nnamdi Kanu came out, he's going to spot, it wouldn't work because he's not interested in Nigerian politics. You are free to do what you want to do. It's only that what he's saying is he's arguing for referendum. I remember when he was detained the first time. You see, because Nigerians are a funny people. They approached Nnamdi Kanu that let him name his price. What I'm saying here I'm not making it up. It was he said it on one of his broadcasts. Said they approached him, he turned them down. He didn't want to. That was at Kuje prison. He didn't listen to them. They came the second time. Said because he's so he's so rigid. What is it? He can't debate. What does he want? He now asked for, I think the third time, he asked for a piece of paper. He said, if I see evidence, Calabar Airport made international. Calabar is not Igbo. Calabar Seaport opened. Calabar is not Igbo. Warri Seaport fully functional. Warri is not Igbo land. One Seaport fully functional. Enugu International should be made international airport such that flight can take off from Enugu and land at Heathrow or Frankfurt or in Dallas or anywhere in the world. Then east-west road from the coast of Oron up till Warri should be tarred. All the checkpoints in the southeast whereby police are extorting money from Ndibo should be dismantled because you can drive from Zaria to Guzo, from Meduguri to Kano. You won't meet a single checkpoint. He also said that all the southeast roads should be tarred. And then this quota system of you score 7%, this one will score 139. He said if he see this being done, he said automatically he will give up. He said, but let them do it. And since then, has it been done? Nothing.
CM,
so you can now see why.
CM, let me reframe the question, okay? This is why I said I'm trying to raise this question. Let me play this video. Let's watch it. Maybe that will help.
This is the 4th day of October 2022. Some of you have been asking how the election will affect the Biafra restoration next year, 2023. And this is what I have for you today. As the Nigeria state, terrorist state, are planning to conduct the election in 2023, Biafra people are preparing to exit Nigeria. And the exiting Nigeria will start from stopping Nigeria election in Biafra territory.
Okay. So there is a faction that believes that there shouldn't be election in the East. So the question is this: with this, what happened today or yesterday, whether he's finally freed or not, would that embolden them or would that make them to pull back and say, let the election continue?
Well, as far as I know, the only person that can give order and the stance is Nnamdi Kanu. Every other person is just playing catch up, no matter how highly placed the person may think he is. So now that they've released Nnamdi Kanu, I mean, also, sorry, it hasn't been released anyway because he's not yet walking the street free. But what I know is what he's interested is Biafra. So, but whether election go on or it doesn't go on, it's not going to stop until he gets a chance to do referendum. If he loses, like he said, then he goes. But one of the instruments he will continue to use is civil disobedience. Civil disobedience without violence. Remember in those days when they say sit at home, you don't hear anybody being killed. It's because he's in prison. A lot of criminals now took advantage and start doing this thing, thinking that when Soludo went there to see him, he told him that he never ordered for these things. Say it's against it, that people should not be killing people. Because if we start killing ourselves, they start killing people, yeah, you become the Nigeria that you want to get out from. He said it. So in whole case, he said non-violent. That's why IPOB is regarded as non-violent. So when he's out, he's not going to, all this killing will stop because people doing it, you now tell them, I didn't send anybody. And then you now see what happens. But as for referendum, he will surely get it by non-violent means so that Biafrans will decide whether they want to continue to be part of Nigeria or not. So that has been his idea. And that I think that is where he's going to capitalize on and keep emphasizing it. But for Peter Obi or maybe doing all this, I don't think he will reduce himself to Nigerian politics. No, he will never do that.
Okay, thank you. The Blackstone.
Yeah, thank you. From what I see regarding Nnamdi Kanu and the election, we depends on his statement. If he's finally released, what is he going to say, right? So it either be a positive or it either have a positive effect or a negative effect on the election. And like James have said, or Son of God have said, there were some background dealings, in the process that led to the court judgment. Even though the court said that the Nigerian state did not follow the due process in this arrest. I think most of the ruling party APC is actually expecting that if Nnamdi Kanu is finally released and set free, it might be to their own an advantage for them because that may have made the Igbo people probably vote for them, win the vote in the East. So they might use that one to campaign and say, yes, we release the IPOB leader for you because one reason or the other, giving one reason or the other. It will be a part of the campaign slogan for the APC, right? Because you say, Buhari love the Igbo people. That is why the court released him and so on and so forth, right? And then the biggest impact will be what be Nnamdi Kanu stand, right? If he's going to talk about Peter Obi involvement in the election, is it going to be positive? If it's going to be a double sword, if he's talk positive about him, the other part of Nigeria will say yes, it's Peter Obi is an IPOB, going to be an IPOB Igbo president and IPOB support, and so on and so forth. If you speak against him, that's going to take it against him and say yes, it's not accepted by the Igbo people, and so on and so forth, right? And we know very well that the Igbos are divided about this issue of IPOB and Peter Obi presidency pursuit, and so on and so forth. So definitely going to be really be difficult to understand, but I think all will depend on Nnamdi's statement. Nnamdi, what's going to be saying, if he's going to be involved. In fact, his statement going to have an impact either positively or negatively. That's my take on it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Wayne.
Yes, sir. So,
Yeah.
well, I want to start with disagreeing with everybody who has said that this judgment was a political negotiation. The Nigerian state had all the chances to give a political, ending to this problem. So they went to court and they lost in court. So this was not a political negotiation. This was not something that Buhari or his supporters told the judge, this is what you have to say. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. And I hope it was not. They lost, period. There was no behind the scene negotiation. The other angle of this, and I want to get it out of the way very quickly, there's no way Tinubu is going to win, or APC, in the presidential election in the Igbo states, not even in the South states, because Nnamdi Kanu has been released. No, he's not going to get them that kind of favor. No, so they should forget about that. If that was a political calculation, it's not going to make anybody in the Southeast or South look at APC any favorably than what they looked at them yesterday. So that's out of the way. As it regards to Peter Obi, so this is where it becomes a chess game. The Igbos have to make their decisions. I'm a Calabar man, and I was happy CM mentioned that the condition, I've lived in Oron almost all my life before I moved here. That road links from Oron to Lagos and elsewhere. And if it were in America, it would have been the I-95 of Nigeria, that road. So for him to have made that kind of demand from the Nigerian government, it shows its nationalistic stance. Now we have an Igbo man, not just an Igbo man, a Nigerian. I've said it in this program before, since 1992. Peter Obi has come in form of MKO. I mean, people across the board, Nigerians across the board have agreed, reasonable Nigerians, that this guy is the most suitable candidate right now. So if Nnamdi Kanu comes out and tries to create dissension amongst Igbo, amongst Nigerians, so that Peter Obi's candidature fails, then he would have taken away all the arguments he has made for the Igbos. The argument has been, to summarize it, that the Nigerian state has punished the Igbos since the Civil War by not allowing Igbo presidency, Igbos in the prominent positions in Nigeria. And this is the one chance that an Igbo is not appointed, but elected across the board. If Nnamdi Kanu tries to do anything to frustrate that effort, then he's doing his own bidding, not the bidding of the Igbos. That's what I'll say. I don't think his release at this point of the game will impact the election. If he comes out like Mr. Blackstone said, yes, I've heard that argument already. If he says Peter Obi, the North will say, yes, we told you it's part and parcel of that IPOP thing. If he says no, they'll say even the most Igbo man has not supported him. Yes, they're going to make that argument, and we know they're going to make, but the people who have made their minds about Peter Obi have made up their minds. The only other thing is, if he comes out and ferments violence in Igbo land and disrupts the election, that's the only way I think it will really impact this election. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Mr. Scribe.
Okay, let me just, Rudolph, please, could you recap the question again so that I properly...
Oh, the impact. What do you think about the impact of this? Yeah, whether he comes out tomorrow or he's kept in prison. I mean, something changed, I think.
Okay. I think knowing Nnamdi Kanu, his intention is not to disturb anybody. He, like CM said, he is very, very focused. Very, very focused. his goal is succession because he's a good student of history. And this is what Nnamdi Kanu, he doesn't have time. Look, Peter Obi attended his father and his mother's, I think there's a good, when I say, good intention, goodwill between these two people. So it's just like the same thing that happened between Peter Obi and Shorere. You come out, you criticize, you seemingly, in the eyes of, the social media world, you seemingly seem like you're criticizing, you're no longer allowed your freedom of thought, and then people just twist your words. And I think that is what is happening here with, sort of like saying, or what the establishment will think. And smartly, they are thinking, they know that Nnamdi, they've studied this guy, and they know that this guy is hell-bent on getting succession. So what they're trying to do, and this is where, that our, comment about Tinubu, sort of like, forces Buhari to release Nnamdi Kanu. That's where now it starts to make sense. In the sense, like, they know that this guy, he's been given, he's been swayed, he's been bribed, and he's still persistent because he's a good student of history. And allow me to dive in or speculate what drives Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu, when you listen to his, carefully listen to his broadcasts, especially the early ones, because towards the 2014, you see him now based more on, he started finding more traction when he was talking about Yoruba pastors, and he started being more vile. In his early sort of like broadcast, where he used to delve into some of the latent precedences that has led Nigeria to where it is, you begin to see his real intention and his understanding. And Nnamdi Kanu, you will understand Nnamdi Kanu when you trace things back to 1440, the advent of the white man, everything that actually made an Igbo man or made Westerners look at an Igbo man and say, look, these people, they are intelligent, they are smart people, and this. And let me give you an example. An example. Salio Ojukwu, how did he come about to become the richest man in Africa in that time? What he was doing when they were putting the pegs for Tinkan Island, he was sort of like serving a white man. And it is said, now this is a story that's out there. So it is said that as the white man was doing this thing, he didn't ask any questions. He just kept following what the white man done. And inadvertently, what he had done is claim those lands and those things for himself. And that was how he started. He was a great businessman and everything. And that's where he started. And these are the things that, sort of like for an African in those days to have been able to interpret or seemingly unconsciously interpret what the white man was doing. And this is where the Igbo man has a problem. And this is where Nnamdi Kanu understands, and this is where he stands. If I'm interpreting it very well. Now I'm speculating here, and I'm using back testing to speculate. So please clearly understand me. So Nnamdi Kanu is looking at it from this perspective. He's not looking at it to harm anybody. He is coming, he wants and genuinely wants, an Igbo state to stand because he believes in one thing. Now, when people give you the history of democracy, it is always easy for you to go back to 1215, the Magna Carta Libertatum. But in truth, now scholars are beginning to understand that the purest form of democracy existed in Igbo land. These are the motivations of an Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is coming to his aim is to restore the dignity of the black man. Is to unlearn, is to make black people unlearn inferiority complex and understand that colonialism never gave us, or whatever the white religion that was brought in never gave us anything, any advantage, that we were already superior.
All right.
And this is the motivation of Nnamdi Kanu. I can delve in more and things like that, but let me just end it here. I'll get another chance.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, Blessing. What are you hearing?
Doc, I don't know how to say this, so I won't sound somehow. To say that his release will not have any impact on the election, I think anybody that says this is just playing ostrich. His head is in the stand. And why am I saying this? Precedent and lived-in experience. I remember 2018 when he was released. I made a trip from Enugu to Anambra, and I got into a near fight in a bus. Why? I asked a simple question. Why did they release this man so close to the election? I didn't know almost everybody in the car were pro IPOB. That they did beat me up that day was because of the driver. Asked a simple question. I said, why will you vote? Fulani slave. You want to be in bondage. They are saving you. I said, hey, but if we vote now, we'll have it. And they said, no. So for you to say that this man's release will have no impact on the election, no, that's unfair. It is not true. It will have a lot of impact. And the impact it will be very clear. Obi's chances will be the biggest casualty. I can tell you for free that he's going to come out, play it cool till January or Saloko. You will start hearing no referendum, no election. Oh, you can take it to the bank. You start hearing it. And then a few weeks to the election, we'll now wake up and be like, it doesn't really matter if you want to go and vote. Go and vote where? Go and vote where? When everybody's already scared to come out. Is it not last 4 years that the same thing happened? App party pro max.
Yeah, blessing.
App party pro.
Blessing.
That's not true.
Oh, hold
That's
on.
not true.
There's
It's
something
not
that
true,
blessing.
Guinea.
Okay, blessing. Hold
That's
on.
not
Let me.
true. I will tell
It's
you.
not true.
CM,
How
hold
is it
on.
not
CM,
true?
hold on.
Listen, I
CM,
will
hold
tell
on. Okay,
you.
CM, hold on.
I
Remember
did
that.
not interrupt you, Mr. CM.
Yeah, hold on,
And
blessing.
how is it not true?
Let me add this to the conversation. I know that I think it was the last election, 2019. Initially, the position of IPOB was that the people in the East will not vote, and by the time they changed that position, it became late because people did not have their voting.
They told people not to get their PVC
Yeah, so at that time it was
categorically.
late.
I'm still in the East, and when they told them to go get their PVC,
It was too late.
late.
Yeah. So that
It
is
was
an
too
impact.
late.
So that's why this is important to have this conversation. And people think that is a joke, whichever way
So
it is.
anybody that is claiming that it won't have an impact on the election is just lying to themselves. It is going to have a huge impact, and by history and by precedence of what he has done in the past.
Hold on.
And by
CM.
what has happened in the past, I won't blame anybody that said there is a political undertone to this whole thing, because it doesn't make sense. Same pattern, very same pattern. I remember it like yesterday.
Excuse me, but just understand that it is not engineered by the intention of an Nnamdi Kanu. Understand? It's a game.
It was the same one Nnamdi Kanu that time that told them not to get their PVC. My ears are not paining. I live in the East. I shuttle very well within the East.
The context of not telling people not to get their PVC, understand something. You have to understand
let Blessing finish his talk, and then we turn them.
Is this not true?
Hold on, guys.
You clearly said he's not interested in the election. If he was not interested in the election, why will he tell people not to get their PVC? You said he's not interested in the elections.
Okay.
Why is he interfering?
Everybody, hold on. Timothy, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Tim.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been listening to the show, and the question
Tim is in Nigeria. Let's hear his perspective. So
the question was if now that Nnamdi Kanu has been released, if
not released yet, but now that the court said it should be released, what do you think will be the impact? And what are people saying where you are? I know you are in Delta. Is it Delta?
Yes, I'm in Delta. I'm in Ugelin.
Okay.
Well, I don't think there's any difference, because we have heard a lot of these things several times. So I think there is no need.
What thing did you hear? What did you hear? You said a lot of these things. What thing?
What we hear, they said they have Nnamdi Kanu in courts, and they have not bailed him. It was just a court judgment. And in Nigeria, yeah, whether it's court judgment or no court judgment, once the government are interested in a particular matter, they take it very serious. Maybe the next day, another day, they might go to court and they might hire their own lawyer and make their own declaration. Because what happened the other day was a declaration made and a sign of victory which is not completed. But I do not believe that because of if Nnamdi is released, then it would affect the election. We should not forget that Anambra did the election not quite long. There was a lot of noise. We are not going to vote. At the end of the day, people vote. They came out with their PVC and they vote. So I do not think that even though Nnamdi Kanu is released or is still in custody, there will be any change of anything in terms of the election. People are already clamoring to vote for Peter Obi because we believe in one Nigeria. We believe in the what has already been done. We are not having any mindset to change anything or to.
Okay, let me ask you, how was the reaction there in Delta when the news broke?
Well, you know, the data are not following up with Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu have suffered a lot in the hands of DSS. It's only part of Anambra. Those are the people who are interested in terms of the issues affecting Nnamdi Kanu. For us here, a lot of people some people are saying it should remain in jail because it's causing a lot of problems in terms of destruction of people's lives and properties and all of those things. But for data, yeah, people are not showing care. People are not bothered. To be honest with you, since the issue was since they made that declaration, a lot of people don't even know if a declaration was made. It was normal things happen. People are here. We are fighting with the issues of flood now. This is the major issue we are battling with, not issues of maybe somebody is released, or whatsoever. So people are just, the current situation now is the issues of the flood because the water is causing a lot of damages, serious damages. A lot of people are suffering. A lot of people are going through pains. A lot of people are fighting for their life. A lot of people have lost their life. So right now we are very much battling with the flood. In terms of Nnamdi Kanu, I'm very sincere with you. Here in Delta, nobody has really shown care or concern because many people feel there is no need to agitate for such in terms of a name called Biafra because people here feel that their lands are not part of that plans. That if that plans were made for few people,
I
not
just
for
want to say
everybody.
quickly to Timsy, our heart goes out to all of you down there. Everything that's going on, we're not saying this discussion is not kind of, it may feel like we're not aligned with what you guys are facing there.
Scribe took over the show. I didn't know who called
Oh,
him.
sorry. No.
I
I just wanted to say that I just feel like it's very
Don't let me make my own comment. Let me go. I'm the one to talk now.
Okay, Janaba, go ahead.
Then
thank you once again. In terms of the impact of Nnamdi release, we all can come here and pretend and or maybe we don't have the knowledge of what is really going on in Nigeria. If you say it's not going to have whether positive or negative impact, you are not politically connected with Nigerian affairs. And I believe that the mafia arranged for his coming out so that he can, in one way or the other, influence it. He will either sway it to the to be favor or against Obi. Nnamdi stand all the while was not for one Nigeria. So the notion that is now being released and he sees that Obi is making a pathway will stop him from being or doing or say what he has been saying so many years, then it's inconsistent. So I believe you in the next few months, you will see while this release will have a very big impact, and you will know why that whatever we are saying here that is either of course we are all happy that he's acquitted, but once he's on the street, you will know why the mafia put it together for him to come out. If you don't know, you will know very soon.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to plead on.
I'll see you guys later, man.
Okay, yeah, good, John. We like that. We're going to plead for people to some people to give room so that new people can join us and put in their own contribution. But while we're waiting for some people to leave for us, you want to leave when?
I just want to make a quick comment,
Okay.
because and I was hoping that you were going to echo what Mr. Scribe said to Timothy about the flood. I mean, honestly, I've been watching the issues bothering the flood in Lokoja and your home state, Timothy, and God knows. We are trying to. I have a group here that's trying to raise money and help out. I think the focus was on Lokoja until we caught up that that's the situation in Anambra and also in Delta State. But if we cannot give anything, our thoughts and prayers are with your people, Timothy. It's a tough country to live in.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you, Wayne. It's not that I ignored that. Last week we had it as one of our topics, but
Okay.
we moved so far away we couldn't get to that. Hopefully we'll get to that today down the road. But it will
Okay.
help if people we can do this in a very a good way so that we can touch topics, get more people in, and change topics. So
Yes,
Timothy,
I wanted to leave, Rudy. I want to leave. I'll leave and come back. But
yeah.
I think this is what's bothering me. I don't like my Igbo brothers and sisters sitting on the fence about this Nnamdi Kanu issue. Okay, if it's going to have an impact, I'm going to throw it out there. Are the Igbos going to fall a fool of whoever, assuming this is a plan thing to disrupt the Igbo votes for Peter Obi or the Southeast votes for Peter Obi? Why would we fall for it? Like I said before, it's the first time really that you've had a candidate of this nature. Not even Nnamdi Azikiwe was a candidate of Obi's nature today. Not even Nnamdi Azikiwe. So we have Peter Obi now, and then I'm not hearing Igbos in this forum say, well, I mean, if that's what they were planning, I have my PVC ready. I'm going to go ahead and vote for this our guy, not just because he's an Igbo, but because he's the most suitable of all these candidates that have lined up. I mean, maybe except for the gentleman from SDP, which I found very interesting and knowledgeable of Nigeria's problem. But I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that we are going to disown Nandi, or we would advise that Nandi should, cool down and let's see how this thing pans out. This is what he wanted. An Igbo presidency is Igbo being reintegrated into Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me get reactions from few people, and then we get new people in. Blessing, go ahead. I know. I'm coming to you, CM, or Blessing, because she's in Nigeria.
Please let me just say this so that I can leave, so that more people will come in.
CM, hold on. Yeah, CM, hold on.
Before Blessing leaves, I want to respond to her, please.
Who?
Please, I've not finished speaking, so that you can't respond to me, Mr. CM. I didn't finish speaking.
Okay,
Let me
go
speak
ahead.
it in Igbo so that it enter well.
Okay, Blessing, go ahead.
I like I was saying, we cannot continue to play ostrich. It will have impact on the election. Negative, very negative impact, because his stand is clear. He does not want a united Nigeria. He wants a Biafran nation. So for somebody that wants a Biafran nation, you're telling me he's going to come out and he's going to side with Obi. It doesn't make any sense. So let's stop pretending. It is going to have a very negative impact on the Obi's movement. And please, I am saying this for the umpteenth time. I do not care about Nnamdi Kanu. And if anybody knows me pretty well, they will tell you that I was among the first few people that took a stand and called out the Nigerian government for unlawfully arresting him. So no, I'm not like some of you that are nobody enough to say it. The Nigerian state was wrong, but I couldn't care less about Nnamdi Kanu. And yes, I believe there's a political undertone to this whole release of his. History has proven me right. Take it to the bank. I hope more people join the show. Thank you, Dr. Damages. I'm
All
out.
right, thank you, Blessing. Go ahead, Son of God, and then CM. Son of God, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say I would have wanted to say this when she was here, but it's fine. It's a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine anyway. It's a little bit. I think a lot of people are reaching to deductions. Uh, I don't know what parameters they're using. They forget that the election of 2023 is going to be unlike any other election that we've had in Nigeria. They continue the way she's speaking is exactly the way people in the APC and PDP are speaking. They keep telling you, "Oh, don't worry, we know what happened in the last election. That's what's going to happen in the next election." People are reaching a lot of deductions based on what happened in the past. They forget that there's so many variables that are at play at the moment in Nigeria. There's a lot of other variables that weren't in play the last time that are in play now.
Like
so
what?
they continue.
Like what? Son of God, help us, because some of us may not know.
Well, I'm sure everybody knows.
Just give me two of them, apart from Obi
Okay,
or the top party. What
I'll
is
just
the
give
other
you
thing?
one.
Yeah.
I'll just give you. There's something that's happened in Nigeria. Nigerians have managed to unite because of suffering. The amount of suffering in
Have you
the
seen
amount of
people
suffering.
that wait? No, wait, hold on. Have you seen the people that went to Bauchi to see Atiku? The number of people that came there.
Look. One thing about the North is that you have to know that the North are like that. They always have their people, and they're not well educated, so they tend to move with the crowd. So that can happen in the North. I'm not too worried about the North. But if you look at what is happening now, Obi is one of those candidates. Even Tinubu does not have the kind of support that Obi has in every part of the country. But people are still burying their head in the sand. They're still believing that all the things that happened in the past are what's going to happen next year. But there are a lot more variables in play. People are forgetting that there are a lot more things happening in Nigeria now that are making Nigeria to begin to abandon a lot of the things that they believed in before, which they used to hold strong before. Those barriers are being broken because of the suffering and the things that have gone on in that country. So they're not bringing those other variables into play. They're still thinking of the way it used to happen before, and they believe that it's going to happen the same way. So she's just speaking like the politicians. It happened like this before, so it's going to happen again. So anyway, let's
All right. Son of God, thank you. CM, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. You see, why I had it sort of told the last blessing before that it was raw is not true. Is this the election? Last year there was an election in Anambra State that brought in Soludo. Before then, Nnamdi Kanu has been renditioned in June, and the election was held in November. So the thing over and everywhere was IPOB. They will disrupt the election; it won't hold. But in the absence of Nnamdi Kanu, Chike Dozien from Germany issued and said, "Look, IPOB is not interested in any election. Let them go out and hold their election. Anybody is free to vote." And it was conducted peacefully. So that is one. IPOB is not interested in Nigerian election. Then 4 years earlier, in 2013, I mean, yes, the one that what is it called? 2017, the one that brought the second term of Willie Obiano. The same thing happened. IPOB said, we are not interested. If you want, you can hold your election. All we want is whenever we want to do our own sit at home or whatever, nothing disturbs it. So for somebody to come here and be putting a conjecture that when he comes out, election, it has not happened. There's no evidence to support that. I've given you two. There is no evidence. I remember now they kind of saying sealed and delivered that election, everybody is free to vote. And there was voting. IPOB has never disrupted the election, even in Anambra State, to any part of Nigeria. Never. If anybody has evidence, let him present it here. It's a lie.
Okay.
CM.
Hold on. Let me say something.
No, hold on.
Okay.
CM, my role here is to make sure that we bring out facts for you guys to discuss. I know that you can say that some of the elements that are playing out in the East, that people say they are not IPOB. Okay, that's, you can say that. But when you have someone like Simon saying there shouldn't be election, and you have some people in Enugu last week disrupting party activities, there were places where some Labour Party group were meeting. They went there and chased everybody out and destroyed the canopy they set up. So there are activities that are already in place trying to stop election in the East before now. You may say it's not widespread, okay, but it's there in the news. And of course, the insecurity that is going on, people say it's not IPOB, but this is part of all the environment. Okay, go ahead. Who is
Doctor, please. There's something.
Simon is not a member of IPOB in Finland.
CM, cool down.
Thank you.
Scribe, go ahead. You are muted. Okay, Scribe, you don't have audio.
Okay, let me say something.
Blackstone, go ahead. Blackstone, go ahead.
Okay. What I have to say that let us not forget that the influence of Nnamdi Kanu in the East. So it's Nnamdi Kanu is a very powerful influence in the East, and whatever statement he makes, a trickle down to all his supporters. Though all the Easterners, all the Igbo people are not a member of IPOB, not do all of them support him, right? But if they come out with a statement that nobody should go and vote, definitely, let me say about 45% or 50% of the Igbos will not go and vote because they are afraid of their life. You make reference to Anambra election. Let's take the numbers of people that went to vote in Anambra election. It was the lowest since Anambra had been having the election. And what was it? The fear of insecurity, right? Because I think it was a week before the election that they came out, people can go and vote. So let's not forget that Nnamdi Kanu is somebody that once he makes a statement, everybody obeys that statement because of fear, because of the fear of insecurity, because of fear of their life. So if they come out, if IPOB come out or any other group comes out and says there's not going to be an election, but you go and vote, it's going to, in fact, impact the election. You understand me? So, except that, like Ruto just said, no, there have been activities distorting most of the party activities in the East. So nobody knows if it's IPOB or other group, but already these activities are already going on, right? And so we have to be very watchful to see what is going on and how we can mitigate against these situations. And I pray that election should be held in the East. And if not, it's going to impact Peter Obi very, very much in his drive to become Nigerian next president. Because if he's able to get enough vote from the East, definitely, at least he has almost covered about 30% that we need to add that ticket.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me now?
Thank you so much.
Can you guys hear me
Hold
now?
on. Who is speaking?
Hello? It's Ikena. Where? Can you guys hear me now?
Ikena, hold on.
Okay.
I'm getting echo. Someone has to. Let me just mute everybody and see who is doing this. All right. So the Blackstone, thank you so much for joining us. Please, can you give room so that we can get new people to come in? We have some new people who are trying to get in to join the conversation. Let's welcome Paul. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you and good morning.
Okija, welcome to the show.
I don't know.
Man of prestige, welcome to the show. Abby, welcome to the show.
Hi, Rudolph, and hi to everybody. Nice to be here.
All right. So we continue the conversation. Let's hear from the new people that joined us. I'll start with you, Paul. Paul, we've been talking about Nnamdi Kanu, the courts, the judgment from the appeals courts, and the implication for the election 2023. What's your take?
Okay. So let me go back memory lane a little bit. I'm trying to do research. I have my phones with me. on September 6, 2017, IPOB precisely Nnamdi Kanu said there should be no election in Anambra State. In Guardian, again, on October 24, 2021, they also said there should be no election. So I wonder when people were saying so. Nnamdi Kanu said so many things with peace when he was incarcerated. You understand? It's only normal. You understand? But Nnamdi Kanu today is out. We all understand that there should be some great political undertone on it. You understand? And they are playing it very well. That's why you can see the so-called Chief Justice of the Federation who said no, they will appeal the case, they will do this. It's just politics. By the time they try to appeal the case, they're going to throw the case out. Then Nnamdi Kanu will be out. So it's going to affect the next election very well. They will also use it against him, even though if he supports the so-called Peter Obi movement, because I feel for Peter Obi so much, you know, Peter Obi trying to campaign just like Abiola, cut across state lines, but very many persons, if they want to play politics, they'll see zero Peter Obi to an Igbo man. And equally, the so-called Igbo man too, sometimes they themselves too, they take the Peter Obi thing too personal. You know, they take it too personal, like they don't want to listen. Just it's everywhere, just like the same way the Northerners will do to their own sons, the same way the Southwest people will also do to their own sons. So it's just mere politics. So everybody fall victim when it comes to trying to take my brother personal. We try to paint them like they are so perfect. Like I tell people, Peter Obi keep telling us, go and verify, go and verify. How about you give us what to verify? You understand? Give us your tax return for 15 years in the UK, how you make your money. Throw it out so that we can see it. Don't let me be scratching Google up and down, go verify rubbish. You understand? Just put it, paste it there, put it on your website so that if I go there, I'll just see it, then I'll verify it. So things like that. So Nnamdi Kanu is political motivated and they're going to use it against Peter Obi. And another way around, it can work for Peter Obi, but if you also work for Peter Obi, it will also crumble Nnamdi Kanu agitation. So it's like catch-22. You're either here or you're there. That's my take for now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okija, you're next.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in by countering what Paul said. If you want to run for election in Nigeria, if they say bring 3 years tax return, you bring 3 years tax return. So if you want to go to somebody's 15 years tax return, you are looking for something else. Okay, so he has satisfied that angle. So, and also, sorry, Dr. Damage, I want to use this opportunity to advertise my new app. It's like a virtual beer parlor. You know, so, you know, you come and, you know, with your own drink. And if you have a soup also, you come and join other people and then, enjoy, have a nice evening. Sorry about that. Thank you.
We have about 1,000 people watching on different platforms. So you just sold them something now and we didn't.
Oh, yeah, they can reach you to find out about the app. Anyway.
The question is, what is the impact of this?
Okay, yeah, I think, let me go to the issue. I think the court judgment took the federal government by surprise, to be honest with you, because if they did plan it, they would have released him. They didn't plan it, but now I think they are studying it to find out how it's going to benefit them, how they're gonna play it. If they play, if their objective is to win the next election, probably they're gonna release him, hoping that he's gonna be stupid, and played, whatever they're holding him by the, and by the string and tell him what to do. That's what they're thinking. Probably, that is gonna affect Igbo vote. Anambra election is a different thing. Somebody said that, Anambra election, Nnamdi Kanu said there would not be an election. There was an election. Anambra election is different because Anambra election was, federal government was trying to make a statement that they are in charge. So that was why there was Anambra election. So let us, let us don't discount that. They showed there was police presence, they mobilized police, about 30,000 policemen. Then, and that there was that was why there was an election. So if Nnamdi Kanu, comes out and says there will not be an election,
So which means Nnamdi Kanu said there should be no election now for the government to put police in place and every other
yeah,
thing.
but
Which
look
means
at it. But
somebody
look
said
at
so.
it now. Yeah,
Yeah.
if federal government is not playing a game, if Nnamdi Kanu says there will not be an election, they will withdraw police from Anambra State. There will be no election in Anambra State, and Peter Obi will not win, and I will vote there. So that's think about it. Okay. So, but the thing is, who is Nnamdi Kanu? If you want to, is Nnamdi Kanu stupid? Is he dumb? Because if they're thinking that he's stupid, and he will go out there and be making noise and to play to what they want to.
If you're not speaking, can you please mute yourself? Someone just muted themselves. I'm hearing echoes. I can't. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Okija.
So I don't know. So people like Rudolph, the psychology. You need to tell us the psychology of Nnamdi Kanu. You've interviewed him, so you need to tell us, the kind of person he is. So that will help us to make determination what will happen if they release him. Because if he is this person I've seen that who has this Messiah complex, he's gonna scatter things. Because he cannot allow Peter Obi to outshine him.
Okay.
But if he's somebody that Mr. Scribe was saying about when he started sensible, this he would just keep quiet and let it roll. Let's wait till February. But if I don't know, because Ojukwu too, when Ojukwu came out, when they released Ojukwu came back to from Cote d'Ivoire. Was it Cote d'Ivoire or Gabon? Okay. And then instead of that's one of the things I had I had about against Ojukwu. Instead of staying low, just he joined MPN, and there was so much. I lived in Onitsha, and he was running for this the
Senate.
The Senate. Onitsha was under that, and we had a lot of catastrophe. There was every day there was he and Jim Wobodo, they were fighting, and the mayhem, acid being thrown everywhere, things like that. Where I was small then, so. Rudolph, please help us identify who is Nnamdi Kanu. So that will help us make this determination. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let me go to Man of Peace. I'll come to you. I know CM is disagreeing very, very vigorously. It's like he wants to. Okay, Man of Peace, Prestige, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph Okonkwo, and thank you everybody on the platform. It's a pleasure to be here today. It is very interesting situation at Nigerian space right now. I think what's his name, Okija has spoke very well. I see his point of view. He's coming from a different point of view that the court ruled legitimately from the court point of view. Then the Nigerian presidency will come and orchestrate how they're going to use him, or right from the beginning they were in on it. Just say okay, because Buhari can give any order. The country called Nigeria, there's no rule of law to begin with. So Buhari can give an order, say okay, go ahead and release him. We can use him for the election. So I can't really say we are all speculating whichever way, but I believe it's one of those school of thought. Now that the court ruled legitimately, then the APC will come to try to use him for the election, or it was orchestrated right from the beginning. So it could be either school of thought. Having said that, let me start from Nnamdi Kanu. I'm familiar with him a little bit, but I never, agree with the way he propagates the whole stuff. I can understand his agitation for Biafra State or whatever. I'm not in favor of Biafra State because the Igbos are better being in Nigeria because of what they can contribute to Nigeria and the space available from the whole 200 million people. That's where Igbos are where they are right now, trading and other education and everything. So we need that population in order to strive. That's my own opinion. I don't have any issue about, I guess Nnamdi Kanu. But my point is that when has an agitation become a crime in the international law? That's not true. An agitation for a state is not against the law. So I don't see anything that he was doing that was wrong. They accuse him of, importing arm and other kind of things. I'm not privy to that, and I don't believe that to begin with. So, I think that they use that to, truncate the case they're trying to do. So having said that, the whole thing is illegal. Extraordinary rendition from Kenya to here in the international law, that's completely illegal to begin with. So let me land at the pace we are talking about right now. How is it going to affect the election? everybody is here speculating. We don't really know what's going to happen. But in my opinion, if they release him, which I think they're going to release him, because I think they are, in the final analysis, they are in for it. The government is in for it. They're going to use him to try to truncate Obi presidency. But he'll be very stupid to take that bait and align with them, because this is what they want. And it'd be foolish for Igbo people. I mean, I don't have any vote, like the lady that just spoke a while ago. I mean, I understand where she's coming from, but it seems like she already believed that. That is the mentality of Nigeria, not just for the Igbo. You're taking a bet and you believe in that, and that's going to make you a fed. No, they need to come out in robust. I said, no, we like you, we like you, but you're not going to affect our present, ambition. They should come out first, and disobey him. If he go that route, I'm not saying he's going to go that route. Nobody knows if he's going to come out and be quiet, but he's a messiah, like somebody said. It could go either way. So I'm looking at it. I don't know what you believe what's going to happen. Okay, so we just have to wait, see what's going to happen. I hope they release him. Hopefully, he can stay quiet till after the election. I don't know under what condition they're going to release him, whether to go back to London or to stay here or whatever. So we see what happens. That's my own opinion about this.
All right, thank you, man of prestige.
Thank you.
Ebi, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Mr. Okonkwo. Always nice to see your smile.
It's nice to see you.
Yeah.
So what's your take on what we're discussing?
Well, as usual, I've been watching in the background and listening. I give up watching soccer for this program on Saturdays.
Wow, nice.
Though, yeah, it's okay. I don't support anybody anymore. Giving myself hypertension with Premier League bullshit.
You think Nigerian politics is easier to follow than the league?
My brother, in fact, I get lot of energy when it comes to Nigerian politics than Premier League, where some young guys are taking what I would take in 1 year, in 1 week, and I'm hitting my head on the wall, say something, be Asana, I've been gone, black. It's all bullshit, man. I stopped all those nonsense since I was when I just turned 40 plus, and I'm like, bye-bye, no more supporting. So now, if Abercrombie and Ranger are playing, I enjoy it. Barcelona is whipping somebody. Anyways, back to the gist. For the first time, I'm disagreeing with Paul before I make my own part. For the first time, which is good. I found something. I think, Paul, you shouldn't align with that narrative of, we are over focusing on Obi. What I think is now obvious is that this focus is just confirming that we are seeing a potentially good candidate who is ahead of the pack. That's just what that confirms to me. And I've heard Paul severally said he's not really obedient, but given all the evils, he will choose Obi. I remember. I hope I'm not wrong. But again,
no,
I think
Eddie, sorry. I am rooting for Obi. Obi is my number one. I said if I have my way completely, it's Omoyele Sowore. But since I know Sowore is not in the 1 to 3, I am rooting for Obi completely. All I'm saying is that I also don't want my Igbo people to take it like our Igbo team. Let us come out to do the right thing. Yes.
So that is, and I'm going to tell my wife, who is your fan in my house, that now today I catch Paul. So that is that statement that we should take away. You cannot say that. You cannot tell a Yoruba man who he want to go by Yoruba. I mean, if Igbo people don't like Obi, who else will like him or should like him? I think it's a positive.
Eddie, maybe you can go back and rewatch again. I said every tribe is doing the same thing. The Yoruba will do the same thing for their sons. The Hausa will do the same thing. I said it clearly. All tribes will do the same thing. That's what I said.
Okay. So you're forgiven. So let me move forward. As far the Nnamdi Kanu, those who know me as well, especially in Canada and in various forums, know that I'm one Yoruba guy that some people, because I use Ebi, they send me messages privately and say, which part of Southeast are you? And then I will tell them, my name is Ebenezer Komalafe. I'm from Osun State. And they'll be like, I have been sending all this. I'm an ardent follower of Nnamdi Kanu. And I like what Man of Prestige said. The question he asked about when, was it Man of Prestige or Okija who said, when does it become a crime to agitate or to want to leave a country? We are here at Quebec for many years. I've wanted to be out of Canada. Alberta, if they have their way, the oil producing part of Canada, they want to be out of Canada because for their reasons. We know in the UK who has been fighting to be out of the UK. Self-determination is a right anywhere. Nnamdi Kanu has not done nothing. And for the violence that they've said against him, they have not been able to prove it. And many times we will hear some, prominent people killed in the Southeast, and then the media will carry that IPOB only to find out that, it has nothing to do with IPOB, and it's somebody else that is doing it. So they're milking the whole thing and calling a bad dog, a dog a bad name so they can just cut his head off and give it to people from that side of our country who enjoys it. Huh? So, I mean, so that's by the way, as per Nnamdi Kanu. So his release the court judgment was a delight for my heart. I was very happy. I was the first person to post it in a few forums that I'm part of here in WhatsApp group that Nnamdi Kanu, I put it in bold. So I'm happy for that. What follows after? I don't know. It seems all of us, well, I'm smelling that people are drifting and thinking that things will go in a particular way, which is negative against Peter Obi. But I have followed Nnamdi Kanu for many years. That guy is a very intelligent guy. Very, very. I want to rate Nnamdi above Ojukwu. I've heard how Ojukwu came back to join MPN or join all those things. No. And the era of Nnamdi Kanu is more sophisticated than the era of Ojukwu. The dynamics are totally different. So I bet whatever they are planning, including Malami and whoever are behind the scenes, thinking that releasing this lion into the society, he will just start going room by house and tearing everywhere and causing violence and changing the dynamics. They might be in for a rude awakening or a rude shock. And I tell you that you saw all the rallies and all this work for Obi that is going on. If we think that is just flimsy, you are making a deep, deep mistake. I went to Nigeria recently. I told you about the Uber that I went to. 7 or 8 of them were Yoruba. I heard what they were saying. Even with the Oluomo 5 million, quote and unquote, we are seeing what happened and how they gathered these people by fire, by force. People are what they are right now, and the people rooting for Obi, even there in the deep Southeast. And I like what Paul said that, emphasizing the way the Igbos are behind this man, and then they also respect Nnamdi Kanu. And I also heard about all the elections that they call off, but I think Paul should complete those things. If you read further, after Nnamdi Kanu called no election, he always also called go and vote at the end of the day. All right, all the calls, I know them, and at the end of the day, he still say, make una go vote. Now let's look at it. If Nnamdi Kanu is really for the Igbos, all right, and he wants Igbos out, yes, I know Obi is pro-Nigerian, but the truth remains that either we jump to the roof and hit our head on the glass ceiling, like Hillary Clinton will say, which is the sky, and come back. Igbos are still Nigerians right now, and we gotta be alive to get referendum. There has to be a Nigerian to even fight against. I don't think Nnamdi Kanu is close to a foolish man to play into their hands. And I see this working positively for Obi, contrary to popular belief. That's my take.
All right, thank you, Ebi. Kenneth, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, you're smiling today.
Yes, I'm smiling. Actually, my mood changed since a few days ago when my strong man was released from the jail.
Not released yet. Not released yet.
Yeah, not released. They just kind of stated it, but we're still waiting for his proper release. And that is if the federal government decide not to appeal the case. So I was happy, just like Mr. Ebi stated. I was very happy. I had to start sharing it to my people that consider themselves as enemy of Igbo or IPOB enemies, So now, this is what I have concerning this case, right? I know a lot of people are concerned if the release of Nnamdi Kanu may or may not affect Obi's chances of becoming, winning the election. But I'm seeing it in a different angle. And this is why I said this. Remember, just like Mr. Paul stated that some time ago, the Nnamdi Kanu, asked the IPOB members not to vote. Yes. And that was for a reason. And there was a time he asked them not to vote again. I can't give the date. And later, just like Mr. Ebi stated, he later asked them to go and vote. Nnamdi Kanu is not stupid. Like I stated here last week, I'm a strong supporter of Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB, and whatever they are doing. If you shed blood, Kenne will never be part of you. If you are blood sucker, you kill, you steal, you do all manner of criminal acts, I will never support you. If you like, be my father, I will be against you, right? And this is my reason for supporting Nnamdi Kanu is because I see Nnamdi Kanu doing his own things differently. He will never. The Nnamdi Kanu that I know, that I've been following since when he was still with Masop, who was Rike, will never indulge in such evil acts. Now, Nnamdi Kanu is not stupid. If Nnamdi Kanu is released today, which we all know what he's clamoring for a better Nigeria, for a better state of living, for a better life for everybody. Now, the better life is not wasn't forthcoming. All we usually have are useless criminals being president, clueless, illiterate, managing the affairs of the country, turning everything upside down. Remember, when somebody like Yaradua came out, the Igbos supported Yaradua, right? We voted for him. When this guy, Goodluck Jonathan, went for his second time, let's say that his first time was by providence, but the second time, we supported him, the Igbos supported him, because we see that this guy was going on the right direction. When this garbage in the ASUU Rock came out, the Igbos were against him. Not that we hate Fulani people. Yaradua was Fulani, right? Obasanjo was Yoruba. But we voted Obasanjo, we voted Yaradua. But this guy, we know his history. People like us that do pick books and read about all these people, we know that this guy was a dictator. We know that he was incompetent, and that was why we were totally against him becoming the president. Now he became the president and messing things up for everybody. And that was why I believe Nnamdi Kanu is saying no election, because he brought out his errand boys, his killer squad down to the southeast, the likes of Eselune Nego, the Anduba and all those miscreants from Oga and Newi. They were busy killing people, killing the same Anambra people that they should be protecting. You remember, it is only in Anambra that a sitting governor was abducted by the same miscreant, right? So if somebody is claiming or is alleging that IPOB are doing the killings in the Southeast, that person should have his or her head checked. IPOB set up ESN, and the purpose of setting up that ESN is to protect the people. You cannot be claiming to be protecting the people and at the same time killing them. For what? No right-thinking person should be, having such thoughts. So he set up ESN to stop the Fulani invaders from killing our people. And now that didn't go down well with the APC and PDP cabals in Anambra State, because all they were doing is to snatch power away from ABGA, that is in Anambra State. And by doing so, they ought to fight themselves. So the APC are the one doing the killing. PDP are the one on the defense. And then they will turn around and say, oh, IPOB are the one killing because they give brown envelope to all these quack journalists. Once the killing is done without investigation, oh, IPOB, ESN are doing the killing. At the end of the day, the governors will come out and say, no, this is not IPOB. This is not ESN. The killings are being done by my political opponent. Even the APC governor in Imo State, he said it several times, that the killings are being done by his political enemies, not IPOB. The one in Ebonyi State, David Umai, stated that several times on the TV that the killings are not being done by ESN or IPOB. So I don't know why anyone would just sit down and make up stories accusing ESN of doing the killing. So that having said, now let's go back to this one for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is not going to mess the opportunity of an Igbo man becoming the president, because all he has been fighting for is for a chance for the Igbo people to be part of the country, because we don't feel as being part of the country. So now somebody like me, I will use my own thoughts, right? I'm a strong supporter of IPOB. But when I see somebody like Peter Obi coming out vying for the presidency, when he was actually with PDP, I was like, these people are not yet serious. Igbo politicians are not yet serious. But as soon as he left PDP and went for LP, I was like, oh, hey, now you are talking, right? So the likes of Okorosha Agavlev by Dr. Damages, they are still, jumping from pillar to post, right? So as soon as he embraced LP, I was like, okay, now I can support this guy. So I think, this is my own thought, I think Nnamdi Kanu may want to do same by saying, okay, let's give this our brother a chance to see if we will be able to fix the country, because all we are seeking for is for equity. All we are seeking for is for a better life for Nigerians, for everybody. All we are seeking for is for meritocracy, not all this nepotic nonsense that we are seeing today in the country. So this is my thought, and I believe that it will work out well for Nigerians.
All right, thank you so much. CM.
Okay, just what's the quick intervention? The thing is, I'm still surprised that most people are yet to come to terms that Nnamdi Kanu is not interested in Nigerian politics election. When he said the first time that there won't be any election was because they are slaughtering IPOB members at Yaba Ngwa High School. People were just, National High School, we are just doing prayer worship. January 20th January 2017, when Trump was being sworn in United States, people were being slaughtered everywhere. So he said, now, when an election comes, you want us to vote, we are not voting. He took the intervention of Mbazulika Amwechi to extract that condition that he will never be alive to see people being killed again. That was why Nnamdi Kanu said, sealed and delivered, people can vote. And since then, IPOB people are no longer being slaughtered in the street of Onitsha, Bampo. It hasn't happened since then again. Although where they are now killed is like our old women, farmers that go to the farm, Fulani will slaughter them and rape them in the bush, which brought about ESN. Now, the last election in Anambra, people should be able to come up. I mean, these are the facts. Nnamdi Kanu was in DSS detention as at June 2021. Soludo's election was held in November. So Nnamdi Kanu spoke through, what is the name? DOS Chike Edozie said when there was rumor that IPOB will disrupt the election. He said it earlier, I think about good 3-4 months. He said IPOB is not disrupting any election. We are not interested in Nigerian election. It can go ahead. Soludo repeated it in one of his campaigns, saying, "Do not fear. IPOB has said that they are not stopping any election. So nobody should come here and tell me that because of that they brought Nigerian army was brought either to extort money and intimidate people, not because of IPOB. Chike Edozie is enough. IPOB worldwide listening to him. So when he said that, everybody said yes. And Soludo used this as a campaign that IPOB said they are no longer interested. Even when he visited Nnamdi Kanu, he came out to say that he went to Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu said all these things happening. He said it's not part of IPOB. These are criminals. Deal with them. Soludo came out and started dealing with them. So it is not anything that happens. It's not IPOB. People took advantage, especially the federal government, and start slaughtering Ndibo. So Nnamdi Kanu, when he comes out, remember I said it here, that when they detained him the first time, he wasn't saying, give me money. He said Calabar Seaport should be opened. He's not fighting. He's not a selfish person, not looking for power. International airport at Calabar, Warri Seaport must be opened. One Seaport in Port Harcourt should be working. All the extortion going on in the southeast, they should get out, or they should take it out. Enugu Airport must be international. Dredge River Niger, and then build the road from Oron down to Lagos through the Yenego and everything. Somebody saying this is not, people should see him for his altruistic purposes. But when people now want to paint him bad, they will now start to talk. And what he said, till today, they've not done it. That's why he was annoyed. He said, if I see you, if you people can do this, then Biafra stops. That's what he's saying. But when people want to, for just raw hatred, people can concoct anything and then pin it on Nnamdi Kanu, and Nnamdi Kanu hasn't got that. He hasn't. If he delves into Nigerian politics, the way he is, where he takes himself, he will tell you. He wants to be seen as somebody who liberated the black race. He says it. So I don't see this idea of Nnamdi Kanu with when he comes, he will tell Obi, don't go. It doesn't have anything to do with Obi. He will just keep quiet and say, what he wants is referendum. If you are doing your thing, don't disturb us. I don't care about your election. All I want is our referendum. Then we get out of Nigeria, no matter how long it takes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me give one more person a chance to respond. James, I know you wanted to say something. Go ahead. James.
Yeah. Okay. If Ojukwu was asked to come back from Ivory Coast, return from exile, while it was very close to election, because they want to influence the process, I don't think it is out of place to think that releasing Kanu has no political motives. No. The issue is this: a lot of things happen behind the scene. The judiciary should be called to order. This is what we are not doing. If they really, if the judiciary is acting on principles, this matter wouldn't have got to the appeal court. The lower court would have, they are deluded with mountains of evidence to show that this guy has there's no case against him. But anyway, they know what they are doing. Now, I'm looking at it from another point of view. The cabal, that is the ruling class, is clear to them that they are losing power. For us to lose power, why can't we just cling on to as much as we can and lose what we cannot cling on to? Now, if we release this guy, one thing is certain: election will take place in the East, so let him come out. Now, should he come out, there's a remote possibility that they will vote for us. But remember that Buhari is not a well-read man. He's surrounded by sycophants. They will deceive him that if you release this guy, they might vote for you. Who knows? It will, brighten your chances of winning the election. And another way of looking at it is that should Obi win the presidency, he's now president. Nnamdi Kanu is free. Then the Igbos, what exactly are you looking for? You are talking of marginalization. You are now a president. You are governing the country. Your man in detention has been released unconditionally. So what exactly are you looking for? So there's no basis for referendum. There's no marginalization. That is their naive way of looking at things. As I said earlier on, this guy called Buhari is not a well-read man. He's trained to oil artilleries and shoot guns and those kind of things. So no matter how we look at it, directly or indirectly, the release of Nnamdi Kanu is going to affect the elections, directly or indirectly.
Man of peace. Sorry, man of prestige. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you again for the submission. I'm just very impressed about CM and Ken, the way they spoke. Like, I'm not really privy to Nigerian politics previously. I just got into it this year because I've given up on that country, okay? I've been here for a long time. I just said, being a citizen, I look at it, I'm a Nigerian partial citizen. I mean, I do go home, maybe once or twice. I mean, maybe once a year or every other year. But having said that, I was already giving up to Nigeria. But right now, I'm in tune to what's going on right now. So I'm very enlightened about what CM and Ken said. They are more privy about Nnamdi Kanu space and the Igbo voting in that area. Like I said, it's kind of two school of thought. Neither everything is orchestrated or it was legitimately ruled, but Nigerian government are behind everything right now. They're going to try to release him for the election because I think I went to a space earlier this morning. The whole security apparatus, including the president, they had a meeting today. So it has to do with kind of release or not release. So they're going to try to release him, to affect the election. I mean, I can bet my money on that. They want APC to remain in power. So they're going to use that. But I'm quite optimistic. And after listening to these two guys, that, I mean, Nnamdi Kanu is not stupid. I mean, he's going to do the right thing, not be quiet or just say, okay, just do your thing. I'm going to still, I'm going to still be asking for referendum. That's all he's going to do. He'd be very stupid not to go by that rule. I can't see any other way what he's going to do because if he does that, how many percent of people are really, IPOB, solidarity? I mean, just few percent. I don't know. I don't have the number, but the other people will disown him. I can even tell that, looking at Ken here, if he does that, I don't think his allegiance is going to be, up to that standard again like it was. If he decides to say, I'm going to disrupt everything, I don't see that happening. So hopefully everything is going to be straight. I'm quite optimistic that if they release him, nothing is going to happen. He may even say, hey, people go and vote, do your own thing. I'm going to do my own thing. Maybe the security, all this unknown government, which I think is orchestrated by some people, has nothing to do with IPOB. I mean, I'm from Imo State. I know what Hope News or is doing because my father lived in Imo State, actually, where they're there. So he knows what's going on there. All these are political motivated. It has nothing to do with IPOB and all that kind of things. I know that one for sure because my father is very privy about what's going on over there. But anyway, thank you,
All right.
everybody.
So what we're going to do now is I'll play a video that will be a kind of a break for us, and it also shed a light on how people fighting for the Odua nation, how they are approaching it, and I will leave it for people to think about the difference. But we are going to do the rant after the video and then continue the conversation with other topics. So let's watch Professor Adetoye talking about the approach, the Yoruba nation agitators, the approach to the election and Tinubu's campaign.
Bola Tinubu is struggling to become president of Nigeria. There's nothing wrong with that. But we do not, because of him, collapse our struggle for the Yoruba nation. Just as we cannot ask him to collapse his own campaign for the Yoruba nation. So we have here two parallel lines in the same country, among the same people. What we who are, because this is an intellectually very strong movement, what we who are handling the Yoruba self-determination struggle must do is to be, as I said, thoughtful, competent, and proper in the way we handle matters. We don't believe we will be in Nigeria in 2023. And by the grace of God, we are not going to be in Nigeria in 2023. So we don't hurt our brother who wants to be president of Nigeria, and he must not try to hurt us. We won't try to hurt him. We have developed very sophisticated ways of getting messages to our youth across the Yoruba land. If they are going on a rally, they have a blueprint in their mind. If the police say, don't stand where you are standing, don't do your rally there, leave the place. The police are not our enemies. They are young men like us who are looking for jobs and who got the job of policemen. They have nothing against us, and we have nothing against them. So don't ever fight the police, and you will never find Yoruba boys fighting the police or the military. We have educated our young people that much. So the same thing with our brethren who want to become one thing or other through election in Nigeria in 2023. The boys who want Yoruba self-determination movement will never hurt the campaign.
All right. I just wanted to make that put that out there, and hopefully it will mean something to some people. Scribe, we are going to do rants, so you can now rant on anything that's bothering you. Let me start with you, James. Go ahead.
Please, kindly come back to me later.
All right, son of God.
Okay, I will have to think on my feet very quick. This video you just played sort of give me a little bit of an idea, something to kind of rant about a little bit. You know, I do not understand that there's this Yoruba nation agitation out there, but you don't tend to see anybody use that Yoruba nation agitation in a negative way when they're talking about Tinubu and the other parties. But it always seems to be, if it's an Igbo thing, if it's, for example, IPOB and whatever, they now want to use that in a negative light. Even with the kidnapping in the north and the terrorists in the north, I'm getting some feedback. Even with terrorism that's going on in the north, you never see people link that thing happening in the north, even though we know how widespread and horrible it is. We never see people link this in the media space to Atiku or to the northern candidates. The Yoruba nation, they never seem to link it to Tinubu. It appears it's just happening in a vacuum somewhere. But whenever anything negative is in the East, instantly they link it to Peter Obi and blow it up. And that begins to make me wonder, why? Why is it that it's always the Igbos that is always more, everything is expanded and made to look so big, but other people in other parts of the country, nobody talks about them. It's like I was on a Twitter space note today. I'm taking some time. People were talking about the record, the drug thing for Tinubu. Nobody talks about it. It's, even though it's in the public space, we know he's a man that was indicted. Is there? Atiku, if you type his name, it comes up with his case with a strange wife about how he was involved in $20 million or whatever. Nobody talks about it. It's not used. It's as if all these things are not happening. So I really don't know what the media is doing in Nigeria. It appears some things, they've blocked themselves away from some things happening, and they only talk about things when it comes to Peter Obi. For every other person, it's like they're allowed to do whatever they want.
All right, thank you. CM, you're next.
Okay. I think my rant will sort of mirror what Son of God said. You see, we've been having an election in Nigeria. Shagari was a civilian elected president, a Fulani. Nobody said something like Fulani president or Fulani presidency. Obasanjo, throughout his 8 years, you never hear Yoruba presidency. Even before then, not to talk of when two Yoruba sons were gunning for it, Olufalaye and Olusegun Obasanjo. Jonathan is the best of the jaws you never hear a job presidency. Even now, Fulani is in charge, Buhari, you never hear Fulani presidency. Tinubu is contesting a Yoruba man, whether from Lagos or Oshun, you never hear Yoruba presidency. All they're after is Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency. You see, that's why I always say, and I think every day I continue to respect Ikemba. He said, it is not the Igbo that we are that is causing the problem. It is the Igbo that other people see us to be. So when you look at this, you tend to wonder, what is really special about these people? Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency, Igbo president. Why? Why not Yoruba presidency? Why not Fulani presidency? Ijo presidency? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scribe.
Yeah. Okay. My rant. I agree with everything my Igbo brothers have said. Fakulofuma. But let's look at it like this. The summary of everything is, or the conclusion of everything is that the Biafran question is a metaphor for sovereign citizenship rights. Or if you go up, go down, it's still going to be centered on one thing: respect for rights. And I think that's one thing that we should always look at it from that legal angle. It's good, all that they've said is good, but it's also very important that we don't miss the mark and understand that this agitation, what Nnamdi Kanu is saying by Calabar, all those demands, he is saying, do for A how you have done for B. If you are under one umbrella, everybody has to be seen as a citizen of Nigeria. Till today, for 62 years, what it means to be a Nigerian. Oh, doctor, please now.
Round up.
Okay, let me round up. What it means to be a Nigerian, we don't even know what it means to be a Nigerian. Then I have another point that I really want to hit on, and that is to respond to what Professor Banji was saying about the two parallels. And that is, you see, it's actually not a bad thing that you keep saying Igbo thing. We have to understand history has the answer, and the answer is that the reason why we are Igbo people, that the way the people see us, it's all predicated on history, how we've been faring since 1440 as Igbo people, how we've been doing our things. We've been outstanding. There's a thing. When they were going for independence meetings with the white people in Lancaster. Oh my God. Okay, wait. Let me end this point. Let me end it here. When they were going for independence with Lancaster, they would go for dinners. And some of our brethren from the north, Nnamdi Azikiwe would say, Abubakar Wanem, Biko Gini, Uchiko. So this is one of the reasons.
All right, I have to put you down. Paul, you are next. Paul, you have to mute yourself.
Okay, sorry for the.
Okay, we can hear you.
I will get rain in Arizona. So I just want to enjoy the rain a little bit. I was outside. Okay, so I think I want to play the politics of offending some people again. So let me take my rant to the so-called Igbos. The Igbos are like the Hispanic people, what we fondly call in America, the Mexicans. They suffered so much. My dad always said this thing, said if a puppy is playing with the mom, if the puppy is beating the mom, the play or the conversation will last longer. But if the mom spikes the puppy will cry and the puppy will go away. Then there will be no play. Then the mom will become a bully. The Igbos have suffered so much. And like they said in politics, again, I'll use another phrase in politics, the minority we have their say and the majority we have their way. In these three majority ethnic groups in Nigeria, the Igbo tend to be the minority among them. So among these three big ethnic groups, they punish the Igbo so much. That is one aspect. Then another aspect of it, so now let me balance the situation. The Igbos themselves are also not friendly with strangers. Everywhere you see Igbo do business, they don't bring another race among them. You understand? It's hard to say, just like we see the Mexicans. Look, any Mexican business, you don't see black man, white man work there. No, it's my own turn. Let me talk. It's my turn. Let me talk. Don't take that charge. The Igbos, yeah, you can bully me for all you care, because in this case, you are the majority. But I'm the minority, so I'm the one that will rant.
We will reply.
You understand? Everywhere Igbo do business, if you go to Ladipo, where Igbo man have stores, Yoruba woman there's only selling pure water on the road. If you go to Trinity, if you go to Idumota, if you go to Trade Fair, if you go to Alaba International, you will not see a Yoruba man market in midst of Igbo, except it is the Yoruba man market that Igbo come to rent a place, started growing. You understand? You hate me for it, do your research, hate me for it, but this is my word, because we, who happen to be the minority that want to trade where you people do business, we don't get a chance. So if you want to hate me for all you care. I've been in this state, I've been sending things, I've seen things. So you can hate me for all you care.
We don't
but
hate you, we
go
just
and do your
disagree.
research.
No, we
Very
don't
well.
hate you.
Thank you.
We disagree. We don't hate you, we disagree.
All right. Hold on, guys. They will have a chance to respond to you. This is just this is the rant. Okay, Jack, go.
Paul is funny. My uncle was he used to have like all these small vessels. They go to Ijo to bring kai, a local gin from Ijo to Onitsha. And I went to school with a Yoruba guy. I went to university with Yoruba guy. How do we meet the Yoruba guy? My uncle, his brother started working for my uncle, and they were going to Ijo, and then we became friends. That's how we met. So that's Paul. Igbo people, when they do business, my cousin, I went to school. My cousins, they went to to be businessmen. So I went to Lagos to stay with them for a while, and I couldn't believe how they do that business. My cousin would just finish selling something in Lagos. He will enter night bus, go to Aba to bring more wares, and they come back. The next day you go to Aba like 3 times, night, dangerous. How many other people in other ethnic groups, how many people will take that risk? They don't take risk. They want to blame Igbo man. Igbo man will leave his house, go to far places in Jos, in Borno, in Nigeria, and then they be the chemist there. How many people will take that risk? You like the comfort of your house, and when people are making money, you start fighting. I came here to United States, and I was working with some African Americans. I'm not trying to diss anybody, but I was taking over time. They will on Friday they will call off, and I will take the overtime. And within 3 or 4 months, I bought a car. They were like, "How did you buy a car?" I said, "Because I'm taking overtime." So if you can't do it, just shut up. Shut up. Stop saying all this. Stop all this. Nigeria has Igbo problem. Until you deal with that Igbo problem, you cannot succeed. If you are holding somebody down, you yourself, you are down. You can't get up. Nigeria has Igbo problem. They're not talking about it. It's only Igbo. He wants to separate Nigeria, but nobody's talking about it. They're talking about Peter Obi. I was just thinking about last night. Why is Peter Obi running for president? Let Nigeria get destroyed. Let Nigeria get destroyed. Jesus Christ.
All right, Ekene. That's enough. I know it's a rant. You are ranting, but this is it do. All right.
I have seen hundreds of Yoruba men that are mechanic and electrician that Igbo boys learn work from them. I have never seen any Igbo man that a Yoruba man learn work from. This is what I'm telling you. If you do business,
you're wrong.
You're wrong. If you want to,
hold on, guys.
Dr. Damages, please. We need
How
to
do I mute everybody?
Give us the opportunity. This is the problem. This is the Nigerian problem.
No. Mr. Scribe, no, I won't let anybody talk. Let's finish the rant, okay? I'll give you guys a chance to respond to Paul if you want to. Man of Prestige, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Let me start with this. What Paul said is utterly
not Paul is not the subject of the rant. But hold on, man. Paul is not the subject of the rant. But if you want, I'll give you 1 minute.
No.
We don't have
I'm going to
include everything. Okay, in 1 minute. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, his monologue is utterly nonsense. I mean, the Igbo doesn't have to bring anybody along because they are fed up with what they do. The Yoruba occupy the media space. Who did they bring along? So to me, that's utterly nonsense. I don't believe in that. But anyway, going back to what everybody was saying in reference to self-determination and everybody, I think Nigeria hate Igbo. They know what they are capable of doing. I don't know. I won't use the word hate. They are afraid of Igbo dominance in Nigeria. I mean, we already dominated certain area. So that's where the problem comes. I won't dispute that. I mean, Nigeria is a fair state. Malami is a loose cannon. Nigeria has reached a dead end. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You were within the time. Very good. Kene?
Yes, ranting, right?
Yeah.
So I will use it to respond to a few things about what Mr. Son of God said. He asked questions. Why is he always every little thing Igbos, every little thing is Igbo? The answer is because of hate. Our people tend to indoctrinate hate on our children. Some of us are in America, right? And we try to teach our children to love one another, to love others, right? But it's so pathetic that your own father, I'm talking to you watching me right now, wherever you are watching to me, wherever you are watching me from right now. Your parents taught you to hate Igbos, right? Taught you evils against Igbos. Now it is up to you to begin to emancipate yourself from that mental slavery. And I will pray that following this platform right now will help you to begin to break through from that figurative bond. Begin to teach yourself to love one another. Try to know Igbos. If I should respond to what Mr. Paul said, Mr. Paul, you didn't get it right. My father trained Hausa people in his line of business, right? His own boss was saved during the war by Hausa people. Hausa people package his boss, put him in a vehicle, and take him to Igbo land to make sure that he's safe. Till today, Hausa people from Plateau State come to my village to say hi to us, to exchange pleasantries. So there is love among us as human beings. And it's up to us to begin to teach our children to love one another instead of this hate that we carried over and we try to use it wherever we are. Sorry, I exceeded the time.
All right. Jacob, you're next. 1 minute.
Yeah.
Well, I think I would love to say I appreciate the contributions from everybody. Very interesting things that have been said this evening. I'm not ranting.
You don't look like somebody who can rant. you don't talk like somebody who can rant. So we're not surprised. Go ahead.
Yeah. So well, if anything upsets me, it is the extent to which those who are selling confusion have gone. They have gotten Nigerians to believe all sorts of things that achieve everything but give hope. So, thank God the news that we have heard, and we hope that eventually Nnamdi Kanu is set free. And I am very sure that when he comes on the street, he's the sort of person who will study the situation on ground and be very, very happy. Why? He's a pro-Nigerian. I'm very confident of it. When the Boko Haram's killing started, he was agitating against the killings of Nigerians in the north. There's a quote I just saw by Les Brown that you should aim for the moon. Even if you don't get there, you'll reach for the stars. So if I were Nnamdi Kanu and I'm asking for better governance, I'm asking for stability, and the structure on ground isn't helping us achieve that, I will turn around and disdain the very entity called Nigeria itself in hopes that will push these people to the wall and that will come to the negotiation table. And that is what he did. So Peter Obi coming on board as a candidate that is beginning to galvanize Nigerians all around, I'm sure will give him hope. So let's watch out and see what happens.
All right. Thank you. James, you are the last.
Yeah, I would like to ask a question instead of ranting.
Okay.
Is it possible for the Igbos to get the republic they are looking for without passing through the Biafra route? This idea of Biafra public the strategies they've been using since Ojuku's death till now. Is it possible they abandon it and look for another route to get at this goal? Because anyway, that's
Who are you
Who are
asking
you?
the question?
I can take that question.
I can answer him.
Okay, all right, hold on. So we ended with the rant. So let's have we're going to change the topic because we have second topic on ASUU. But before we go, I want them to respond to Paul and those who want to respond, but no shouting. You know, this is a conversation now. We're not ranting anymore. Look at them, like food is ready. Food is ready. Son of God, go ahead.
Right. He made a kind of a general statement. I'm going to keep it simple. I remember those days in the 90s when I started working in the bank. If you look at multinationals in Nigeria, talking from those days now, banks, it was mostly occupied by Yorubas. If you look at the top of those multinationals and banks, it was Yorubas. It's like Igbo man can stay on the side and say, why is it that it's only Yoruba people that are in all these multinationals? Why can't they bring other tribes in? That is exactly, they can also say that. If you go to government, it's like a Nigerian thing. You can always find something that you can accuse another tribe of. Igbos are the only tribe. If you go to every part of Nigeria, it doesn't matter how deep in the forest it is, every single nook and cranny of Nigeria, you find an Igbo man. I have gone to places in the north that have traveled hours and hours and hours into deep forest, and I will go there. I will see an Igbo man with a shop. I will sometimes be asking them, "What are you? How long have you been here?" Some of them have been there all their lives. How many other tribes? Most Yoruba people don't want to leave Lagos. In fact, some of them Igbos can always go back to their village. Most of the Yoruba people that I went to school with, they don't even know their village. Their parents give birth to them in Lagos. They stay in Lagos. They don't want to leave Lagos. How many of them are prepared to leave that convenience and go into the thick forest in another state and go and start afresh? An Igbo man can go anywhere and start afresh and start picking kobo till he builds up his wealth. Other tribes are not prepared to do that, but they complain when the Igbo man goes and starts afresh in a bush somewhere. They will complain when he becomes rich. But what he has, it's easy to look at the success he has achieved and not think back. Where did he start? Can you do that? Can you also start like that? That man? It's easy to complain about him that he has money, he's not helping people. Can you do
he's
what
not
he
answering
did?
the question. That is not the question. That's not the answer to the question.
No. I was not answering your question. I was not answering your question. I was just I was responding to Paul, who was saying that Igbo people cannot bring somebody.
That is not my question.
I asked a question. I did not rant because
No, James. I didn't just. Hold on, James.
I was not answering your question, Mr. James.
Still did not answer my question.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. James, first of all, I didn't call Son of God to answer your question in particular.
No, maybe the question is irrelevant. Maybe the
I
question
will
is
answer James' question.
Okay, James, you don't say that.
Never
Just
mind.
hold on.
I have other things to do.
No, hold on.
Okay.
All right.
Let me allow somebody to answer his question.
I will answer his question.
Okay, can I answer James' question?
Okay, I want to answer his question the little way I can, and this is the answer, right?
Yeah.
If Nigeria is managed based on meritocracy, if Nigeria is managed based on competence, right? If the system is run based on what you can offer, I bet you the Hausa or the northern political cabals will be the first to say, let's go our separate ways. It will not be comfortable for them anymore. They cannot withstand the competition. So I think that is the simple answer to your question. So, and if Nigeria is run this way, I believe you me, our Igbos and Yorubas will be flourishing. They will love it. They will like to be in such a competition. right? The middle belt are good, like they are hustling people too. The middle belts are strong, smart, and they know what they're doing. When I talk about middle belt, I talk about Plateau State, Taraba State, Nasarawa, Benue, Kogi, all those areas, even Niger State. They know what they're doing, right? So, should I use the opportunity to say other things?
No.
This is it, right? When I went to secondary school, in my school, we have Igbos, we have Yorubas, we have Hausas, Fulani, and the minorities.
Where
All
did
of
you
us are
go
there.
to school? Where did you go to school?
In Plateau State, Shandam
Okay.
local government.
Okay.
And this is it. There was this teacher, a Fulani Muslim, like he's they call it Izalas. He hates Igbo students in that school. Just by doing nothing, he will punish you. And he hates me. I know he hates me as a child. And one time I sat down with my friends, a Yoruba guy, Surajo, and some Hausa friends too. And I was complaining, why is it that this man hates me? Honestly, at that age, I didn't know I didn't know much about Biafran war and all that, right? And one of the students, a Yoruba guy, said, it's because during the Biafran war, after the Biafran war, Nigerians hate your people. I said, how do you know? Honestly, I didn't know anything about Biafran war then. So he told me his parents told him. And literally, what these students were saying, my fellow children, kids, they were saying that their parents were teaching them to hate Igbos, literally teaching them not to associate with the Igbos, telling them lies. And I asked them, am I bad? They said no. You come to our house, are we bad? They said no. So you see, your parents are not telling you the truth, right? So the hatred emanated from our parents. Right after the war, they begin to teach their children how to hate others, how not to love others, and they tend to grow with it, and it's affecting them in every area. For example, Mr. Paul is talking about Igbos dominating the market. You don't see Hausa or Yoruba in that line of business. It's because those people that would have benefited or would have joined the business already have this perception that Igbos are bad. They don't want to associate with the Igbos because of the teaching, the indoctrination received from their parents. So if we begin to break free from that, we'll begin to know that the Igbos are lovable people, friendly people. We are everywhere. Mr. Son of Man, a son of God, stated something about if you are able to leave your comfort zone. After my youth service, I was going around writing exams everywhere, Shell, banks, and all that. At some point, I called myself, hey, you are not from the well-to-do family. Better help yourself. I had to borrow money. Let me even make my own life story here. I have to borrow money from my brother. I went to somewhere very close to Taraba State. That was my first time going there, but I know that place, they have like swampy areas where they cultivate rice, right? I went there, I bought gift items, I put money in an envelope. When they met these village chiefs, I gave them the money, gave them drink because those people, they like alcohol. I had to kill pig for them, right? It's a sort of a small party. And I begged for land to cultivate rice. That was when I get admission to go to Scotland for my master's in Scotland. And I was looking for money. I had to leave my comfort zone to go there. I was the only Igbo man there. I didn't see any Igbo man there. No life there. I have to drive from the city to that place each day. So the king, the village chief there, gave me that massive piece of land, and I put workers there, cultivated rice, and that was the beginning of me jabbering from Nigeria, right? So I had to do that to help myself. Some of my mates are still, not that I'm trying to mock them, or they don't want to stress their life, but I did that. I had an accident, very bad one, but I still recovered. But I made it, and it's by the special grace of God. So leave your comfort zone, meet others, try to know what is going on in the world, and stop complaining. Stop hating your fellow human being. Life doesn't work like that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scribe, you want to say something?
Yeah, I can have said mostly what I wanted to say. The only thing I just want to appeal to Mr. Paul. I know Mr. Paul is just throwing us a bait. I know he's a fellow comrade, so I don't think he's that. He's just trying to ginger us up. I think he knows more of this, and everything that Ekene said, I stand on it. And also Ekene, my roots, my ancestors moved to that same plateau state in a long time. We still some of my cousins, Dr. Damages, they don't want to come back. You understand what I'm saying? They have become Birom people. They have become Birom people because even the only thing their own father left them was a building. Face me, I face me, you building, and they trade, they do all what is it? They don't want to come back. You understand? So the thing is that you cannot speak of one Nigeria without Igbo people. You cannot speak of one Nigeria without the philosophy that was handed down to us by Nnamdi Azikiwe. And that philosophy was one of love, one of integration and everything. That is the core of the Igbo spirit. Now, sometimes people misunderstand us, and I've said this before on this show. We are egalitarian at our core. Plato said something about the thumos. It's called thumos is an unconscious will. And that is what guides many people. And that is what is the spiritual thing that binds ideology. And this thing is what, when you look at a Yoruba man and you look at an Igbo man and you look at all of them, you see that Yorubas are very socialist naturally. The North enjoy feudalism. Igbo people, go to history. The Nri Kingdom is all about egalitarianism. So sometimes I can appreciate that it confuses those outside this thing, how we can be very competitive amongst ourselves. Harvard still cannot understand how the Igbo apprenticeship system works, let alone the man on the street who kind of sees, who already has a thumos that is not the same as an Igbo man, and then you now see, when you see pure competition, you now interpret it, you can't match up. And I believe that's the summary of what my brothers have said here. And Mr. Paul, I love you so much. And I know you are just throwing us a bit. And I really enjoyed the electricity that is supplied.
All right.
God bless you.
Yeah. CM.
Okay.
Paul, I'll come back to you. Hold on, Paul. Let me hear from CM. CM, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. What I want to say here is that Paul can attest to this. If there is anybody here who loves Paul more than any other person, it is me. Paul can attest to it. But the thing is this, Paul, the Igbo apprenticeship system is changing. It is no longer the Igbo business you used to hear in the 80s. Do you know why? These days, it's difficult for an Igbo businessman to get an apprentice from Igbo land. It's becoming difficult because a lot of our people feel that because of this, what Mr. Scribe said, our egalitarian nature, everybody wants to go abroad and be there and be shipping content and coming. So to come and learn the business of 75 to 80, 85 to 90 is no longer there. Do you know what happened? Urobo people are in Inne, we do an apprenticeship. I want you to go and find this out. Urobo, go and recruit them. They tell them, we stay 5 years, we settle you. They are coming. Fayoshe of Ekiti State discovered it when he said he want to move some indigenes of Ekiti State to go to Aba and learn this apprenticeship. Ever since Harvard made it known. We Igbos are finding it difficult to get in. What we now resort to our ladies because there is no job. So when they graduate from university, you say, come and be my sales girl. Because you can't put an Igbo lady as an apprenticeship, say 5 years, because she can marry anytime. So that is now an employment, monthly pay, until when day he sees a man and marries, that's all. So what we now rely on is people are coming from across. I'm telling you, go to Nnewi, you'll be surprised. When I was there, one man was telling the boy, say, go and get this. I said, why are you speaking English? He said, it's not from our place. I said, but he said, it's my this. They say, where is he from? He said, it's from Cross River. To be honest with you, it has changed. It's now an industry. So what we are saying, maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, you may be surprised that one Yoruba man will set up business in some place. Say, I learned it in Nnewi, my master settled me. So that is it. And when you start, you've started. Because the business now Benin people now ship motor engine from Germany to
Exactly.
Benin. They are selling it today. I can tell you that.
Exactly.
Because Ndi Igbo, they now ship from maybe Germany to Tanzania to Uganda. So that Benin opening, Benin people are taking it over. So the business is, I mean, you can imagine, it's changing everything. So that thing you are having, probably if you go back and make inquiry, just go to Benin and ask. Some will tell you, I learned it from an Igbo man. We are in Germany, he taught me, and I'm shipping the way he's shipping. And they are now looking for apprentice to be in Benin, feeding him back, and they are bringing it in. So that's what I can say for that. As for love, count on me. There's nobody will hate you here as long as I'm here. What you are saying, I know you are saying it out of love, but don't worry. Rome was not built in a day. If not the civil war, Ndibo will not go massively into business. It's the civil war that set us back. Then we have to start by trading to be able to pick up. And that is the history of Ndibo. Thank you.
All right. Something made Dr. Dominic to wake up and join us today. So, Dominic, welcome to the show. It's been like 3 months.
I know. That's what happens when you're on night shift every time.
All right. So, I don't know if you have something to say, or should I get Paul to respond?
After much overtime.
I'm just gonna listen for a bit because I thought you guys were talking about Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah, but something happened during the rants, so we had to analyze it. All right, Paul, yeah.
Okay.
Let me do this. I wanted to, if not that, I think some people covered some things. I wanted to take myself out of the role I play and to respond to certain things. But I think some of the comments, maybe they covered it. But Paul, go ahead.
Can I say something before Paul responds?
Okay, man of, you didn't say anything, no? Okay, go ahead, man of prestige.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Take time. I was just going to make a reference to Paul. I say what he said was utterly nonsense, but I'm glad he brought the subject. It's very interesting. It's not anything against Paul. When I made that statement, it's about the statement. But he brings very interesting statement, and we all analyze it. See where we have come to a conclusion, which is very good. But Rudolph, one more thing I would like you to do. I mean, just a suggestion. Maybe one day you will bring a topic about uncomfortable conversation. We all here can have what we call uncomfortable conversation when it comes to Nigerian space. I mean, you bring different tribe, okay? I even like to have an house of Fulani man here. So we have what we call an uncomfortable conversation. That would be very good. That's my suggestion.
Okay, that's a good idea. And I see the rant is one of those things that could lead to uncomfortable conversations, and that's what happened today. And okay, Paul, go ahead. I'm actually, let me say this before Paul. I am disappointed that apart from CM, who actually tried to talk about the apprentice system, how it works, because what was needed in this case was to explain how it works. I mean, so even Igbo people, some of them don't understand what's going on, how it works. I will give you an example. I grew up in the East, but I left at 15 to go to the university. Whenever I come home to Onitsha, it scares me. I couldn't survive that place. I just didn't understand how people live in that place. It was crazy. I've never slept a day. Once in my life that I slept in Onitsha. I can't survive a bar, but that's about orientation. If you don't understand it, you don't understand it. Yeah, of course. I don't understand it. It's beyond me, but so I understand why somebody from outside may not. But I've studied some of these things, and I can give you I can actually talk about what practically is going on from my own study. Not that physically I understand it from being. Okay,
let me digress a bit. Rudolph, I grew up in Onitsha. Don't disrespect Onitsha.
I've never once in my life. It's a crazy place. So I don't believe people. Anyway, let me not say it. Paul, go ahead.
So okay, yeah, I know what I said. I know they're going to come for me so hard, but I don't know if I will ask this question. I don't know among any one of you that were born or raised in Lagos in your teenage age before you left. I don't know, but I was born, raised in Lagos. So, God, network is a little bit bad. I'm hearing myself.
No, it's not you. Somebody probably turned on their system. Go ahead, Mr. Scribe. I think it's you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Paul.
So, I was born, raised in Lagos, and so I understand how Lagos grow. Idumota market are the Igbo people trade for a very long time before they moved them to trade fair. Started with Yoruba, the Igbo came and they're welcome. And they contribute their part. So it was affecting other businesses, it was affecting everything. Then the government moved them to trade fair. From trade fair, they find a way a little bit inside again. I remember Tinubu a little bit frustrated them. That's where the word called autopath came in. So they went inside further, you know. So I can talk markets like Orile. In Orile, we have two types of markets. We have where they sell building materials, you know, and when you go further, they have where they sell spare parts for heavy duties, like trucks and the like, the big DAF engines and every other thing. These are the Yoruba people. They are predominantly, because some of us don't really know, Yoruba people sell a lot of spare parts. The Kwara people, they call them, it means of Yoruba, they are the Igbos. When it comes to spare parts, they sell everything like the Igbo people do. But what am I saying? I'm saying this is, I want you to do your research and you just to attack me. Where Yoruba people sell their market, Igbo people come, learn what.
I didn't know that Arizona has. I thought it's.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah. So you see where the Igbo people sell, the Yoruba people sell market. The Igbo people will come, they rent stores, they do trade there. Now I'm talking about Orile. I'm talking now trade fair, Alaba International. Alaba International, the Yoruba people also do business there. Not so much, because the Igbo people own that place completely. So what I'm saying is that where Igbo people own business, you see Yoruba people do trade with them. They try to say, okay, slowly, they learn this market. They can never get in. To rent a store, to do anything, they can never get in. But everywhere a Yoruba man have business, if the Igbo people are coming in, they always come in. I'm talking about Westminster. I live in the state, I sell cars, I sell spare parts, like somebody talk about Benin. I sell spare parts, I do engines. Why I'm not here last week, I sell almost 60 engines plus 2 cars. I do that. So the Westminster is a big market in Lagos, in Trinity there. Trinity is another place where they sell spare parts in Lagos there. It is Urobo market owned by Hebrew. The Igbo people come, they are welcome, they are doing business there, they dominate, because it pays you this travel thing, it pays you to rent your store or sell your stuff for somebody for 2 million naira and take your money and japa. This is how the Igbo people entered people and they are welcome. But all I'm saying is that when we do our research, you may not see it because you are not the one suffering for it. Every house is the Igbo man own in Lagos. You can never see a Yoruba man tenant. You can never see another tribe. As the way the Anambras and Enugu will fight themselves, the way Abia man will go against the man from Ebonyi, say this one Hausa, they can still accommodate them when the chips are down compared to outsider. You may not see it, you understand? You're just doing your thing. But the man who is oppressed is the one that is counting all those things. So this is what I'm telling you. So when it comes to that, that's why I use the word the Mexicans. You understand? They feel cheated, they feel everything, but everywhere they do business, you don't see black man or white man or Arab work with them. They do their thing themselves. You understand? But they cry when other people do the same thing to them. That's exactly what I'm saying. And you take it or you leave it. That's why I said this. I'll also go. The Yoruba people drive trucks. They drive heavy duty. They drive. Delta people and Edo people also drive a lot. You see Igbo man drive in God is Good, in Agofure, in Osarieme Motors. You see Igbo man driver there. You will not see an Urobo man, a Yoruba man drive for Izuchuku, drive for Young Shagro. You understand? Drive for this. These are the things I'm saying. So you hate me for all you care. But when you hate me finish, you are more than welcome. But please go back, close your door, and go find out this thing that I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Paul,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, please. I skipped one part. One part that I said I skipped that Ekene talked about. I give it to the Igbos 100%, because the Igbo man, I have 2 Igbo tenants in my father's house today. In my village, the Igbo man will come, you understand, they will strive and they will bring business. At the end of the day, I give it to them. But I'm telling you that when Igbo people successfully own business, they hardly bring outsider to them. They know how to do business. Like you said, Ekene, you can travel down there and you can start business. I'm not ruling that part. What I'm saying is that when you successfully own this business, you understand, how many times do you bring an outsider to come join you?
Okay. I just want to respond, especially
No,
as
no,
a
no,
Lagos,
no,
as
no,
a Lagos
no,
born.
just a few
No,
seconds.
he touched my constituency.
I will be happy to speak.
He
He
mentioned
mentioned my name, so
I know, I know.
let me just chip in a little
He
bit.
mentioned my name too. Dr. Dominic, you are next.
Now I understand what the wahala is. Okay, I think I joined at the right time. First of all, Paul, you have no empirical evidence to support what you're saying. But let me assume that what you're saying is true. One thing I've noticed growing up as an Igbo man is that most times an Igbo man to not look like he's being partial or she's being partial in Nigeria, there's always this sense of, let me make sure everyone else is included. So no one would find something to blame me on. This is something I've seen with my parents, something I've seen with people around me. The Igbo man, even here in the US, the Igbo man will always try to make sure that everyone else is included so that nobody will blame him and say that they are doing tribalism. I've always seen that everywhere. So I don't know where you get your story from. The third thing I want to say is, no matter how tough a business environment is, if there is money there, no matter how menial the job is, even like the Mexican would do, an Igbo man will find a way to make money there. If there is money, they would go there. So most times what I see that you may not see is that the places that other ethnic groups may not find profitable or do not find that it makes sense to bother wasting resources on, the Igbo man will go there. And so if they end up being the people that dominate there, it may seem as if they're being tribalistic or they're being ethnistic, right? It's only when they start making money and things become successful that you see other ethnic groups try to become part of it. So I don't know where you got your evidence from. And if you've not lived in an Igbo environment or interacted with Igbos deeply, you always have that sense of you're being excluded. One last thing I want to say is, my folks used to live in the UK, so I have some stories of them living there, and also I've lived there for a bit. And the one thing I've noticed for one particular ethnicity there is the Indians, right? There's what the Indians do. So when an Indian person, a family moves to the UK, they will live there, they will make money. You know, next thing they will do, they will invite another family. The second family will come and live with them, right? When someone lives with them, they make more money. Once they make enough money, they'll buy a house for the second family. The second family will start their own thing. So you may end up having 4, 5, 6 families over a certain amount of time. They all set themselves up because they have.
Dominic, let me give you an example. East Ham, just once you come out of East Ham station, the whole place. This is how East Ham got. This, what he said, is a live example. East Ham. Once you're on the district line, you stop at East Ham station. This is what you will see.
But Mr. Scribe, what is interesting is this: will I go and blame the Indians and say that
absolutely not?
They are dominating places. No, they are wise. So you have 5 families living in one small building. Yes, you are calling them fools because they are all cramped in one place. Give it a few years, they make enough money. The first family moves out, buys a house. They make more money. They have patience, right? Little by little, they start to encroach everywhere. So when you are an outsider, you don't know what is the mechanism that is going on. It always seems as if they're dominating everything. They are not dominating everything. They are simply helping each other out. So you should try to maybe when you live with Igbos long enough and you understand our philosophy of life, maybe that will start to make sense. The Igbos are very egalitarian in what I've seen growing up with them. And I'm not saying it's because I'm Igbo man. This is what I've experienced living my life here in the US and also growing up in Onitsha.
All right.
So let me answer Mr. Paul a little bit.
Okay.
I think on this issue of Igbo trying to dominate or not dominate, we are trying to treat it superficially, and this is why I say that when it comes to these apprenticeship or whatever we call it.
To me, not dominate. I call accommodating. I didn't call dominate. I said accommodating.
Okay. So, let me use accommodating, right? I think it started far back, just soon after the war, right? That the Igbos were rendered perpetually, I wouldn't want to say useless, right? Where a family, okay, an individual owing a bank account, or having an account with a bank is being given £20 to start life afresh. So we were rendered in such a
20 Nigerian pounds.
Thank you. We were rendered wretched, and this is what happened then. If you are in a family and you think you are doing well in your new line of business, you want to help your younger ones, you want to help your siblings. So you come to the village and say, okay, I think this guy is smart, I think this one can do it. You pick one or two from your immediate family. Maybe even if it's not nuclear family, maybe from the extended family or from the clan, you try to pick one or two boys there to train them in your line of business. And it has something to do with tradition as well, because there will be a traditional agreement. There will be cola, there will be alcohol, and you make an agreement 6 or 7 years of servitude before you now try to establish them to be on their own. Now this is it. So if that's keep going on and it keep expanding, and that is why when you now see it as if, oh, Igbos are, as you say, not accommodating, but I don't want to use that not accommodating, because something must be peculiar to the other. When it comes to, let's say, cow business, right? It's peculiar to Igbos. Before now, 2-3 decades ago, it was dominated by the Fulanis doing cow business. Hausas, you find Hausas in onion business. You find Yorubas in stock market, banking business, right? You found Igbos in the trading. So something must be peculiar to the other. And so not that we are not, I don't want to use that accommodation, because as far as I know, Igbos are the most accommodating people in Nigeria. The least tribalized people or tribalistic people in Nigeria are Igbos. So I want you, Mr. Paul, I know you did your research, as you said, but I want you to go back and check why this thing it seems to you to be like that. It is not that we are not accommodating. We are just people that are, I don't want to say focused. Everybody is focused. We know what we're doing, but we don't want to be drawn, pushed back, because we've suffered. We don't want to go back to where we were soon after the war. We want to make changes. We want to have something different from what we met on ground, right? So, as like for example, I have younger ones, right? As they're growing, I don't just send them to school. I try to let them know a little about business, and I think it's what most Igbo people do. We try to teach them 1 or 2 businesses, because you don't just rely on going to work, having your paycheck, coming back. You must have 1 or 2 things. Like you said, you are doing engine business as well. And I know maybe you have other work, other kind of a source of income, right? So
I'm an aviator. I work in the airline.
Thank you. So let's not try to say it as if Igbos don't give other chance. We do. Like I said, started here minutes ago. My dad trained Hausa people in his line of business, and they're doing well, right?
All right.
Also, his boss trained Hausa people too. So I don't know where that's not having accommodation is coming from. So please, Mr.
Rudolph,
Boss, change it.
Let me throw out a question, Rudolph. Let me throw out a question to Paul and everyone else. Why should there be an expectation that it is the Igbo who should be accommodating? Why shouldn't it be the other ethnic groups who should work their way into cordial relations with the Igbos and try to become part of the business? Just like someone mentioned, other tribes people are now becoming involved in the boy business, because some of the Igbos are not available anymore to do the boy business. Are we
Dr. Dominic, that's my exact point. That's why I said, for example, when you go to my tool now,
you contradicted yourself.
So, Dr. Dominic, so that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, for example, when you go to my tool, you see God is good, owned by an Urobo people, you see Igbo drivers. So which means the Urobo, I will pride myself now that we are accommodating. You go Osarieme, you go other transport that is going to Edo State, Benin, you see Igbo drivers there. But when I find myself in the young, Izuchuku, the young Shagro and the likes, I don't see another tribe. That is one.
But it is
Listen,
a
they are not
perception.
so
applying.
this
They are not
But it
applying.
is only a
People are
perception.
not that they are not applying.
yeah,
Paul,
so that's one. Then another
Maybe
thing. Look,
maybe they're
I am.
intimidated. They don't want to. They don't want to go to Onitsha and apply to to drive for young.
But
why an Igbo man who lives in probably in Asaba or whatever in Uroboland, who lives there already, is readily available to apply. But because you don't have Urobo people living in Onitsha, they can't apply. Have you thought about that?
Okija, I'll tell you another one again. Okija, in Lagos, people rent house for status thing, like the way we buy cars, we drive cars in Nigeria. We drive it for status thing. We don't drive it for more of necessity, like we drive cars in the West. Now, they are building houses. Everybody see this house is nice. You see girlfriend or wife will disturb the husband, go and rent house here. An Igbo man will build this house. At the end of the day, you see the house. It's only Igbo people that is living there. No other tribe.
No. Listen,
I am telling you.
Paul,
any person who is renting a house, first of all, he has to consider who will pay the rent. Who will pay the rent? So if a Yoruba man comes to the house and he has income, and the Igbo man knows that he has income, he can pay the rent. Igbo man will rent the house to him.
We don't see none. We hardly see. I am telling you. So you may not see it. You may not see it because you are not the one crying. The person that is crying is the one that is saying it. It's just like the way you feel, the way the Igbo man feel rejected. What do you see? You do. You cry. You talk.
Mr. Paul, you can cry.
You may not see it.
Okay, you can cry as much as you want to cry. That doesn't mean that your cry is justifiable. You have reasons for crying. Not every cry will be sympathetic to.
To give everyone an assignment. They should all go and watch Chimamanda's TED Talk, The Danger of a Single Story. Paul, it is a perception. You have no evidence to state that if you only see Igbos in this particular area, that means they excluded everyone else. It is only a perception.
All right. It's not a perception. I live in Lagos where Igbo people build houses.
No, Mr. Paul.
It's not a perception.
Mr. Paul, I align with Dominic, and Dominic is correct. You cannot
Okay.
use.
You have a right.
Hold on, guys.
You have a right.
Dr. Damage, because
No. We have to stop. We have to stop. It's not going well.
I grew up in Lagos, and my family have houses in Lagos. I have houses in Lagos. I don't know who lives in them. I just collect my money. My family collects their money. I don't know who lives in my house. They pay me rent. I don't know whether they're Yoruba. I don't know whether they're Igbo. All I know, they pay my rent. My family have houses. They pay their rent. I don't care who lives there. So this thing you're saying is just wrong.
Okay, hold on, guys. So
as an Igbo,
but you don't know. But I know.
As an Igbo, please, as an Igbo that I am, I've discovered a business opportunity from what Paul is saying. Paul, I will tell my uncle, who has a transport business, that let him go and recruit some Urobo people so that they will be driving from maybe Lagos to Urobo villages because of those people, because they know the route. After all, what Igbo man wants is money. If there should be Lagos to Ueli, to Agbaroto, no, I've learned it from you now. So there are people, I will tell the man, put some route, change some from Lagos to Agbaroto or Ueli or maybe Patani, all those things. Igbos will be driving it, but let people not come back. I mean, Igbo transport maybe Izuchukwu or so, but let people not come back and say Igbo man want to dominate this area again, because Igbo man knows where money is. He will go there.
Okay, hold on.
Another thing Paul does not want to acknowledge is that what it means to be a Nigerian is not yet defined. And it is within this context that what you are saying is even getting a little bit of life. Because what it means to be a Nigerian is not yet defined. Can you imagine that a Sadana of Sokoto in the 60s, irrespective that Igbo people were very responsible for even the brilliant garments that he was wearing on that day? Because I do have relatives who were friends with him. And I was in a discussion and they were saying even when he did that, all of them were shocked. And they were saying, look, even Bunisi, no anyone earlier. So, and see, it's because the Nigerians' definition of a Nigerian has not been defined, and that is what is giving life to what you are saying. What you are saying is, it's not, I'm not saying, and I agree, and I respect the fact that you are saying it, and I think this is the kind of discussions we should continue to encourage and have, so that we can start to dispel that narrative. I don't see what Mr. Paul doing as wrong. I think we should encourage it, We should allow this thing to continue and let us start now. It's upon us. The onus is upon us to begin to understand and start. And the aim should be the definition of what it is to be a Nigerian, and that is what will dispel it. That's the only solution.
All right.
Yeah, so just like I said, some of us who build houses among you from the east that build houses in Lagos, put a call through. If you don't know, start asking, hey, all my tenants, where they come from? Start asking. You understand? Because if you don't feel it, you don't feel it. Like the funny old parable that they say, the person will shit for church. No, now the person will pack and nearly forget. Say, who be this person who will come shit for church
Let me
or for place?
correct.
That's how it is.
Yeah, let me correct Mr. Paul a little bit, right? Sometimes last year, right? I asked that. Sorry, Mr. Damages. Just a little stop.
20 seconds.
Sometimes last year, yeah. Sometimes last year, I asked my brother-in-law to look for 2 rooms for me somewhere in Lagos, right? And this is what he told me. The first one he found was owned by a Yoruba man. The Yoruba landlord told him categorically clear that he's not going to rent to Omo Igbo.
Yep.
What do you have to say about that?
In Lagos.
The third one, nice one that he got again, owned by a Yoruba lady. She told him she no rent to Igbo man.
Yeah, I will tell you that. I will explain that to you.
Hold on,
I will explain that because I
hold
live
on.
in Lagos.
So if you are talking about, honestly, if I have a business, I want my business to flourish. I wouldn't just be renting out my house to you, knowing that you'll not be able to pay my rent, and at the end of the day, I will be going into loss. You are in America, and I know before you bought your house in this country, you go through rental, right? So when you want to rent a house here, you have to show that you are capable of paying the rent. That is the first thing they will look out for. When I came here as an international student, I had no job. The only job that I had was teaching assistant job that I only have 20 hours per week. And that will not be able to pay my rent or even feed me, right? So I had to go out to look for a job under the table, right? So I was doing that job, but it wasn't illegal, right? It wasn't legal, I mean. Now, I went out to rent a house. And this is what they told me. I had no job, so they will not be able to rent the house for me. To me, I told them I can pay 6 months in advance. They say, really? I say, yes. I had to pay 6 months in advance before they were able to rent that house to me. And then subsequently, after the 6 months, I now continue to pay monthly. Right. So if you have a business, you don't go by, I want to make sure I accommodate a Yoruba man. I want to make sure I accommodate Hausa man, and you run your business down. Right. If you are able to pay my rent, if you show me that you are able to pay my rent, I will rent my house to you.
Yeah,
I don't just walk out from nowhere. I will rent my house to you.
Wait, everybody, wait. Mute yourself. IK, go ahead.
Observation.
Mr. Paul, thank you. Thanks for having me. This is Ike from Savannah, Georgia. So I don't see why we should be emotional about this, about what Mr. Paul is saying, right? I mean, if you can't argue this with him or with anybody who feels that way, because you can argue this for the whole year, right? And you won't change his mind, and he will not change yours. So everybody will end up, being angry, and you end up in an unnecessary disagreement. Now, I've been a landlord in Lagos for like 12 to 15 years now, right? I've had Yoruba tenants. I've had tenants from everywhere. The only tenant I've not had is actually a Fulani tenant, right? I've had Yoruba. And all of the tenants are as good as their attitude, their individual attitude. It's not about their culture. It's not about where they're from. It is who they are, right? The tenants I've had are usually older than myself and my wife. I have, because when we started being landlords in our late 30s, right? Most of our tenants who could pay rent in the place where we had the house, where we have the houses in Bagada. Then it was 1 million naira a year, about 12, 15 years ago, right? There were people in their 50s. So I had a tenant a Chinese guy who was learning how to drive, drove into the gate. They have a separate gate. And he was angry with the Chinese people who, one of them was learning. So he was speaking with them. He was mad. I came out to know what the commotion was all about. I tried to talk to my own tenant, right? To say, okay, my brother, it's okay, it's fine. We'll deal with it. He refused. He shut me up. He had disagreement with the landlord in the other house. He was pursuing the disagreement with them as if the house belonged to him. He would not let me speak, right? But this is actually a Yoruba person, and the perception Yoruba people have is that Igbo people are disrespectful. And they will disrespect you. If you talk, they will fight you, right? I never fought him for one day. He left, and eventually, when he left the house, if I call him, like, the guy will lash me. And I have a cousin, my first cousin in Port Harcourt. I went with him. Both of us went to rent a place where he wanted to live in Port Harcourt. And we met a Yoruba landlord who was a pastor in Redeem. The Yoruba landlord said to us, to our faces, my cousin and I, that he does not rent to Igbo people in Port Harcourt. And my cousin's mom is married to an Ikwere person. So he's Ikwere, but a Yoruba person said he will not rent to Igbo. So finally, it's not about there's a lot of misunderstanding, right, between Igbos, Yorubas, and the only way you can bridge that gap is to have discussions, have open discussions. Paul, please drop your stereotypes. This is not Igbo, this is not Yoruba. It's about individual attitudes. Thank you.
Okay, you're right about that to some extent. I quite agree with you. But what I'm saying, I'll use my word again. I know I've been using this word for so many times. I grew up in Lagos. Precisely at a time I moved to another place. I grew up a little bit Igbo dominated area. So when you talk about Yoruba not giving house, remember Igbo in Lagos. You understand? In terms of landlord, they are minority. They are growing. In terms of other minority, Igbo is majority. In terms of minority investing in properties in Lagos, Igbo is majority. In terms of Yoruba land, Igbo are minority in terms of landlord. So Yoruba rent more properties to Igbo, and Igbo do well. Sometimes they vet different type of Igbos they give house. You see, they come Igbo, Omo Igbo near, okay. Here you go school, yes. You they work for office, yes. They will give them house. Oftentimes you see all this type of funny thing that the one that do business will pay 3 years, pay agreement and agent fee, not pay rent, say carry me go court, 4 years, 5 years, down the line, they refuse to pay. So this is the narrative that they have. Then some also have this same narrative that, okay, why they themselves are growing up, like the young ones like us, we are growing up, started having money, started putting property, or has started working, making money. Somebody like me, I was working in the airline, making money. I want to go rent this nice house, owned by an Igbo man. Immediately they vet me that I'm not an Igbo. They didn't give me house. Now, when I started making my own money, also now have that same property to another Igbo person is coming. I don't want to give him, which is completely wrong. You understand? So it comes from different places. But what I'm saying is that of the majority, like I said, in that minority group, it comes with them more. You understand? For not accommodating other tribe to come get something with them. That's why I say in two ways, when you come to business, if you are doing business with me, I'm doing business with you. It's business. But if I want something from you, but you cannot bring me in, but you can bring your brother in, you understand? I feel left behind and I will whine. I will complain. That's exactly what I'm doing.
Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, can you hear me? When I came to this country,
loud and clear,
I'll make an example with myself.
And I still do business with Igbo every day.
I met a lot of
all my
Igbo
car
students.
Business, all my agent.
I met a lot of Igbo students.
Okay.
I met a lot of Yoruba students. And it was the only Edo State guy that I met on campus that showed me what to do to earn money. Immediately, he called me, brother, come. This is what we do. Edo boy. My fellow Igbo student didn't do that. Yoruba did do that. Edo guy did that. Right? I still talk about him till tomorrow. Now, I like the way you stated that if a Yoruba man own a house and Igbo person came, to get the house, and the Yoruba man asks, what do you do? You say, I'm a civil servant, I have a job, they will give the person the house, right? Why can't you distribute that to, evenly? That Igbos as well might be doing the same, right? They can just rent house to anybody that come. They will make sure that you are the type that won't give them trouble. You just distribute it across. The same thing that Yoruba people are doing, Igbos may as well be doing the same. So I don't want you to paint the Igbos as not accommodating, like you rightly say. Please, I still want you to correct that impression. It's not good. And I don't think it to sell.
All right.
It's not good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, Paul. Hold on. Everybody,
Sir?
hold on. I've been, Dr. Dominic, you're the only one who has the right to the back room of this studio. You muted me, and I've been talking. Nobody could hear me. I've been trying to have this conversation, and I didn't know what happened.
Doctor, you see what you are talking? Doctor
This
Dominic,
one,
that don't treat you like Igbo, like Yoruba.
manager, they sack
I was surprised.
director.
I've been trying to talk. Nobody could hear me.
Ordinary manager, they sack director.
All right. So what we're going to do, we are going to stop this conversation here today. Not because it's not interesting, not because I don't want it, but I think we have to make it a subject of our conversation one other day.
Okay, doctor. So for that reason, since me that I started it, from what Ekede said, I beat my hand on my chest. I will take it back because I wouldn't have survived on my side gig that I make more money than even working in the airline. Because all the engine, now people man they receive up. And then they go Nigeria. All the motor, now people man they receive up.
I told you
And then
people,
they go
he threw
Nigeria.
us a bait. This thing was a bait.
God bless you.
I don't think
God bless
Paul,
you, man.
I never evaluate Paul as that kind of person. I always saw this thing as a bait. And I thank you, Paul, for
I almost cried last week that I couldn't come in. But I did junkie at the load container. It might be too much.
All right, guys. So thank you, Paul. Thank you so much.
And teachers on the tertiary institutions, polytechnics, were on strike. These strikes were at least for a whole academic year. I think a serious government, if they have 7 billion naira to throw about, will go and negotiate with ASUU, and then the teachers organization or teachers unions of the tertiary institutions from polytechnics downwards, so that our children should remain in school. Even complement equipment, and other social facilities, for educational institutions.
All right, that was Buhari before he became president, talking about ASUU and the strike. It wouldn't happen that any serious government would have negotiated with them. So 8 months after, ASUU went back to work, or they are going back, I think. They called off the strike. What is your take? Start from...
Are you going by what Buhari says? Buhari opens his mouth.
No, not from Buhari. No, I just want to talk about the strike itself and what did they achieve. Because from all that I've read, I mean, go ahead, Nick, start.
It is a sad, it is a sad reality to still see all these strike. See, I was in UNN in 2008 when they were striking. I left Niger, came here, studied. How many years now? And we're still back to the same cycle of strike, on and on and on. I actually have no issues with striking. I think at some point, you have to hold the Nigerian government's leg to fire. I'm sad about what's happening because it's months and months of wasted, time from, the future of Nigeria. I'm also sad because whenever you have strike, young people will always dabble in very unsafe activities, and people are going to die. We've lost many young souls because they were on strike. But I still stand behind ASUU for doing this strike. And my understanding from listening to the news yesterday is that it was based on some technicality. The court had ruled that ASUU has to go back to school first. So, but I think at the end of the day, they should hold the government's leg to fire and make sure this is trashed out. This has dragged on for too long. Imagine since 2008. How many years now? 14. It's ridiculous.
All right, Son of God.
Yeah, I think it's a welcome development anyway, and I think it was better ASUU kind of waited this out. They had to wait, because I mean, how can you reach agreement with the government since 2009 and they refused to implement it? They had to just wait this out and make sure that they actually got. I think they eventually decided to pay like a large percentage of what they owe them. So I think it's unfortunate that the government will cry that they have no money, but the amount of money that they've been stealing. I mean, just in the past, if you look at the amount of money they've stolen in the last just this year, would have been enough to pay what ASUU wanted 10 times over. Just the amount of money they've stolen this year probably paid ASUU the amount they wanted about 10 times over. So I think that's the best way. That's how they had to get this. I'm just hoping that this is the end of it. They actually agree and pay up what they owe them, and so this doesn't continue to happen, because these people are just the heartless people.
Sim, from what I've seen, it looks like the agreement didn't even guarantee that a professor in Nigeria will make $1,000 at the end of the month.
I think if it's really difficult to say what this strike has achieved, but I can point us in this direction. If not for this strike, this oil theft wouldn't have been topical the way it is now, because ever since Peter Obi used it to make a point at I think that was MBA conference, in which he said that the amount of crude oil stolen in July is enough to settle ASUU. So that is when people realize that yes, that
All right, I think CM has some
I
domestic
think
things
it has an accident.
domestic things to take care of. Mr. Scribe, go ahead.
It's sad. This is such a heavy. It's a heavy thing that the time lost in these 8 months. How are you going to give it back to the people who have lost it? It's so sad. ASUU, I would say honestly, I think. I don't know if it's wrong to say this, but I think they should have sort of like gone back maybe 4 months ago.
Hold on.
If you're not speaking, can you please mute yourself? Yeah, people I can't mute.
Okay, so like I was saying, I don't really see much what that they've achieved. I don't really see much that they have achieved from that angle, and I see more like they've actually the people who have been affected by this. Talking to some people in Nigeria who my nephews, my nieces who were affected by this. It's just always about, oh, when are you gonna help us to get out of this country? It's always hard for you to be able to frame their mind properly to objective things, because they've lost hope, literally. So it's something I don't know. It's kind of two ways. I cannot speak for ASUU or for this. I just see so much of the negativity, and it's mentally very draining. And I just feel like if there was another way they could have done it, they should have explored that path, or sue the government, take them to court, sue the government, take them to court while the universities are still there, because I see this, it's really impacting. This is one of the reasons why the NSAS movement, in my humble opinion, was not effective, because the education is not there for people to kind of, engage in useful debates that would help penetrative results come out, and that's my angle of it, and it's very sad, very, very sad.
All right. I really would want we want to get some of the people who are our friends who are in the comment section to join this conversation. So when you compare what professors are paid in Nigeria to what they make outside of the country, it becomes interesting. You find yourself questioning, why are they still there? If they could make 3 times, 4 times what they make in Nigeria when they step outside. Ekene?
Obi, don't come. Can I unmute yourself?
Sorry. I think ASUU's decision to call off the strike is commendable in a way. But when it comes to the Nigerian government, I don't want to blame Buhari alone. I think this started way before Buhari's administration, the agreement they made. But the inability of the government to respect the agreement is what troubles me. I don't see why a tertiary institution professor will be earning less than $1,000 a month. And you could see on social media where students are making jest of or mockery of those lecturers. You see where a student will park his Mercedes and the lecturer parks his their ASUU or Fiat. They will be comparing the lecturer's car to a student's car. The academic staff are suffering. They are not earning much. Or you see an illiterate like Dino Melaye having a fleet of cars in his garage. And I begin to wonder what qualifies this guy to having this amount of wealth. What is his business? What is his company? He doesn't have any. So he's stealing from the country, right? You have a buffoon like Buhari having 10 jets on, from private jets or presidential jet or whatever they call it for a one. See, I'm angry, but the ASUU staff, I like what they're doing. And to even make it worse, these people they didn't even pay school fees, right? They benefited from Nigeria, unlike our generation that we have to pay everything out of pocket. They benefited free of charge, and they don't want to help the younger ones come up because they have no interest in our education. After all, their children are abroad, graduating every term or every semester. Just to rub it on our face, this lady, the lady in the other room, recently her daughter-in-law or son-in-law graduated from one university, and she rubbed it on us. Our children are doing well. You guys are staying at home. So this is what is going on. Like, so I just hope that there will be a sort of autonomy for the Nigerian universities. Let them be on their own. Let them be able to manage or run the affairs of the institution. Leaving it in the hands of the politician is not going to lead us anywhere. The same story. You watch out and see the same story. They will still be going on strike as so long this the affairs of the tertiary institution is in the hands of these clueless politicians. They will be going on strike all the time, all the time.
All right, Jacob.
They don't respect education at all.
You are in Nigeria.
Yeah. Don't forget to highlight that this ASUU strike, as long as it's been going on in previous years, has not always been about paying the staff well. It is also about improving the universities and funding them well. So let us not forget that.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. Jacob, you are in Nigeria. Can you tell us your view from that part of the world? Jacob, are you there? I like when someone is frozen. You're talking to the person. All right, Jacob is frozen. Paul, unmute yourself, please.
Okay, sorry, I'm juggling two things. For the first time, we have rain in Arizona, so I'm just enjoying it. That's why I stay outside.
Are you collecting the water falling? Are you the raindrops? What are you doing with the rain?
Doctor, I just enjoy the nice day. Say winter never starts here now. We see,
Okay.
yeah. So the ASUU thing is very, very crazy since 2009. Like Dr. Dominic would say, this is all about infrastructure. You understand? Innovation for our Nigerian universities. You understand? This is what they are asking for. It's not even about those money. I know we might say $1,000. Sometimes this politician also say it another way, where they'll say, leave the professor, let him come to America. If you don't get paper, he will go clean Oyibo Manyash. So they know all those things, and they use it against them. Instead to think positively that some can still leave because they know what they're doing. But they policy things first from the negative aspect, and it can be very, very wrong. So ASUU on their own, them going back to this thing because they want to keep the judiciary. This is the law. The court said they should go back. That's why they are going back. I don't think they are happy going back. Then from the part of politicians, they just felt that maybe some of these kids also register here. By the time they go back to school, they create all type of panic, bandits, Fulani will kidnap you. They will not come back to come vote. So they know what they are doing. So it's everything is just being calculated in a political way, more negative connotation to it. It's not about the well-being of these kids that are schooling. I don't see it there. Like I said, some of us, we are doing well today. We pass through those institutions. And my daughter is about to go to college. If our school is doing well, why would I be over stressing my kids to look for scholarship because I don't have money to pay high tuition fee in America? I will just send that child back to Nigeria. They will enjoy their grandparents and at the same time get good education. But I know it's not going to be possible because there's nothing there for them to learn. So let them just try and make these things work very well. But I don't see anything from this government. Anyway, let's hope for the next government.
All right. Did we skip anybody? Dominic, you're confusing me now. I don't know.
Wait. We CEO was talking and didn't finish what he was saying. Okeja and Son of God still have to speak.
Okay. Okay.
CM, you can finish your point.
I didn't finish. Okay, yeah. The point I was making was, if anything, this strike, this ASUU strike anyway, has brought up one issue, which is oil theft. Because I say so because ever since Peter Obi used ASUU strike to illustrate the amount of oil being stolen every month every day from Nigeria and what the money should have been used for, the issue of ASUU strike becomes topical. And then in sympathy to ASUU, they can now see why when they are asking for 1.1 trillion or 1.2 trillion, why the amount of crude oil stolen in a month is beyond for the month of July or August is beyond 1.3 trillion. So I wouldn't say that ASUU strike is entirely meaningless because I look at it from the perspective of employer-employee relationship. You signed a contract with your employees, federal government now, and you agreed under Jonathan in those days, 2009. They said government is a continuing. Jonathan has been paying it and all those things. Why is it now that Buhari refused to honor the agreement? And if you look into one of the things that ASUU is saying, there's something that made me feel ashamed. Imagine a chemistry department running a full chemistry department using a stove, kerosene stove, in place of Bunsen burner. How do you explain that? When ASUU is saying, because this money they're asking is not really salary for them or whatever, it just upgrade the university to replenish the infrastructures they have. Maybe repaint the university, redo the hostels. You need to go to Nigeria university's hostel. It's like another barracks. A placement for 4 students originally, maybe like Unilag, maybe 1962. It's now inhabited by 20 with sport. It's so unkempt. People sleeping on the floor everywhere. So these are one of the things.
Horrible.
Exactly. these are one of the things. I think I remember one picture they showed that time of UNN. Because Obi Kubana studied at UNN, people were showing him, say, if you can do this for them, think he went there to renovate a whole hostel of about 3 floors or so. So what ASUU is really asking for, we know is justified. Only people that might feel that they are doing it for themselves. But then, what I would like government to do is that this time, when you give the money, you have like a monitoring commission, or these things, they don't even give them this money. You commission it. If they have a problem, let them come to you. Set a fund aside. You want to renovate ABU, Zaria, or UNN. You government will do it. The vice chancellor will never see the check. Just come in from Ministry of Works, do what they want to do. If they don't have Bunsen burner, set it up for them. But by every means, don't give them the money to spend because they may not use it for that. At least what they want is for the facility to be, revamped or refurbished. Then you do it. But by every means, they should be attended to. Even if look at the amount of money wasted or stolen. So all this, their strike is not entirely meaningless. But in a way now, the students have been punished. But Nigeria being what it is, how are we gonna get back to it? I hope this will be the last strike in the history of that country, so that let's use these 8 months as a sacrifice that things going forward, the students can never be at home for more than a day because of strike, if I thought it will be. That's my contribution.
Yeah, Okija, hold on before you go ahead. I want you to think about this. Instead of just talking about this on a smaller scale, let's look at the big picture. What model are we using? Are we using the American system or the British system? Are we using that of some European countries where education is free? Because essentially what we're talking about now for federal universities is that we want to give education to our people free. The question is, can we afford it the way other people are? And when we say we want, we expect the universities to be of high standard, international standard. Can the university be of international standard when everything else is of low standard in Nigeria? How do you pay for it? You can see that the private universities are doing well. The standard is higher than the public ones, but people are paying for it. We don't want our people to pay. If they want to impose a fee, people will protest. What are we going to do? We have to think about this beyond just, because otherwise it's going to happen again. If there's no money, I talked to a professor at UNN, and she said there is no way, if people are paying 50,000 for accommodation, there's no way the hall will not look the same way it looks. You have to pay real money to upgrade things. It's not about renovating it today. Who will do it next week? Who will do it next month? Where will the money come from? If there's no money, it's going to be the same way. So can we look at the bigger picture?
Why will it be taxed twice? You pay tuition and then you pay tax to the government to earmark money for the university.
But what tuition do they pay? How much do they pay at the federal schools? They don't pay money. If you are paying,
we do. I
What
was surprised. Yeah, I went to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, right?
Yeah.
We're paying school fees.
How much?
That was
How much was it?
I can't remember, but I don't think it was up to 50,000 naira.
That's no money now.
But then it was money. Then.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about today.
Now, to my surprise, last time I was at the Nigerian consulate here, and we're having that conversation, and some Yoruba guys there stated that they went to school in Lagos and it was free. I was like, no. Federal University in Lagos State. One was in Lagos. I think the other one is on the Ogun State. Free? They said yes. I said no. I paid tuition. Right.
Okay. The point is this. Hold on, Ekene. To understand tuition in Nigeria, what it should be, okay, for the standard we're looking for, it should look like what they are paying at the private universities in Nigeria. And that is not, you can't compare it.
No, it shouldn't be. I don't think. I don't think it should be comparable to private universities, because those public universities are being managed by the government. Private university is a private business. Public university is subsidized by the government, so the tuition should be a little less than what the private university.
Yeah, but not anything
charges.
close to what it is. The gap is so much, and the professors are saying that based on the money coming to the school, they cannot give it the standard that people are expecting.
Yes, they cannot. So they need money. They need more money.
Yeah. All right. Where was I? Did you speak?
Son of God.
Can I go ahead?
Peter hasn't.
I think okay, you called me Ekene. My name is
sorry, I forgot. Yeah. Your former life, you were Ekene, yeah.
I don't see Akeja.
I think I don't have any. I don't know if anyone has watched this guy, the guy that goes to Nigerian University and ask people to Jelani. I've forgotten his channel, YouTube channel. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why federal government is paying school fee for people in Nigeria. I mean, subsidizing education. I think, I'm sorry, but I think the federal government should take itself away from education, sell all the universities, and let, private. I mean, you don't want to agree with me, because I think, people go to school, they're not serious. you know, a lot of people like right now go to school, they're not serious, they just, you know, because it's cheap, they just want to get that education. But maybe what we need to do is to find, you know, revolutionize our education, you know, restructure the education system, just like Rudolph said about something, you know, what system are we running? For instance, in Jamaicans, when Jamaicans come to US, I mean, like when I came to US, you know, I would see a Jamaican, a plumber, a carpenter, you know, they know, you know, to something. I started asking them why, you know, why is it that every one of you, you know, you know something. Say their education, before you graduate when you graduate from high school, you must know plumbing or carpentry or some electrical work. You know, but in Nigeria, people graduate from university, you know, from, you know, electrical engineering. He doesn't know anything about electronics. He doesn't know anything electrical. You know, he just, you know, like, you know, fed up with so many theories. I went to Unizik and one class of physics, modern physics or so, whatever. The guy was telling us to do Schrodinger's equation. You know, this class, you know, you have to, you know, like Schrodinger's equation. You have to. It was exam like about 5 questions. Schrodinger's equation took you like about 3 pages, you know, to just, you know, prove Schrodinger's. Why do you have to prove Schrodinger's equation? You know, like I was so, you know, like we
have to memorize it.
I was in Nigeria.
But I'll discuss this later.
I got E. You know, calculus. I got E. When I came here to US, I mean, like I was like, you know, the best student in calculus. You know, and I was using calculator, and you know, the students, they were using calculator. So, but you know, how did I, you know, get brushed up? Because
you answered your own question, by the way.
Someone taught me in Nigeria, and here they give you homework. You go home, you know, do your homework, submit it, you know, the next day. So I mean, we need to change everything. Not everyone has to go to school. I mean, I know people they kicked against what's his name, Governor Ebonyi State or so for saying something similar. You know, why do we all have to go to school? We don't, you know, go to school. People have to learn carpentry, learn something, and then utilize it. You know, then, you know, sell the education. I mean, sell the universities. Why do we have you know, you go to universities, you see lecturers, you know, you train. If someone is an engineer, I mean, where in the world is someone an engineer Okokafo, engineer, whatever, Balogun? Who is engineer? I mean, in the world, who is engineer? In Nigeria, they have engineer, they have architect, they have chemist. I mean, what kind of, see, this whole place, the whole place, you know, just confusing to me. I mean, they need to do a whole lot of work in terms of, you know, psychology, you know, psyche of the people. You know, I had a this student, my friend is a lecturer. His sister was going to school in another university, and you know, one lecturer was harassing her. So she called the brother who is a lecturer, you know, to intervene. And the other lecturer was telling her, you know, why, you know, what is wrong with your sister? You know, every other girl they give me, you know, she doesn't want to give me. I'm telling you, this is true story. This is true story.
Okay, let's move on to somebody else.
No, I'm telling you. So what, I mean, what do you do a day? I mean, I don't even know. Maybe some of you who have been in the university, you know, like in the system, been a lecturer or here. I mean, you guys have to come with a policy, but what they have there is confusion. They need to change everything. That's what I have to say.
Okay, I'm going to pose a question for you because I'm covering for the damages. So he comes back. My question is this: why is it the responsibility of the government to cover education? Because every sane government in this modern time has some level of budget that is dedicated to education. And part of that money is what they use to fund public universities. And then the second question I have is, should the government give some form of autonomy to public universities so they can be able to set up endowments like some of what we have here in the US, collecting money from alumni, maybe investing some of the money in stocks and things, giving more financial autonomy to the federal university. So 2 questions.
Okay, can I butt in?
Sorry about it. I think they have education trust fund.
Exactly. What are those money for?
I think by Babangida, I'm not sure. It was set up. I think the oil companies and the company they pay like about 3% or 5%, and it, you know,
it's called TED fund. TED fund.
Eh?
It's called TED fund.
No,
that's what they changed. They changed it to TED fund.
They changed it. Okay, so I bet if anybody who knows about it will tell us more, please.
Okay.
All right, I want to say
wait,
this.
before you jump in. Wait, I don't want to discriminate against Ovie. Ike, can you maybe talk for like 2 minutes and then we'll move to Ovie and then to Basi. Ike, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
Oh, okay. So the problem with education in Nigeria is a systemic problem. Institutions in Nigeria, you must understand that institutions are linked, right? If one aspect of a country's institution is suffering, other parts will suffer. Let's use some small analysis to look at this. I was in University of Lagos. I went to University of Lagos in the 90s, right? When I was in University of Lagos, $1 was 47. Was it okay? Let's use 47 naira as a working example, right? $1 was 47 naira. Today, $1. I heard someone sent me a text or called me as we were discussing that it's 770 naira, right? Now, if you calculate the rate of increase in salaries anywhere in the world, in the US where we are now, salaries would have increased, let's say 25%, right? If you add 25% increase to lecturers, teachers, academic staff, whoever's salary from in the 90s when dollar was 47 naira to $1, right? What would it have met the current devaluation of the naira? So the gap in funding education, in paying salaries, is also affected by the devaluation of the naira. It's an economic problem. It is not a teacher's problem. It is not a lecturer's problem, government problem. It's an economic problem. That's one thing we must understand. And like Okija said, it's only in Nigeria that someone studies economics. Do you know how big economics is? Here, people are studying all sorts of monetary economics, financial economics. In Nigeria, you have an economist. The academic system in Nigeria, the educational system, our curriculum is obsolete. It's obsolete. It does not address the peculiar challenges we have as a growing nation. Everywhere in the world, education is tailored to the challenges the people who are supposed to receive it face to solve the problems they have. In Nigeria, I had a lecturer in University of Lagos who had notebook he came to school with. People who graduated 10 years before me said he always had that notebook. So he had that notebook 10 years ago. I'm sure if he's still in University of Lagos now, he'll still be carrying that notebook. Hasn't knowledge changed? Why hasn't his notebook or system of teaching changed? So it's a systemic challenge. We need to look at it. The lecturers didn't win anything. They didn't win anything. Strikes have been called off. Salaries increased. Agreements raised. Would it solve any problem? No. If you're hoping that this will be the last strike, it won't be. There'll be one next year, 2 years from now. And we're going to continue going around in this circle. It's not going to change. It's a structural thing. It's a systemic thing. That's what I wish to say.
Let me say something about what the question Dr. Dominic asked.
Anybody? We'll come to you. Ovie, go ahead. If Ovie will say I hate him or something, go ahead.
I don't tell my ex-men, may they mark you down. Good day, guys. Man, you guys have said a lot already. A lot of things I quite agree with and I disagree with at the same time. And well, Dr. Rudolph is no longer here. I wanted to ask him. The video he played about Buhari, if I understand clearly, Buhari, I think he said the summary of it, he said that he's not going to sign that deal, right? If I'm not mistaken. Was that what the summary of that video? That he's not going to sign the agreement with the ASUU. And he didn't sign it. As far as I'm concerned, then ASUU did not call up the trial, they only just suspend the strike. So at any time things did not go away, they will say, hey, I mean, it's even more easier that way anyway. So at the end of the day, there's so many ways to look at it. You understand? What does this 8 months want? So to the general society and to the Nigeria at large, is 8 months. Because whether we like it or not, we can blame us, we blame government, blame whoever wants to blame. the effect, negative or positive, all of us go feel out. So what am I trying to say? Just like I agree with IK when he said it's a systematic problem. Totally agree with that. But another angle that we are seeing it from, should I say, is a cultural or with society in general. I don't think we might pretend that to like education. Do we really like education? Let me narrow it to that. Because if we like it that much, what is our interest? How much are we investing in that environment to make sure it grows? Just look at the churches, for instance. They invested in so much. That's where their interest is. We can accuse them of too expensive, too whatever, but are they doing what the society at large failed to do? Because at this point, blaming government is like doing the same thing over expecting things to change. And Buhari is the last honest politician we maybe ever have as a president. The man of the lie ain't go tell you, now waiting day be this, now waiting day be this. You might disagree with it, but that's it. In that context, what I mean. After Buhari, we are going to great politicians that all they know, all their life, all they want is politics. So anything they want to do is that they will politicize them. Anything, no matter how good or bad it is, they have to. So we will move into that as well. Is that time we as community start thinking, how do we contribute or hijack our universities? Because in a business environment, whether we like it or not, in the developed world that we live in, university make money for themselves. I'm not saying 100% to cover their day-to-day activities, but they make reasonable amount of money via their investments out there and within the communities. And most of the universities, again, the community, they fund them and have their businesses in that community or via alumni, as a lot of you actually alluded to, or basically just based on business. People come together, community come together, they invest, they subsidize, because now it's not about how much am I going to make at the end of the year. No, it's going to be a long-time profit-oriented venture. So it will be very cheap for everybody to actually afford. It's that time we start actually thinking about, because nothing will change. Just like I think it was Kulata that I was asking on the comment section, how much we there the same money every day. I mean, we claim to be saying billions of Nigeria is augmenting the economy. It's that time we start looking inward. Some percentage of that money has to be deliberately invested in some few universities that will live up to the standard. We control how yes, it's still government owned, but the employee there, at least based on what we are contributing, we should be able to control the employee instead of the professors, the lecturers, what they are teaching. Some of, just like Ike said, in Nigeria, economy is not economics. There's no branches, there's no minor or major, that kind of a thing. We can inflate all that in our university based on how much we are contributing. That's why I accuse us. Do we like
summarize your bottom line
environment or not? Because blaming government and blaming these things, it's not going to help us. As to suspend track, trust me, the new government that is coming, they will experience the same thing. Not that because they cannot take care of it, they can. But again, now the only thing we affect pretty much every Nigerian be that. Just think, all of a sudden, every Nigerian is interested in becoming our president. All of a sudden, both anybody does them, they don't know what's going on in Nigeria. Everybody, give them credit. These politicians, they know how to do their job. There's a reason why everybody become interested. Everybody, they fear. Why would they fear all of a sudden? You understand? It's a game. So it's either we join the player or we begin to look within ourselves collectively. What can we do? Because if we hijack one university from every state, we can finance it, and if the school go, they bring money by itself. You understand? How many of us, if they go watch our kids play sports or play debate or science club or anything in our universities in Nigeria now? How many parents? We claim to be too busy. So if you look at it, everybody has his own share. But the most important thing now, we degrade the larger, but what do we really want? How do we want our university to work? The government don't fail us. They'll continue to fail us. They'll continue to use us as politics. Those who they represent us in terms of ASUU, they are all the same. So, but we will be parents now. We they send our kids there. What do we want? Do we start complaining? Because if you look at it, from history, they say our schools were not like this before. But guess what? They were free then at that time. They were free. So because if you look at it that, oh, maybe the schools are too cheap, they don't produce anything. But at that time that these men who up to today, you will see some 80 years old parents, they solve mathematics as if say they take care of a jam, like saying it's just fresh out of class. The schools were free then. Maybe because a lot of religion houses were involved. So now it's that time we communally, okay, well, I'm from in the local government. We have to. How do we make sure? Now, somebody use Jamaica as an example. That when it comes to Jamaica, there's be anything. Let's start building our own way of school. How do we want the kids from our community to grow up? What do we want them to learn? We can afford to start our own technical school. Leave government first. Make that school just focus on plumbing. By the time we produce 10, 50, send them out there, begin bring money. Then they go begin contribute. Just like that. That's just an example, but we can do that with, now that it's coding, it's all about computer.
Okay.
And we can also, this is opportunity for us to innovate.
Thank you,
This
Ovie.
government school, let's build our own university online and educate our people.
Thank you, Ovie.
Dr. Dominic, let me say this before it escapes my memory, please. It's very important.
20 seconds.
Okay, I agree with Mr. Ovie. The problem with Nigerian education is like a cobweb, you know. Everybody share in the blame. The federal government, the ASUU, we the parent, the student, right? And I would like to break it down this way. Yes, federal government is supposed to have some kind of funding to the tertiary institution. Then the administration of the management of these institutions are supposed to be given some sort of autonomy too, to control its affairs. However, the kind of corruption that we are seeing in the federal government, in the political system of that country, is the same corruption taking place in the tertiary institution. You see all these ASUU, academic staff, whatever they call themselves. Most of them are very corrupt. And let me put it this way. I went to UNIZIC. I will always make an example with what I experienced, not what I heard or what I suspect. There was a teacher, there was a lecturer in my school. All he was known for is to sleep with young girls.
Okay. So
if he does not sleep with you, you can't pass his class.
You have in Nigerian government, you also have some level of corruption amongst the staff in the academic institutions.
Exactly. So if he doesn't sleep with you or you don't sort him, give him money, you will not pass his class, right?
Yes.
And he was known for this, and nobody could challenge him because why? The VC, he is like
there's nepotism.
Thank you. So now, I would like the federal government, the Ministry of Education, to partake in the recruitment of staff, academic staff especially. And I also want the parent, we the parent, to begin to do the right thing. Do you know in Nigeria, a parent will be bold to go pay money to someone to sit for an exam for his child? And I ask, do you have sense at all? Why is the essence of sending this student to school? And at the end of the day, you will still pay somebody else. They call it a special center, so that your child will be able to pass his or her class. For what?
I don't want us to veer off into another topic, but I understand what the point you're trying to make.
So I want it to be balanced. The federal government give the school some sort of autonomy, and the school, the tertiary institution begin to do the right thing. Not that all the time you be crying for money. The ones they gave you, what did you do with it? Yeah. The tertiary educational trust fund, what are you guys doing with it? They just embezzle it. They did nothing. Before this guy left, he made Okija. He said that he saw where they were using stove as a Bunsen burner. I came here. The first job that I got 2 weeks of coming here was teaching assistant job, right? In physics class, I had to sneak in at night to go study the kind of system or what they call it, in Nigeria it was crude. Here it's computer, so I have to go study it and get prepared for next class.
Okay.
Because I wasn't used to it. That was my first time seeing all those things. Right? And we only heard it through theory on book, and we just having imagination how it works. Sorry, I can't hear you. Sorry.
I think most of us have had that cultural shock and experience when we
Exactly.
first study.
All right.
I
Then,
want to Miss Ruhan, because he hasn't talked since he came in.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
I thought I was next on the queue.
Embassy, go ahead, and then Ruhan can go ahead.
And I'll try to be brief.
All right.
The problem we are saying, why should we expect free education? Nigerians are demanding free education, but we want the best education. Thank you, Ovie, when you said, yeah, in my time, I think my year 1 and 2, I had free education. I think 3 and 4 in University of UU, I started paying tuition. My father or my uncles, my father was college educated, but my uncles would standard 6 still used to correct our English when we were in University of UU. Their standard was high. Missionary school, free education, is the culture of the country. The problem we have, why should I expect free education? I mean, if we are spending so much money on senators and House of Rep members, and then when it comes to education and you tell me there's no money, I won't believe you. Somebody mentioned Western states, the UPN states back in the day, they had free education. Some of my colleagues in UNUYO, they went through free education, primary and secondary, some secondary in the Second Republic. And then they came, they would talk about it. It was the same Nigeria. I think our problem goes back to our corruption and lack of transparency. I think there is enough money for Nigerian students to go to school for free in public schools if every penny that Nigeria makes is accounted for. We've just stumbled on this story of the crude oil nonsense. And that's not the only place that Nigeria's money is leaking. I think that's why people clamor for free things, because politicians are getting it for free. I just saw a picture, Otum, Wike, and 2 other governors going to Spain for a meeting. I mean, there is Metropolitan Hotel Calabar, there is the resort at Uyo and everything else. And then as soon as you mention education, they say there's no money. I think if we go back to being transparent and people know where every penny in Nigeria that Nigeria's government has made and how it is spent, if that is accounted for really, then we can fund our education. And then at a point where we cannot, then people will know how much they need to contribute. We should go back to our corrupt system. It's a systemic problem, and it starts with our corruption. Financial corruption.
What some of you are saying reminds me of. I'm going to make it. Reminds me of some of the things that I experienced when I was a first year back in university, and even some of us who are here, right, who studied back in Nigeria, wanted to and didn't finish, like myself. I wanted to transfer our transcript. The first major issue that you encounter is staff who are not interested in helping you. The second thing you experience is staff who are lazy, nonchalant. All they come there and do from morning to night is it's granite. The third thing you experience is if you want things to move faster, if you want people to actually do their job and help you organize your transcript so you can transfer here to the US or the UK or any other place, they want you to grease their palms. Even all the way down to the basic staff who are not even teaching, non-teaching staff, same level of corruption. So I definitely acknowledge all the points that you guys have made. And part of what we have to think about is why we are trying to hold the government accountable. We also have to hold the university leadership and the staff accountable for the nepotism and the corruption, which is also eating away. So I think in a way, we should be careful. I think ASUU should really look into itself and also be careful about having this grandstanding of like they are in a place of high moral standing, right? And so they are the victims and they are fighting against the government. They also have to look inward. But I think at this point, that is something that is to be solved later. I don't want us to be distracted by that. I think the main focus should be let the government bring the money, let the government do what they're supposed to do. And then we can go home and think about how to organize our household, which is mostly university-based, the leadership in the universities. Ruhan, you're next. And then forefathers afterwards.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. I would like to allude to what Mr. Aiki has said about the educational system. It's actually a systemic problem. For example, we have the structure of the educational system that was established before we took over from the colonial masters. Basically, they are just meant to produce graduates that will work for them. So we never changed the system at all. We left the system the way it is, and then we want it to work for us. It will not work for us because our problems are quite different from other societies. So we have to look inward and fine tune the structure of the university or the educational institution to solve the problems from within. So, but we didn't. We felt that since the system was established like that, it's going to go on autopilot and everything would be very okay. So since it never worked like that, people begin to use that system to siphon funds, a source of making money. I'll give you an example. Like the university has an autonomy, okay? They have to run the system the way that it will be well, that they will be able to bring in some professionals within the university itself or from outside the country. Now, for example, you have the currency of Nigeria, it's about 700 to $1. How can you bring somebody from outside the country, to come and teach in the country, bring his own expertise and experience? Nobody will come. So how would you intend to bring fresh minds with different experience, different exposure to educate the students within the university? It will be very difficult. That is one. Two, the governing councils that are within that regulate, that give approvals for funds that are going to be spent in the university, most of them were from either politicians and what have you. They go to the federal government, they give them the appointments, and then they serve. They use that medium as a form of sustaining their lives after retiring from other organizations. Now, how do you expect them to work to the development of the university? Because they're just there to make money. Perhaps they are not even maybe professionals in the educational sphere. So that's also another problem. Now, when you talk about ASUU is going on strike. Yes, they have their reasons of going, and I know a lot of people will not agree with them because everybody wants the students to go back to the university. Of course, ASUU also want as well. But the problem is this: if you go open the university, it is not the vice chancellor that will be in the lecture room. It's not the registrar that will be in the lecture room. It's not the bursar that will be in the lecture room. It is the academic that will be in the lecture room. They know what the environment is. They know all the materials they are liking that they needed. If they are not there, what do you expect them to teach? It's going to be very difficult. And this is what they are telling the government. But the government perhaps is reluctant. And to be honest with you, if we want to work the way advanced nations are working, honestly, Nigerians have the structures on ground, but the facilities are not there. And if you want to get all these facilities, let's be honest, if Nigeria will spend 200 billion naira on feeding for primary school, then just oppose that with the university. How much do you think? That 1 trillion is not even enough. Let's be honest. Let's be honest with ourselves. It's not enough. It's taking us nowhere. Then all the struggles that ASUU is doing, at the end of the day, if ASUU do everything, all the finances, the management goes back to the administrators. Let's get it clear. You have the ASUU as part of the university community. You have other organizations, other like the Senior Staff Association is also part of them. But they are the one that shares the money within all the staff members. But ASUU is the one that is standing, bringing in the money to the university from the federal government. But at the end of the day, the Senior Staff Association of Universities, or what they call them, and then, mainly they are the one that take the last chunk of the money. But ASUU is the one fighting now. Because ASUU is not responsible for allocating funds for themselves. It's the management. And that is why when part of the request of ASUU is that let the federal government send visitations groups to the university. And after almost more than a year, that they at the end of the day, no, after almost 9 years, 2021, ASUU clamored, they now came. Now it's almost about a year. The report is not out. What is that? What does that mean? It either means that the money they send to the university either been misappropriated, and if the white paper is out, a lot of people will be indicted from the managerial cadre. So if the federal government is still standing back and not bringing out the white paper, that should tell you that there are a lot of things going on within the management of the university, not ASUU. Let's get it clear. The management of the university are different from ASUU. So the management of university and the federal government, because federal government sends people to the university while the university management manage the funds. Thank you very much.
Rohan, thank you so much. We appreciate you. I'm sorry that I had to take off quickly, and I just had to take care of something. Dr. Dominic, thank you so much for holding the brief for me while I was away. I don't know where we stopped. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, and greetings to everyone on the panel, and to Rudolph and the chat and the viewers. Regarding this ASUU stuff, I'm not very sympathetic the way most people are understanding. I do support their objectives, but I disagree with the method that they are employing, because this has gone on for more than 4 decades of same behavior. 40 years of strikes. Out of 40 years of strike, 5 years has been spent on strikes. This is damning the national body itself. I don't understand when you claim that you're trying to help a country while damning it at the same time. And this is something you don't see in Western countries. You will never, you know what they will argue? Or that Western countries don't do that. No, they used to have that problem in the West. Yeah, this is what Margaret Thatcher made her name on, to destroy what the unions were doing to the country. You can't hold a country hostage for 8 months. And the people that are the victims, this is something nobody seems to be paying attention to. They are people from poorer backgrounds, because people of from richer backgrounds go on to get private education. Some of them travel overseas, private universities, some of them go overseas, and all the rest. It's the poor people's children that have been targeted here. And the symbiotic relationship that ASUU has had in the federal government of Nigeria, this is not the first government they've been doing this. This has gone on even under military regime. How is it that a body that was not elected by the people has the power to shut down a nation's tertiary education system for 8 months, and we excuse them? This is the corrosive behavior that we excuse. This is why Nigeria today ranks, the best Nigerian university ranks 400 and something in the world, in a country, in a world where we have 190 something countries. Some of those countries have barely 12 people in them. Tells you that Nigeria is doing so badly that the world has lapped us over and over again.
Forefathers, hold on, stop. So if we are the person in charge of the government, what will you do to ASUU? What's the solution?
I'll disband it immediately. Because if those professors on strike cannot come up with a proper way of funding the universities, then they should go out. They should not be teaching our students.
And then what?
Because they are not good enough. What is going to be good enough is I funded with the money I have. There's no reason why if you are poor, your children can't go to school too. I don't understand why we always have to.
No, hold on. When you disband ASUU and then they still refuse to teach, what happens? Right now, universities in Nigeria,
you remove them from schools and you remove them from schools.
They don't have enough. And then what happens?
If they don't have enough lecturers, is that what you are saying?
They don't have already. Right now, they don't have enough.
Then we start from scratch and train new lecturers. See, let me tell you something. See. You train them from Nigeria. You have them in Nigeria.
Who will train them? The people that are left.
Human beings. If you have to hire people to go and train them, you hire people. There are other countries that don't earn as much. This is salary. This is very serious. We have. See, let me finish. You can question me all you want. You can laugh all you want. You people are excusing decay. If you keep excusing decay, it's not going to lead us anywhere. This has been going on for 40 years, and this is for laughter you keep having. This is what is killing our country. People pretend as if they have some kind of divine right to be able to do what they are doing. Oh no, hold on. Soldiers are dying for less every day. Are you excusing this behavior? What if the soldiers decide that they will not going to defend the country anymore? Who is going to protect those lecturers? And look at it again. Okay, go ahead. I really dislike when men are laughing. This is our problem.
Forefathers, is there any sector of the Nigerian society that is functioning well? Can you tell me any sector of Nigerian society that is functioning well?
You wonder why? Because people can go on strike for 8 months. That is exactly why.
No, that's a symptom of the problem. That's not a problem.
It's not a symptom. It's the problem. Since when the problem, if you can go on strike for 8 months, I'm telling you, the UK had this problem, the US had this problem. They've solved this problem. Do you know how? Do you think the UK government don't know how to negotiate with unions? Unions were shutting the UK down 70s, and it led to Thatcher coming. This is a historical fact.
Okay.
When they are giving you information, don't pretend as if it's not true, because it's true. That really irritates me.
Forefathers, the Nigerian police, they don't go on strike. But it's rotten. It's as bad as the university system. Why is it that they've not fixed it?
Why is it they've not fixed it? Because the country is it's dysfunctional.
Yes, so
why do you think the country is dysfunctional? There are people.
Because of strike.
No, it's because of the people. The people supporting the strikes.
No, it's not the strike that's public. The police is not bad because of strike. The police is bad because the country is badly, people don't run it very well.
If you want to go to the fundamentals of why the country is bad, I can go back to that. But I'm telling you that at the heart of it is the people. Look at somebody called Europeans colonial masters just now. When they don't even see themselves as free people. If you keep going on, pretending as if you don't have to take responsibility for your environment, you rather run to another man's environment, something another woman's husband has made proper for them. You shamelessly go there and hide and say, yeah, these people are taking care of me here because they didn't work hard for it. They were selling their wives in Market Square once. And now work that to build their country, and you want to go there and enjoy it.
Forefathers, hold on. I saw where you posted what they pay professors in the UK and what they pay in Nigeria, and you compared it to what they pay ordinary people, minimum wage, something like that. And you were saying that the difference, it showed that people in the UK were making something closer to what poor people in the UK are making.
So that the Nigerian
professors are making more.
Yeah, it's even lopsided in favor of the lecturers in Nigeria. I can still excuse. How about using the masses that are being paid 42,000 naira per month? Who is crying for them? Nobody is crying for them. People keep acting as if lecturers have a divine right to earn more than everybody. Which country does that? Even in the UK, they don't earn that much more than the average minimum average wage. I don't understand this. We can't excuse 8 months of strike.
So let me just question forefathers for 1 minute. Let's finish this questioning because it's easy to always. So forefathers, if you look at the medical field, okay, the problem we're having in the medical field is exactly the same thing. Okay, they are not taken care of very well. The facilities are not taken care of very well, and most of them are leaving. There are many parts of Nigeria today that if you need a doctor, you can't find any. In fact, there are so many specialists in Nigeria that you can't find anybody. They have only 10 people in the whole of 20 million population. 10 people. And you think it's not going to happen, or it's not happening already in the universities because of the poor nature of funding and everything going on there. And you think the solution is to tell them to go to hell. Hey, they go. And then what happened? We've not been able
see.
to see the medical field and what is going on there because of the same problem. Oh, yeah?
The fundamentals of our society is that sooner or later, some people will have to be ready to embrace the fact that things are going to be difficult before it gets better. This thing that we seem to want to have enjoyment all the time without difficulties is a fool's paradise. Nobody wants to make the sacrifices when even people are dying, and that drives me crazy, drives me mad. How is it that human beings are dying? Even police officers that we say they're not doing their job, they are the ones catching drug dealers. They are catching billions of dollars, millions of dollars worth of drugs every day. Our streets are not full of cocaine today because some people are doing the right thing, trying to do the right job, while lecturers claim that they have the right to shut down a tertiary education system of a nation, a group that is not unelected. How many of you know the head of ASUU lecturers? How many of you know their name? No, apart from this is here, how many of you know their name? These who are unelected, they hijack a nation's education system. See, a nation is like a machine. When you take a nation's education system and you ground it to a halt, you are killing that nation. And if they claim that their true charge is to educate those students, how is it that they cannot come up with a different formula? For crying out loud, these are professors. They cannot come up with a different formula to fund their university till today for 4 decades. You can't excuse 4 decades of failure.
Thank you.
Forefather,
Let's go to other people.
ASUU
I have so many other points to say about what they are doing that is very wrong with what their approach to this problem.
ASUU have come up with their own different excuse since 2009, and it has not been working because nobody pay attention, nobody listening to them. They've tried. The only thing they can use, which they don't like to use, is what they are using right now. They themselves, they don't like to use it. But that is the only thing they are using. That is why Doctor asked one question from the beginning. Doctor asked, what method of education do we use in Nigeria? For example, in the US, the method of education they use in the US, we have states, universities. We have so many private universities. What you know, as you heard, the 8 Ivy League universities, these are Christian universities. These are private universities, as the case may be. If you don't know, the so-called Harvard, the Princeton, and the likes, they are all private universities. They don't own by government. Federal government will give you federal government aid. As the case may be, maybe $6,000. That's it. When you are going to school for over 100,000. You understand?
What has stopped these our professors of strike from coming up with that formula for 4 decades? What has stopped them from it? If they are not smart enough to figure it out. No.
These universities.
Lagos University is able to keep their universities open.
There is one perception that I want to.
And there is federal.
There is something that I want you to understand.
Going through this challenge.
Federal universities, some federal universities are open. Some federal universities are open. They have flexibility. They refuse to use it. They could have done it to the point whereby parents teachers union were saying that they were willing to pay the money. How is it that parents teacher union were the ones suggesting solutions to lecturers?
Okay,
let me answer your question, right? It is not in the job description of their academic staff union to source for funding.
Oh boy.
It is not in their job description.
M.
Ruhan stated something that ASUU is different from administrative union, right? It is not the job description of the ASUU to source for funding.
But yeah,
so let's have that corrected. So nobody should ask them to go and source for funding. And you also tax them. You also ask the federal government to scribe them off and recruit new staff union, right? So those new ones that will be recruited, are they going to source for funding? Do they know how to source for the funding?
They can change the formula. Right? You can ask them to come up with a formula that will be suitable for them.
No, it is not in their job description.
I can come up with solutions right now. If I can come up with solutions, what are those professors of strike? How come they cannot come up with the solutions? For 4 decades, for crying out loud, they have to know when you're getting conned.
Forefather, do you know there is a state university in America that is richer than any other university in America today? UT, University of Texas, makes $6 billion a day
4 decades
because they own oil
and
refineries. Universities.
We are the problem. It's not the universities. It's
not ASUU. We are the problem.
Forefather, I am telling you that universities, the numbers of gold University of Texas own should be more than the gold that they have in Qatar. You know why?
in California.
Because these universities, they run their own shows. University of Texas has oil refineries, they have depots, they have everything. Universities, they make money, they do everything. They call their shot. Government has no business in doing business. Let government take their hands off it. If government have completely immunity, it's like you telling a commissioner of police to go raise funds from somewhere else.
You know that government is not stopping them. You know that government is not stopping ASUU from getting other funding sources.
Okay.
Government first of all, take your hand. Just
hold on. Let's make sure
the
that
government is not stopping them.
People watching this at home, they get it's easy when you're in
Father,
the studio.
the government has to stop. Okay.
Hold on, Paul. People at home, I mean, when you're in the studio, it's like you're in a beer parlor. That's how someone described what we do here. You're in a beer parlor, you can hear what people are saying, but if you're watching it from your home, it's confusing. So let's try to Rohan, go ahead. Let me hear you. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Forefather, I actually feel what you are feeling. But the truth of the matter still remains that when around 1985, if I am correct, the ASUU recommended, despite the fact then it was IBB that was on power, ASUU recommended, it wasn't about the recommendation, that okay, since you said, the government said they don't have money, why can't they start taking 2% from the oil? From there, even then, because the approach in which ASUU, because of the confidence and the doggedness that they approach the government was not actually really ready to buy them in. But the minister then knew that, went to the president and told him that, President, I know the approach in which ASUU is using, you are not comfortable with it. But that is actually the reality. I will beg you to look into their consideration because the points that they are making are valid. So ASUU now make a recommendation of 2% from the oil producing oil companies. And then they started bringing in money. And they were surprised. They were taken aback with the kind of money they realized. So what now happened was that because they saw it's very...
Okay.
Yeah, ASUU has cut his line off. It's very clear that it's clearly all right.
So thanks for the opportunity again. So what Ruhan was saying is correct. When this strike thing started initially, academic staff union of universities and all the staff unions and concerned institutions in Nigerian tertiary education went to Babangida and they suggested, see, we know how to raise money, okay? We know how to raise money to pay for academic institutions in Nigeria from primary to tertiary institution. And it was the ETF. They said they would tax oil revenue, 2% of oil revenue to pay for all of this. And then Babangida agreed and they started. Now, what ASUU got from that was less than 20% of what was raised. Now, as we speak, if you go back to the time they made that, they reached that agreement with ASUU, so now, ASUU has now received still up to 20% of the money. What is up to 15% of the monies that have been raised from 1985 to date. If we were to go and bring that lost, let me call it lost 75% or 85%, sorry, and give to ASUU, it would fund Nigeria's education to the next 100 years. So when forefathers is saying that these people haven't come up with solutions, that's not true. They have come up with solutions. Government hijacked it, and that's what government is spending now. I have friends. When you say why are they paying police less? Look, police has gone. Do you know how much police has taught on the road? I know police people who have. Listen, when you are in an institution, or when you are in pastors make money, right? Will pastors go on strike? If pastors go on strike or religious leaders, that's their problems. That's their problem. Sorry. So any institution where you work, you use the powers, constitutional, legal powers, legal authorities, right, guaranteed you in that area to protest. NSAS protested. That's the power youths have. Now people are saying Peter Obi. Why? Because they want change. What you're seeing in the educational system, like we said, is systemic. The systems have failed. The systems have collapsed. It is not the fault of ASUU. ASUU is victim because they raised the money. They brought the suggestion for 2%. Where is the 2%? Answer me that question so that other people
Okay.
can
See, when you address that 2%, you didn't add that during that period when they were making that suggestion, they were also continuously going on strike and wrecking the education system. And the Nigerian economy, I cannot say thankless to ASUU, and Nigerian economy is doing badly for it too. See, when we keep excusing, let me address this. I support the goals of the laudable goals of ASUU, say they want a better education system and things go well. That's fine. Is their approach. You can't say you want to save people and damage them at the same time, and you do it consistently for 40 years and get away with it. That is a con. You have to recognize when you're getting conned. Because if I tell you, I want to save you, I want to save your house, but every day you're losing part and parcel of your house bit by bit, sooner or later you're going to catch on that, okay, it's not working out. But in the case of ASUU, Nigerians are not catching on to it.
Okay.
I support their goals. Like I said, I'm not against the goals. I'm against the method, because the targets, and people, most of you are not still picking up on the true victims of what ASUU is doing, is children from poorer homes. Some of those children are of parents that are dying in battlefield to protect those ASUU lecturers for far less money and far less benefits. Thank you.
Austin, let's hear from you and then go back to Rohan. Go ahead.
What everyone has said, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What everyone has said, you are very correct. But there is one thing we need to know. Strike is the last hope, or is the last tool everyone will need to use. Because I know they always bring negotiation over and over before things fall apart. Is government supposed to fund the institution? The answer is yes. They need to contribute to the future of their children. Okay, let's use this education system we find ourselves now. Professors are there, very, very nice people. The companies come to you and say, these are the problems I have. They give you money. You are the one to hire grad students to come and work for you. And that is how they fund one part of it. Besides that, okay, look, this is the state of New York. New York also fund the education system because I see the money. So government should fund education system, even though they are not supposed to be 100% in it, because the institutions are also autonomous in their way of administration. But government supervise them. Do you know the funny thing? No money can be given to me, even by my supervisor, without proper documentation. So it therefore means everything is transparent. So what is my own case? Government, as we talked of the 2% of establishments' money to be sent to the schools, it is right, and ASUU should get the money. The problem now, how is the money managed? Come back to ASUU. ASUU is very corrupt and the institutions are very bad. I was a graduate assistant in Anambra State University. The truth is that the best brains in Nigerians are not hired. Those there are market women. Those who are supposed to be selling cars at Onisha Market are the ones sent to school. Just some few days ago, before somebody broke the record I set for a long time. But you know that the school never wanted me. The best graduating student of my set was sent away from microbiology. They go and find people in the villages who have never seen what they call book and bring them to the school. But these same people are the ones that some people outside there, I want to counteract forefathers in this. I am in my home when the US embassy came to drag me out. Same as I met other people, like a girl, a valedictorian from University of Benin, who said the minister came and gave a speech on the day of graduation and said the first class students will be hired. Only 3 days later to go to the department, and the HOD said the day that person went down, or the day that minister went down from that podium was the day that promises end. And you know what? The US embassy also picked that girl, Kemi, and took her away. So what do you tell me? That I am here working for you. I worked in the institutions without even being paid because my HOD begged me to come and work for them. But the system never wanted you before I was picked out. Now, I was in the institution when ASUU went for strike the last time, not this one, the immediate last one, the money came. Do you realize that when the money came and people started sharing money, some professors who never went to the class at all were collecting 10 million naira as allowances. But those of us who did the work even did not collect anything. So it definitely means that the institution itself is corrupt. So when we are talking of the government, we're also talking of the institution. Let us now buy test tubes. Let us buy Benson burner. When they give the money, the person who goes to the market does the crazy thing. Sorry, somebody is walking beside my house. I'm sorry. So the person who goes to the market to buy this thing cheats the institutions as well. I'm sorry, please can I close my window so that you don't hear the noise?
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you. That's okay.
You see, ASUU is coming for all auditors. You see, this I keep saying it, you know.
So
You keep showing up.
the person who goes to the market to do this thing, to get this test tubes, also cheats by not doing the right thing, either buying low quality or not buying what they are supposed to buy at all. So what is my solution? For me, I like positive criticism. When you state your problem, you state your solution. Now, government should fund institution, fund it through the right methods. The third fund, the money should be as transparent as possible. ASUU should collect their salary. But senior staff association of Nigeria, SANU, and the rest who takes care of the budget should make it transparent. If you are seeing your computer, see it. Secondly, when you want to hire people, don't go and hire people who are not even passionate about the job, but those who came to the institution to do business. Because, look, I am a teacher by call. I had opportunities to make money in other institutions, but I chose to remain in the teaching profession because that is what I like. But you see people in the teaching profession, like the person is a secretary who somebody said was eating granite. Say, Mama, please sign my document. Say, leave me alone. I'm not eating this money. You're not even supposed to be there. So when you see things like that, people should be punished. We say school na scam. That's what is it Naira Marley? I don't know this guy who used to say it. I don't know. Naira Marley says school na scam. But let me adjust that thing. School na scam, comma, for Nigeria, full stop. That's the truth. No matter you want to say it. School na scam only for Nigeria. Because in this environment we find ourselves, the institutions, companies provide the money, and the school function, find solutions for them. And most especially, as the Kenneth said, parents have failed in their duties. If you remove money and pay for your child to pass exam, it's wrong. My father made me to be very serious in academics because when I was just in my primary school, there was a day I came first in my class, and my father bought 2 Christmas clothes for me and bought my brothers one and told me, because you passed, this is why I'm giving you this thing. And from that day, my mentality changed. You don't need to beg me to read. You don't need to beg me to study. I go anywhere I study. And my father would say, don't worry, we know he will pass. That's what we always say. So please, us the parents, try to find out what is your child doing in school and try to help encourage them. Good things fine, bad things wrong. The more you do that, your child gets to know that my father is watching me. Sorry, thank you for everybody.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you so much. School
Doctor, please, can you give me, let me just talk about school and scam, then I go.
Yeah, wait. Everything is scam in Nigeria. I'm trying to get to what is not scam. Is it church? Is it, what is not scam? Is it the judiciary? What is not scam? So
the only thing that is not scam is the Ministry of Interior about pilgrim, the people who go to Israel and the people who go to Mecca, not be scam, because they go every year. The allowances they complete.
Yeah, but they complain. Some of them complain when they come back that they didn't go whatever they were promised. You know, I've seen that. So,
Rudolph, what?
CM, please, CM, please, let me just talk. Please, I want to leave, please. Please, thank you. So, coming to ASUU, ASUU is a big scam. ASUU just reflects the everything. I could remember some years ago, some of us that like football so much, we complain about how NFA started losing it after 1996. Come to think about it, everybody they make money, only NFA will make NFA do well. And the other ministries and parastatals are all making money. NFA, they do the right thing, they pick the right boys, they go win game, and they are not making money. So ASUU is also a problem. But doctor asked one question: what type of method are we using? It seems that even though the president forgets, if government take ASUU, if government take federal university that we run these universities, then come out and run the universities like you run your National Assembly. After all, they make budget for presidential clinic. You understand? Even when the president don't use paracetamol there, you understand? It's because it is the duty of federal government to manage those things. If government cannot, just government take your hands off it. After all, the primary and the secondary school today, the private sector have literally take over those places. Very many parents send their kids to private schools. If government don't have any business doing business, you are struggling, you don't know how to go about it. Just take your hands off it. All you can do, you can give subsidy. Let the subsidy, maybe the subsidy come directly to the student. They find a way, like during the days of bursary and everything, find a way to go get your bursary. Then we'll deal with the universities ourselves. You understand? Government has failed the university 100%. ASUU has failed the student 100%. This is just my take, because it's so painful. Like I said, when I was shocked to see University of Texas, a state university, making $6 billion. They own gold, they own refineries, they own everything. They make money. They said UT make money now more than Harvard, that every one of us know. You understand? This, they run their own business. It's a state universities, but they still have autonomy, because at the end of the day, the state gives state students, they give them their own way. What you want to get, like bursaries, as we call it in Nigeria, you get it directly from state. You run your thing. They check and balance. In America too, they also want to steal, but they don't steal money. But in our universities in Nigeria, we carry money everywhere we go, and it's not helping us as a people. This is my take. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul.
Rohan. And there is also a massive conflict of interest in this process. They go on strike and they still get paid for the period when they are on. What makes you think they will not go back to that strike again? If somebody is paying me for a period that I'm not working, I will just keep going on strike and going to do a second job somewhere else. And this is something that Nigerians are not addressing. Here in the West, if you go on strike for after maybe a week or so, that's it. Don't expect to get paid. It's just as simple. Because if you would say you want to make sacrifices for the students, make sacrifices. Don't pretend as if you are sacrificing, because the students are not getting their time back. That 8 months now, students have lost it, and the lecturers, one of the first things they are fighting for is their salary. They are going to get paid. The federal government is going to get paid. Who is getting screwed in the middle? The poor people's children. That is my focus.
And if you pay him right, if you pay them right, they will not go on strike. If you pay them what you agree with them, they will not go on strike. If you
there is no right in Nigeria, there is no right payment in Nigeria. Don't you get it? We are all suffering.
Why enter into agreement?
Hold on. I'll go to Rohan. I'll come back to you. But let me come to forefathers. I know CM. I know you want to say something. Forefathers. Let me ask you this. In America, there was a time that the air controllers went on strike when Reagan was president, and he fired all of them. And people point at that as the point where the government broke the labor union in America. One, it wasn't totally true. He could fire all of them because it was a small workforce. Not that compared to other workforces you have in America, but also they had an alternative. They had the military they could pull in to do that. So if the option was to say, we're not going to pay lecturers because they were on strike, and you fire all of them, let them go, half of them can get a job anywhere else outside Nigeria. They can go to Ghana and get a job. So, and you don't have any replacement. Right now, you don't have good people to teach, not to talk of replacing the ones that are going to teach. So you have to be practical. All right, Rohan, you say something. CM, I'm coming to you next.
Okay, thank you. I still want to remain on my support with forefather. I know your grievances, but if you want to settle a case, you have to hear from both sides before you can be able to settle a case. I know if you look at it generally, the issue of, let me go straight to the issue of third fund. When the money started trickling in, they now said, okay, the government now said, okay, this money will not be for university alone. No. It has to go to other educational sectors, secondary schools, primary schools, and whatnot. So you can see now they are the managers of the fund. So there's nothing you can do. If they starve you, you have no option. If you cry, they will spank you. So what will you do? There's nothing you can do. Now, let's leave the issue of third fund alone. They've done it the way they wanted to do it. There's nothing you can do about it. You've brought an idea, it has sold, it's yielding something, it's fine. And they're doing what they are doing. Now, if you tell them to say, okay, let's get another alternative, let the educational sector get a oil block so that they can be able to generate money. The problem we'll have is still the same thing, because some of our leaders, they don't have the mindset of creativity, where to source for funding. By the time they begin to see that you've created an avenue where funds will be coming in, they quickly go there and destabilize it and hijack it, and then you'll be thrown outside. That is just what is happening. So now, if they make a recommendation that, okay, let the students pay roughly maybe $1 million so that they can call off strike. If ASUU had agreed, okay, people started paying that 1 million. The money will still go back to the government, and they are the one managing the funds. So how will they get it? They can't even get it. ASUU cannot even see it. And even though they are paying money to the management, it's going to SANU. And it is whatsoever SANU does that they see. After all, from the government itself, they will want to do what they feel they are comfortable with. By the time they send it to the management of the universities, they will say, okay, this is what we requested for, and this is what government gave us. So even we ourselves, then you have to manage this. So even at the point of even managing, now they say, okay, you requested for this equipment. That equipment is not that. This equipment. Some of the management will create another department and unit that, okay, anything you need from every department, write, submit. They will go and sit down. They don't work in the lab. They don't know the equipment you need. They don't know the curriculum that you work with, which equipments are more important. But they will be the one to say, okay, we cannot do this. We will approve this. We will approve that. We will approve this. So everything will be disjointed. And even after approval, the type of equipment that is required, that you know will have the high quality, they will say, we don't have money, or you do this like this. And after all, be careful that those people that they will give the contract to, those people also, maybe they'll just go to one market near you and buy those equipment that are 10 years. Some other countries have finished, they don't even know about it again. They are talking about new technologies. They go and buy that with that money, hard-earned money, and bring it back to university. You are running practicals and you are quoting in your journal paper that you use social equipment. They just look at this. Where is this one coming from? If you're even quoting that in your manuscript, before they realize, they say, this one we can't. I don't think we should even accept the accuracy of this equipment. So how can research grow in the academic environment? As I'm even saying all this, I'm not putting all the blame on the government and the management of the university. I'm also putting some blame on some few management staff that are within the ASUU cadre. Because I have to commend Mr. Augustine at the point where he said, when they paid the last the strike they went to, and then they pay the end allowance, some senior lecturers, they don't do the job. They give the junior staff the jobs to do. But they will tell you, by the time you are filling the form, at the end of the day, you realize that what they are earning is far more than what you're earning. Maybe 3, 4, 5 times more than what you're earning. An assistant lecturer will begin maybe like 150,000, and you see somebody taking about 2-3 million. Tell me, how are you encouraging the younger generation? So you can see how the corruption trickles down to the staffs. So, and if you're doing like this, how can you encourage them? And one other area I want to also touch a bit is we have an attitude, and maybe, I don't know, maybe it's the way, because this issue of government, industry, and the government, industry, and the academic institution, there should be this connection between them if you want development to strive. Government will create the enabling environment. Now, if government does not create the enabling environment, for example, for the universities, and also try to see how to encourage them to work on good research with good equipment to make sure that they have their results are part of the top notch of the researches they do. And then that is when you can also be able to pull in the industry. Because if you don't have those equipment to even show, how can the industry be confident enough to say, okay, I think we have this problem, and we think from the previous work you've done, from some of the publications you've done, some patenting you did, we can also be able to pump in this kind of fund. So when you don't have all those things, how can they be confident enough? So you can see government has to play their role. Then when you play your role, and then the issue when ASUU was saying, okay, bring white paper, you must make sure that you come to the university, the setting up of the visitation panel to come to the university, scrutinize what you've paid for. If you've paid for paid for a project, at least you should be able to get a feedback. What is the progress so far? But you gave the universities money, you gave them money to execute projects. You don't even go there for more than how many years? More than 5 years, almost getting to 10 years. So tell me, what type of government, what type of adjective will you attach to that government? Are they actually serious with the educational system in Nigeria? So these are some of the issues that we also need to look into. I know every sector of them, the government, the management, also have their own fair share of the blame. But we just have to make everything transparent. If we don't make it transparent, then we'll be in trouble. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Rohan. I thank you for this
Let me
insight.
tell Rohan that there was a time at about 2 years ago, I heard a lecturer reading something, and he said, "And most recently, 1965." Killed myself with laughter.
Okay. I don't want to get into the stories of what we saw. Everybody here, I believe, went to school in Nigeria and had experiences. But let me get Maxwell. You're next.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. You are really damaging, a lot of things in that country. I asked a question in the comment. Good evening to my co-panelists and our listeners all over the world. I asked a question in the comment section. What is it other countries are doing better and they are progressing, especially in Africa, that Nigeria cannot do?
In Africa, I think Nigeria.
Are they this place? Are they this place? Make I call you back. Are they Rudolph's
constitution whereby offenders are being punished?
No,
but in Nigeria, we don't have such.
Kene, you are not Nigeria. Maxwell was asking Nigeria a question.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. So what happened? Kene, what happened? Why?
So other countries, they have a working constitution whereby they have a working order whereby if offender is caught embezzling money or in a corrupt activities or corruption activities, they are being punished and nobody is above the law of the country. However, in Nigeria, they claim that they have a constitution, but that constitution isn't working. They claim that they have rules and regulations, but it doesn't work because the person that you are even expecting to enforce that punishment is also a culprit. According to Buhari, from top to bottom in Nigeria are corrupt. No cent in Nigeria. They are corrupt, and they don't even want to change that behavior.
Okay, hold on, guys. I want to play a video. Maxwell, I know you are still the person speaking, but I want to play a video, and it's tied to. This is a lecturer at UI, University of Ibadan, doing this to students at UI. Let me play that video, and then we'll continue the conversation. Okay. All right, hold on. Okay, got it.
I said I was blaming.
Please stop all this rubbish. Stop all this rubbish. You are thinking me in bad light.
I know what I'm doing.
Just an authority, just leave it. An authority. Authority
Sir, can we have a conversation?
I can't have conversation with you. The only conversation I can have is give me this and meet me at the security office.
But can you please?
No. No.
I'm okay. Imagine if I
No.
was riding
No.
a
No.
bicycle. Well, I'm willing to follow you to security because I know what I'm doing.
Give it to me
Imagine if I
and
was
follow
riding.
me to security. I don't want to offend you.
Why would you offend me? I haven't.
Give it to me. You are disobeying. You are disobeying. Give it to me.
Can I?
You can't say anything.
But why?
You can't.
Can we just have a conversation?
You
Nobody
can't.
else is here. I mean.
You are irresponsible as far as I'm concerned. Are you a staff or you are a student? Answer me first. Are you a staff or a student? If you are not a staff, if you are not a student, if security meets you here, they are taking you to Songo. You cannot insult me here. You cannot insult me here. Go away. Go away. It's not your business. Go away. It's not your business.
This is University of Ibadan. It's not a private university. It's not a state university. It's not University of Ibadan. If this is happening, and this is a lecturer, you see, the problem we have is not even money. It's not as it's that we have problems in that country. I mean, after watching this, I gave up. How do you begin to? How do you change the mindsets? Where did it start?
Who did this to us?
Who did it start?
You see, in this video, right? In this video, in as much as riding that skateboard will be dangerous for the rider and not be.
And to who? Dangerous to who?
To the rider.
And then what? Why should he?
However, the lecturer has no right to even put his hands on her. He has no right. You see, in Nigeria, we often see ourselves as demigod, like assistant Jehovah. Little power that we're given.
Who gave the lecturer power?
I don't know.
Who?
Or if he has no power, he shouldn't be behaving like that. He shouldn't be saying all those
It's the people that gave them the power, because we excuse them all the time. We are the ones that give them the power. They shut a national tertiary institution down for 8 months. We excuse them. Why do you think they will not act as if people that are earning 42,000 are worth less than lecturers? That's why they feel entitled, and they are just human beings like everyone else.
No, man.
Let me hear.
Like Dr. Damaji stated, guys, I don't know where you will start to begin to change our sense of reason. It's too much. The damage is too much. I don't know who is going to do that. Honestly.
Okay, hold on, Ekene, because you prompted me to play that video. There's another one that I want you guys to listen, because it's connected to
another damage again.
I dare to tell this nation today that this is the problem. This constitution can never give us progress. This constitution can never give us peace. This constitution can never give us unity. And unfortunately, most of us in this National Assembly, we don't have the spine to face what we need to give this republic to have peace and progress. What do I mean? This constitution has 68 items. 68 on the exclusive list. This constitution has only 12 on the concurrent list, and those 12 are written so nebulously, so fraudulently, that you know that the intention is to even undermine those concurrent.
So,
somebody on the comment section said, bring Nigerian constitution to the US, and within days, US will turn to Nigeria, will become Nigeria.
Trump wanted
Constitution
to do
is a
that.
problem.
If he had the power, without the constitution, he would still turn the country into Nigeria. Go ahead, Rohan.
Okay. You see,
education something before going into this. You see, I had wanted to bring a sort of Please,
Oh.
I thought is somebody talking?
Yeah,
I had wanted to bring.
Okay, Rohan, hold on. Let's just see him. See him. Go ahead.
I had wanted to bring a different perspective to this whole issue about our education.
Okay.
I was thinking because in the UK system, you learn mechanic in the college, you learn even carpentry, plumbing, bricklaying, metal works, and welding, and even hairdressing salon. So why can't all these our polytechnics everywhere let them specialize? Because I say this because in Nigeria, by way of giving skill, if you are building a house in Nigeria, the people laying the ties are from Togo or Cameroon. This is the fact of the matter now in Nigeria. Even mechanical engineers, can't employ them. Our system is so rotten, but we can structurally do something. All these polytechnics, let them be doing something like this. Specialize them in the real skill, because immediately they come out, they're gonna get a job. People are building houses and they want the ties laid. All the hotels they are building, at least in Anambra, I know, all the people laying the ties are from Cameroon or Togo or Niger, and they do excellent job and they are paid millions. I'm saying this because I have a friend who is currently doing it.
Okay, CM, let me ask you: did anybody stop people from learning those skills in the East? Do they have to go to college? The people from Togo, did they go to college?
I think somebody, yes, there's a way. I mean, sort of, it's being taught as a course. They should be taught how to lay, because after laying what is it called, the ties, somebody might, there's a way. I mean, in fact, they are well taught.
I know. I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying you're making it look like until they put it in the polytechnic.
But there's nowhere you learn it now, Rudolph. There's nowhere you learn it formally.
Where were they learning it before? All the carpenters we had, where were they learning it?
Dr. Dominic, how many Nigerians have you seen? How many young Nigerians have you seen?
Hold on. Let me start CM.
Hold on. I learned that in those days, West African Examination Council, they have what they call woodwork. The way you do physics or mathematics or history or geography, they have what they call woodwork. You do it practically. I have a carpenter who told me that's what he did. But they're no longer doing it now. There's a place in Lagos, please. There's a place in Lagos they call Trade Test Center at Yaba. It's like where they are trained. So this type of thing should come back, because you don't. I mean, how can we be creating jobs for Togolese, Cameroonians? You go there and bring them. So this is also part of the education system we have to think about.
All right, thank you.
Mr. CM, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Can I know? Not you. Okija, you've been speaking all the time.
People are learning that thing. People are learning it. If you want to learn it, you learn it. I have my nephew. He mixes paint. He's still going to school, and he's going to polytechnic. He works on the side. He paint people's houses. He buys the chemicals and mix paint and paint for them. If you want to do tiling, you can learn it. YouTube is the greatest university on earth. I am in US. I have work. I'm into IT, but I do tiling. I learn them here. But in Nigeria, how many people do you know? How many young people do you know that know their height? In CM, they don't even know. In meter, they don't even know. How many people do you know that tell what's distance from here to here? They don't know. There are so many issues here.
It should be structured. What I'm saying is that it should be structured as part of a curriculum so that people can, that's what I'm saying.
Is the structure why they are not learning it? Because there's structure.
I just want to talk about
No, just saying. Okay, let me hear from Austin.
I don't want to make a contribution. I want to talk based on the issue of Cameroon. I was born and brought up in Cameroon, so I stayed there for a long time before coming to Nigeria. What CM said is the truth.
Are you sure you? Okay, no, don't mind me. I wanted to say when you run for president, we may just go back and check and see.
No, don't worry about that. I'm a qualified Nigeria because in Nigeria, because my father and my mother are Nigerian, that was born there. But the truth is that we have what is said structure. It is different from what Okija said, where you do it outside there. They put the science in the technical abilities. You want to lay blocks. You see how to use their spirit level and do it in practicals. The truth is that practicals carry a larger grade in the baccalaureate and even the CAP. So even when it comes to other things, you need to do it scientifically. So a case where we mix science together with the skills will be more advantageous than just doing it in the roadside. So Cameroon has a well-structured technical education that if you see it, you know that yes, this is scientifically backed skills. So that's what I wanted to say.
Okay. Rohan, I'll come to you,
Okay.
Master.
All right. You see, the issue of Mr. CM about skills is very okay, but we have the issue of mindset. Now, a lot of our people will prefer to go get foreign materials than buying locally, even though you work on them. So how can the economy be revived? Are they encouraging the local people? Then the answer is capital no. So that is we still have that issue of mindset from that axis. Then if we come to the issue of what happened, the earlier video you posted about the
Constitution.
No, not about
the professor. The professor.
Is actually a professor? You can see.
Yeah, professor. You are.
Perhaps, all right. You can see perhaps all those ones are part of issues of. Do I say? It's actually uncalled for. Maybe he felt it because he's just maybe.
Idleness. After staying home for 8 months.
No, not that.
The professor is a village man. That was the first time him seeing skateboard.
The professor is from southern Nigeria. It's from southern Nigeria.
Let's just leave that alone. Let's go to the issue of constitution. The issue of constitution is still that the problem we're having with a constitution, no matter how bad a constitution is, if you have a good leader, I'll give you an instance. It's on social media. When the ASUU had issue about strike, what did President Goodluck Jonathan did? He called on them. They sat down. He also knew that there are so many issues, but they find a way to resolve the matter, even though it was not completely solved. It was there because he had the will to address the issue. But that will was still, it wasn't in depth, it was superficial. So if you have a leader that is actually willing to address most of the problems, they will do their best, even though with the problem, the constitutions, I know there are a lot of problems here and there of the constitutions, but a willing president will be able to do what he could. But however, the president alone cannot do it here alone. He must have those that also have that type of mindset, the zeal, the commitment to drive all the agendas to a logical conclusion.
All right, thank you. Maxwell.
Thank you, my people. Rohan, assalamu alaikum. Sanu, you've done well. Yeah, you've done well. You see, what I would like to say here is that Nigeria, especially the executive, is like that big Uncle Sam. The head is so big, the stomach is so big, so large, and the legs are very, very tiny. Nigerian problem is structural. That is the problem of Nigeria. Any platform I have gone to, Ovie will bear me witness, I always lay more emphasis on the structure, the foundation. If your foundation is not good, you will never get it right. No matter how you try to, change, embellish them, repair, that kind of thing, you will always get it wrong. Top to bottom. Once the man on the top is corrupt, the man in the bottom will be watching his anus, forgive my language. You are bending down on top there from top. And as you bend down, your subordinate, your lieutenant are watching you from the back. They have seen what you are doing. If they are also doing the same thing at that bottom, do you have the moral justification now to check them? You cannot check them. You can't check them. And I am disappointed with the civilian administration that has come to change things. I believed that when we were there, I was a member, I was a active service member. I served. I resigned a warrant officer from 1 Mechanized Infantry Division, Kaduna. That constitution, when that constitution was handed over to Obasanjo, we were against it, most of us that knew that what they were handing over to Obasanjo was wrong, unimplementable, and biased to some people. I will tell you that. You see, since that time, Nigeria has never, if you go before 1999, you just go and look at the position of Nigerian universities in the world. You will see that Nigerian universities were 1,900 and something, and thereabout. But today, go and check. You just go and check. And that will show you how bad the education system in Nigeria has gone. The structure must be changed. The structure must be changed. And that is what we have to do in order to get it right. Change the structure. Even if you bring 100 Peter Obis there, take for instance what he did in Anambra. He saved money. He did a lot of things there. But after he left, the strong man left, but the structure was not there. His successor destroyed everything. You cannot see them again now. That is what is happening in the Nigerian system. Even if you put 100 P2B, if the foundation is not taken care of, once he goes, the problem will come back. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
All right. So we are going to round up very soon, but I want to play 2 videos, and I'll get few people to react. Not everybody, because we don't have that kind of time. But 2 very important videos that came out this week. Let's see one of them, and I'll get a few reactions from people who are here. Is it wicked? No, wicked. No, I don't have wicked.
Jesus Christ.
I think I'm qualified to speak.
Yeah, good. It's good. This is for you.
I think I'm qualified to speak on that for so many reasons. That's my uncle right there. On a more serious note, I am impressed. At 70, how many of us will do that thing? We were there. We can. I challenge any of us. I can see all of us. I can see our shape. None of us can do what the man is doing. So,
yes. I beg you, Dr. Damages, someone wants to join in. He came late. He wants to join in from the US. I don't know. He said I should send him the link to join in. I don't know if we will permit.
We don't have room. We don't have space. Do we have space? No, we don't have space. Someone has to leave for the person to come in. Just talking about.
God, you have to want to prove me wrong. No, this is Tinubu style.
So, okay, just so you know.
You can't still do what Oshobore. That's Tinubu style.
All right, next week I'll try that one. All right. But seriously, what are we? Hold on, Maxwell.
When they are telling you the youth are not ready, that is because they are fit enough, physically and mentally. That's what they are showing you.
Maybe let me say something and leave.
All right. Okay, who wants to say something else? Okay, go ahead.
Let me just say something and leave so that the next person will come in if he wants to come in.
Okay, go ahead.
Look, we don't need to show physical strength to be qualified as the next leader of Nigeria. What is supposed to be working is your brain. So all these things I see here, trying to show that you're physically fit, doesn't make sense. Somebody who is a cripple that is psychologically good should still lead as the president. You know what? I'm sorry to say this. You know, one thing I don't like about Tinubu is not because he feels sick. If Tinubu was a crippled on a wheelchair, but very sound intellectually, I think he's good. But the point is that psychologically he's not okay too. That is why Tinubu, I don't think he's the best for this job. So for me, all these things politicians do around the place, I just see them as -1. That is not what I think Baba Osho should be doing. What he should be doing is to find solutions to the problem. So that one is totally out of the. If I was the only voter in Nigeria, all these people will never see my vote. because you don't come and shout in the place without telling me any psychologically good thing and tell me you'll be president of Nigeria. How do you solve the problems? So let's forget about ethnic, religious sentiments. Choose the best leader for the job, and all of us will go home happy. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. No, hold on, let me. No,
and all these people are APC. All of them are APC.
Yeah, hold on. Let's
They're
see
APC.
to round up.
You see? Shaggy.
I think
my job is done.
I think we'll miss Obasanjo, not for his governance, what he has achieved, but his political forwardness, his forward thinking. He's ahead of his game. I mean,
who are you talking about?
Obasanjo, of course.
Okay. Did you know what happened there? Did everybody get what happened there?
Yes.
Yes.
Introduced Obi in a very stylish manner. Obi was trying to hide in a way.
I think that was symbolic.
He gave Obi his seat. I think it was his seat he gave Obi.
Exactly.
So now
that's political move.
It's a political move. The way Obi said. No, it's a political move. The way Obi said, because if anything happens, either left or right, he still has the moral standing to talk about Nigerian state without anybody questioning him.
Also, I was thinking that happened the same week that they gave the national honors.
So yes,
that Buhari gave the national honors, and if you look at some of the names of people who got that national honor, I thought that comparing the two events and that this is a different. But by the way, what do you guys think about that? Anybody thought that it was?
So Obasanjo know when to move or know when to talk politically. He know when to make that statement. However he wants to. I give him that, but I don't know if the ticket is going to fly.
Okay, all right. But
so this is my point, right? I think taking it for granted that Peter Obi has won, right, is the challenge most people have. I'm not taking Ovie's position, obviously, because I know he's thinking I'm trying to support what he's saying. But the fact is this: the fact is clear, right? Peter Obi has not won the election, right? There are so many things that go into elections that he has serious handicaps in. He does not have finances now. People are saying, oh, we raised 40 billion, we raised 100 billion, raise 1 billion. Let's start from that, right? Inroads into the north, he hasn't made it. Social media, matches, and all of that. How many of those people have PVCs? How many of those people will vote? How many of those people will stand for their vote? Keep in mind, I am a supporter of Peter Obi. I'll vote Peter Obi. I'll bring money for Peter Obi. If Peter Obi had not run, right? If Peter Obi had gone to PDP and lost and he wasn't here at all, the person I would have voted for, the lesser of two evils, would have been Tinubu. Except that he went and took this guy who said kill people from the south. If Tinubu had won the APC ticket without this baggage he's carrying, that man, not the religion, but the individual himself, he would have been a factor, because Atiku Abubakar is just not, it's a non-starter, right? But let's not take it for granted, please, that Peter Obi has won. Hopefully he will win. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody? Let me see who has not spoken in a while. Okay, go ahead, Kenneth.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to dispute what you're saying, but I want to say the same thing. Peter Obi is the only guy that I would have voted for if I was in a position to vote. But if Peter Obi had not come out, I'm not going to waste my vote on anybody there. Nobody's qualified to get my vote. And this is my reason. I wish I've said it here, several times. In my age of voting, voting age, Peter Obi has been the only politician that I've casted my vote for. I don't waste votes on touts. I don't waste my vote on idiots, people that I know that are not capable of doing anything. Now, you're talking about going to the north. I always try to distinguish north and the middle belt, in as much as some people call them north central. There's nothing like north central. I call them middle belt. I think Peter Obi has a strong hold on the middle belt, ranging from Plateau State, Taraba, Nasarawa, even Benue State. And believe you me, those, you will see a good number of voters there. Forget about all those beef up population they're giving you in Kano and Castina. I worked in Castina. I know what they did during the census. The number they gave you in Castina is false, beef up numbers. And I believe those were the same thing they did in most of the northeast and northwest states. They actually forced us to beef up numbers. There were two ladies from Edo State that refused to do what they were forcing us to do. Those girls were killed. They didn't make it. One man from Anambra State, from Abagana, that was sent there as well. He was a principal in one secondary school in Abagana. He refused to compromise. He did not make it. Some of us that understand Hausa, we had to trying to, play games, and we succeeded. But we were literally held on hostage to do their biddings. You have to beef up the number. You come to a house that you know that this hut, that the people living here will not be more than 5. The enumerators will tell you that they found 60 people in that house. You were like, okay, come.
Oh yeah, we know.
You as the supervisor, you pull them to the field. Show me the 60 people that you get here. And before you know it, they report you to the same people that are in this Buhari's government today. And they will finish you in that. You will not make it alive. By trying to do the right thing, you will not make it. So some of us were very scared of our life, that we ought to, like somebody like me, I don't eat there. I don't eat there. I had to transport myself to one city they call Malumfashi to go eat. And when I finish eating, I will pack some in a flask and come back for the next day. I refuse to eat or drink. If you see me that time, I hold my flask. I have water and ice in it. One Yoruba man was the one that always supplied me with water. The Yoruba man is not happy with what was going on there, but had to just live by what we saw. So the population, I bet you, even in the north, the Castina, you have good number of Christians there. And all these people are rooting for Peter Obi.
Yeah, Kene, but those forces that prevented people from doing the right thing are still there. That's the point.
Yes, that is the problem. That is the problem. So if we are talking about,
does Peter Obi have those forces? Is he in control of those forces, of those factors? We are talking about factors.
No,
right?
Things are changing. Yeah, things are changing now, right? Those days, I was talking about 2006. There was no much smartphones then, though there was phone, but not like as it is now. We are like a little bit in a dark age, but if it is now, things can be easily be recorded and shared online. People will see it faster, right? So things has changed a little bit, and I believe if we continue with this pace that we are actually moving with, believe you me, Nigeria may, because I'm not certain that Nigeria can be redeemed, but Nigeria may start seeing the light of the day from Peter Obi. That's my belief.
All right, let me. I thought that Rohan wanted to say something. Okay, he's back. Rohan, go ahead. Yeah, unmute yourself, please.
Mr. Ken, please, I will want you to give me the address or the state or the local government of that place. Is it in Katsina or in Kano?
Yeah, it's in Katsina, Basari.
Okay.
And we walked through Basari to even close to, I've forgotten the name of the towns, but close to Katsina city and part of Daura. We covered part of Daura. There's one, the then Senator Masari, right? Yeah, he's from one of the communities. I think it's either he's from Masari or Basari local government. So the whole of that Basari local government, we covered it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me. You want to say something?
Yes, I want to say something.
Okay.
Well, the issue of I believe the younger generations, if there's a good understanding, then and we are rubbing minds together. I think that we can make some few changes, to better the life of the state of our nation. But if we still remain back and say, okay, you work, you get money, you eat, you pay for accommodation, and that is all. And eventually, when you are coming back home to Nigeria, you just come back home with just if you're not careful, you won't be able to come back with enough, because you pay taxes, you pay bills, and so on and so forth. But if we're able to come back.
Yes, I remember the name of the town where we based, Malumfashi.
Okay, Malumfashi, okay.
Yes.
Okay. If we're able to come back, at least, because there is no how we can be on the fence to make changes. We have to go to the corridor of power, which is true politics. And if we cannot go there and grab it, then it's going to be a challenge. If we can go from different angles, different axes, and then if we're successful, good and fine, we still spread network, and somebody from the north will invite somebody with high experience. Okay, I have a challenge here. Do you have the experience? Do you have the technical know-how? You come, form a team, and then see how you can make some revival. Even though you are in the north and somebody is in the south, either in Onitsha, and that person will feel comfortable that he is safe with you, because that is one of the major problems of our country. Because if you are not confident about someone that, okay, will I be safe? Like, for example, the issue of Peter Obi. If the North is confident that they are safe, is going to protect their right, do you think that what is happening in the North is the majority of the North? It's the elite, not the majority.
Okay, let me, I know we're rounding up, but I want to explore this line of thinking with you, Rohan. Okay, let me ask you, what would make the North, because sometimes some people in the South, they don't understand the thinking out there in the North. So what would make the North, you mentioned something about making them feel that he will protect their interests. What would make the North think that Peter Obi will not protect their interests? What did the people in the North see in Peter Obi that gave them the impression that he will not?
Because of the antecedents that have been happening before, when was a governor, and some of the speeches that have happened when he was there, okay, and some other things. So because we need to understand ourselves, from the South, we have different culture. There are different religions. In the West, the same thing. In the North, the same thing. If I cannot tolerate you, you know my red lines, and you say you want to cross my red lines, then there'll be a problem. If I know your red line, okay?
Do you think that if hold on, Rohan, if we were to be Odus Zokalo, for instance, that is in Peter Obi's position, would that have been more acceptable to people who are concerned about Peter Obi in the North? Or someone like Rocha Okorocha, would that have been acceptable?
Yes, it would have been a little bit different, because like issue of is it Peter Odili, right?
No, I say Peter. No, I'm saying Rochas and Ojus Okalo.
Or Ojus Okalo, like Ojus Okalo,
or Rochas.
Yeah, and Rochas, because they've mingled to an extent in the north before now. They understand the culture, they understand the religion and what have you. To an extent, it will be more, to an extent, but I don't know what the guys in the political sphere will talk, because they know how they talk. They know because they will also actually have to look. They will, because those guys in the political atmosphere will want to see if their interests are protected first, because the interest of those politicians is one, the interest of the masses is another thing. So, but it is the political class. By the time they agree, it's settled. So whatever happens to the ordinary guy is a different thing.
Yeah. Hold on, Rohan, hold on. Rohan, no, CM, hold on. CM, hold on.
I was going to ask him about
hold on.
They are my blood. There's nothing I can do. For how long are we going to be at each other's throats, killing ourselves, and these people just sit down and divide and conquer rule is what they have been using for the longest of time, keeping Almajiri as these people, if anything happens, let's mobilize them to fight. We have been fighting ourselves. How many times have you seen them send their children to let us tell ourselves the truth too. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Azaba. If anything happens, they will run and leave us. And Arewa, Musulmai the Christian. Every time I do Arewa things, you see Muslims separate themselves from Christians, and it's everywhere. Let it stop. We are suffering. An average northerner cannot feed properly. Thank God that everything is relatively cheap in northern Nigeria. If not, I don't know what would have happened. Aside food, what else do we have? But we are the ones owning oil wells. We are the ones. See, one thing I want Arewa to understand is all these people that you think got our back, if anything happens, they have dual citizenship. That's the good subarmu. If they leave, we are doomed. If this country splits, wallahi wahala. Because when it comes to education, we are not educated. We are backwards in every standard. But we have been holding power for the longest of time. So why are we backwards? Some people have placed us that way. And we need to question authority right now. Because in Abiyabachi, Musa Mpishan Wahala.
Ron, is this sentiment common in the North?
In every family, okay? These things are bound to happen. In every family, you can't rule it out. But if you look at it systematically, in every kingdom, okay, as the way we are created as individuals, we are created to see ourselves to be superior over the other. The white man will say they are superior over the black. The black man will also say he is superior over the black to a certain extent. But with the way technology is moving, with the way technology is moving and the development over there in the West, okay, physically you cannot compete because you've already been crippled already because you have no development in your state. Otherwise, if you move down to Nigeria, to Africa, we will say we claim that superiority complex as Nigerians. If you come back to Nigeria again, some tribes will say they are more superior. If you go back to a particular tribe, maybe a region, in a certain region, some states will say they are more powerful than another. If you go back to that state, some local government will say they are more powerful. Some clan will say we are more powerful. So this is a typical human nature. You cannot rule it out. We either believe it or forget about it. That is just the reality. Let me now come back to your statement about the sentiment about what's actually happening. Yes, it's happening. It's common. But if you are not at the ends of affairs, you can't do it. And you are not allowed to go into within the clique, within the rank and file, until you are accepted. or if you bull your way in, and they say, okay, it is time to, the way they did with Buhari, 2011, before they now allow in 2015. Because I'll just say maybe they just allowed him 2015, and the masses were rooting behind him. Because the one we're looking at, the Nigerian state itself, it's just like, I don't say so, I don't say any other, but the way our country is, I believe let's get ourselves aware, get ourselves acquainted to each other, let's feel secure, because the issue of trust is a big issue. By the time we are secure, maybe we can work together in the future.
Thank you.
I have a question. Okay, well, sorry.
Maxwell, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, what my brother Ruhan just said now is the real thing that is happening there. If you think that the grassroots in the north don't know anything about politics, you are just deceiving yourself. Do you know where they go to? I spent almost all my life in active service in the northern part of Nigeria, Connaught, Nguru, Yobe State, Bukavu, Kanu, that Basari, Katsina, all over. You see, Geshua, Bronu, I stayed in those places and I took part in most of it. These people are very, very practically equipped with the tool of information. Anywhere you go, you will see them. Ruan will bear me witness, and anybody that stayed in the north, they are always moving with their transistor radio. That's what they call it. There is nothing. There is nothing. They listen BBC Hausa, Dutch Webella Hausa, CNN Hausa, name them. This is where and their local news. If you want to see what Ruan is telling you, go and listen to what Matawale said when Olatoju was interviewing him. One governor would deliver a whole state to a party. That is skirt and blouse. That is how the North is structured. One governor would deliver a state, the entire state, to a particular party. This is where I am having serious issue with the structure. If the structure of Nigeria is good, all this falsified information of population that you are getting all over, especially in the northern part of Nigeria, you will not get them. I have never seen, with the little geography that I studied in elementary school and secondary school, I have never seen where life is more available in the desert area, arid zone, than in the riverine areas. I've not seen that. The vegetation is always greener in the riverine area than in the north. There is no life in the north. In an arid place, there is not much life. This has been the problem.
All right.
For Nigerians to make progress, I would like to see a declaration of force majeure on the foundation of that country. Once you get that right, every other thing, people will be whipped into line. Nobody will say, I am superior to this or superior to that. This one cannot rule unless you carry out our interest. Whose interest are you talking about? A sectional interest or a national interest? This is the reason why I told you that Nigeria, South and the northern part of Nigeria, with greatest apology to Rwanda, is on a parallel line. It can never meet.
All right.
Discuss that country. If it cannot work, separate it and let everybody live in peace. You can be good neighbors. You can be good neighbors. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you. We are rounding up. We had to go. But
can I say something quickly to that, please? I just
forefathers, I'll come to you next. CM, go ahead.
All right.
Okay. You know, Ruan, what you've said, some of them are eye openers to me. Why some I already know. For instance, the issue of a population, we know. I think 2 weeks ago, Dr. Bremer said it here that during the election, they opened the northern borders to reinforce. That tells you that the so-called population is falsified. Harold Smith, the British man who started it in the 60s, And I said it in BBC Radio 4. So what we are saying, I know that of population. So that's otherwise, if they are really having higher population, there's no need bringing people from Niger or not allowing them in. But one thing I want to note is this. You said there is something like the elite interest and the common people's interest. From the video we watched, what I want to know is that, do the common people in the north, do they not see their so-called leaders as their problem, that they need to be liberated from their problem? That's what I want to know.
Okay, Ran, you want to answer? Go ahead.
Yeah. You see, the issue of Mr. Maxwell, that you say we are two parallel lines. Yeah, well, you might have a point, because you can only make your conclusion based on the information you've had and the experience you've received. When we talk about census, okay, a lot of things can come to play, whether in the north or in the south. I cannot take responsibility of a system that is not under my care, that I know nothing about. So I cannot say anything about. So anything can happen. When you talk about census, you can't just put the blame on one section of the country. But if you actually are talking about population, there is population in north. You can attest to that, except you don't you don't want to agree to that. Yeah. And the issue of Mr. CM, you said your question.
You identified two interests.
Okay,
you said like
okay.
you said like the political, the elite, like if you identify with their interests, you can rule and all this. I said, do the common people not know that their leaders are not protecting their interest? They're only using them. That they need to
Okay, I get your point. You see, when you talk about this issue of the interest in the north, it's not the way you perceive it. I think Mr. Obi can also attest to it. There are different parties. We have this party of Aminu Kanu, the party of late Aminu Kanu. That party is the party of the masses. And the party that metamorphoses, yes, and the party that metamorphoses to become PDP is the party of the elites. So if you are in PDP, that means it's in the party of the elites. So if you are reinforcing that, okay, PDP should come to power, automatically it's the party of the elite. And one of the reasons why they refuse the APC, the so-called APC, or maybe what do they call it? Is it, APC, before it becomes APC. Why they refuse it? Because they realize that it's the party of the masses. So this ideology is still there. It's not that you will have 100% of the citizens in the state voting for one candidate. No, it's not like that. It's still the same thing that is happening even in the south, where some people will come and buy the conscience of some people. It's still what is happening. The masses are there that will want to vote their conscience, even though you give them money. Some will not even take money from you. They will vote their conscience. But the mass mobilization goes to those people that have the cash.
All right, thank you.
I have one question for CM. CM, are you implying that our leaders, our southern leaders, treat us, the followers, better than the way the northern leaders are treating their own masses?
No, not that they are treating us better, but at least we can make our choice. Nobody can say we deliver Edo State. No single politician can say I deliver Edo State or I deliver Delta.
South are speaking out. They are speaking out. Yes, the South are speaking out.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing that the followers of Aminu Kanu that he talked about. The majority of those followers are the Buhari's followers. The elite cannot influence them. Once they made up their mind, regardless of what a poor man, for real, that's why they like the guy. He's the only leader where they say, you see, they live in old house, either in a village or in Kaduna. So they like that, they give them money. So once they made up their mind, whatever, nothing you go tell them.
Okay.
So they have that followers too. We believe in, in terms of socialism.
Let me give an instance. Let me give an instance, please. In Bauchi State, the former PDP chairman, the Momo Azu, when he came, he did 2 terms. When he left, he brought in Issa Yuguda. Yeah? When he brought in Issa Yuguda, After he finished his first term, he wanted to go for second term. The masses said no, they don't want him again. And they bulled him out, even with the tight security and even with the encroachment of Boko Haram in some of the local governments. He was bulled out. A lot of people lost their life, but they meant they would change him, and they changed him.
Adamawa is an example too. No matter how powerful Atiku is, you know, if he actually control the politics of Adamawa State.
All right. Sorry, guys. I know. I wish we started this way, but forefathers, you're next, so that we can round up.
Yeah. I think that lady said something, touched on something about some of this stuff. She said something about how their elites have not been delivering for them, and I think Vine Maxwell seems to have stayed in the north and gone through the north, but the north didn't go through him. And believe me, I've seen people that have that these traits. It doesn't mean just because you were there, it means you understand the reason why their population is more. Clearly, they have polygamous families. I've seen them with my own eyes. And the Southerners are busy copycatting the West and having 2 to 3 children, where they are busy having 6 to 8. You can't pretend as if that is not reality, because the same statistics is showing up in Nigerian Republic in the north, because they are Muslims and they have polygamous marriages. And when we start pretending as if this thing is about north and south, we are missing the point. And this is why I don't even have the luxury for politics in terms of political parties ideology, because we have a greater problem. Power, we still have similar problem. Whether military, democratic, is a nation that is in decay, that is weak. What our key problem is that most of our hard work is ending up in the Western banks. That is what is happening. Everything we do, our crude oil and everything, when our leaders steal our money, where is it going to? Is it going to Zenith Bank? No, if it was going to Zenith Bank, somebody is going to use it to buy something and do something, and the economy is going to circulate, and you are going to find that the economy will still be relatively healthy. Because the West here, they are also corrupt. It's not because they are not corrupt here, but the funds go around within their systems. Our fund is frittered away. We are being sucked dry constantly. All our hard work ends up here in the West. All our brains ends up here in the West. You can't even make it up. It's such an inefficient, for them anyway, it's a very, very genius system that they've created. All this oil that is being stolen, how do you think they are paying them? They are paying them in dollars, and they are paying it into Western banks. That is where 80% of that money is never seen in Nigeria again, because they will use it to buy properties there, use it to educate their children there, and for whatever, it's the ones that they're going to seize, they're going to seize. When you stole money, when somebody steals the money from you, who are you going to report to? This is the shame. This is why North, South, Cameroon, Niger Republic, all of them, we are all suffering. If we don't heal the system, and for me, I'm not getting distracted with politics. I can have a dictatorship, I can have anything, but I want our people to reclaim their destiny, so that all our hard work, we actually invest it in our people. When I saw that lady that the lecturer was harassing, I said, this is what we are fighting for. That beautiful lady was just being harassed by a lecturer that should know better. I don't understand how we cannot defend our people. We are the least defended people on the face of the earth. We go around leaving our nation weak and having our leaders go to Western countries to go and rest. They claim that they want to go and rest in Western countries, like as if Nigeria is on fire. These type of things that, for me, as anybody that is in science, in medicine or law, understand that when you have a problem, you go straight to the core of that problem. The core of the problem is that all our hard work is ending up in foreign hands. If you don't break that cycle, the only way you can break that cycle is to make your country stronger militarily. In terms of transparency, most of the complaint most people have today is about transparency. I've said it. We should make our government accounts transparent. If we can start with NDDC, this is supposed to be developing the Niger Delta, but the Niger Delta is polluted and one of the most poisoned area in the country today, because the money that they are giving to them, they are not utilizing it because of this corruption. And there's no reason why anything NDCC is doing should be cloaked in any form of secrecy. There is no reason why we cannot see their transactions publicly. Everything should be 100% transparent.
Forefathers, thank you so much. You moved us into the next thing, which is what keeps you up at night. So I'll go around. This time I will limit it to 1 minute because we really have to go. There's a place I have to be. But let me play this video while you think about a minute. Think about what keeps you up at night. I can't go today without playing this video. All right, so think about it. We are coming next to that.
Good afternoon, everybody. On my way here, made a promise not to talk about any other candidate but myself. So I want to thank the leadership of ICANN for demonstrating better judgment than the Nigerian Bar Association, who did not invite the rest of us. But having said that, I also want to congratulate those of you who made a bet today that one candidate will not show up. Congratulations, you won. And the candidate that did not show up, please listen to this, is supposed to be an accounting guru from Chicago State University. But he refused to show up at the most important accounting event in Nigeria today. Don't forget that I said I will not talk about other candidates.
All right. So we promised that we won't talk about that candidate today, and we somehow didn't talk about that candidate today. All right. Okay. So what keeps you up at night? Let me start with you, Ike. Go ahead.
Well, the truth is that Nigeria is not one country, and when I say one country, it's not one people. Let's look. We can say, oh, we can work on it. We can do this. Look around you everywhere. Look at Europe, for example. Yugoslavia just had a civil war. It's not up to 20 years, right? Why? Because they are just 3 different people. In France, there are one people. Look at Belgium. I'm trying to talk quick so that I can finish in 1 minute. In Belgium, they have the Walloons and the Flemish, right? They cannot form a government because they have 2 people, Walloons and Flemish. In Switzerland, they have 2 vice presidents. They realize that the Dutch and the French populate Switzerland, right? Or if we do not deal with this dichotomy in Nigeria itself, it's not going to work. You can say anything you want. So the fundamental issue is the constitution. It's not about saving our money. It's not about keeping our money in Nigeria. If we do not agree, like Professor Patty Tommy says, elite consensus. If we do not have a consensus, it cannot work. We are not the same people. I don't hate anyone, but we are not the same people in Nigeria. That's the long and short of it.
All right, thank you. Kenneth? 1 minute.
What keeps me up at night, right?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we are still talking about Tinubu and Atiku and even Kwankwaso running for presidency. Because I've never seen these people come out and, answer questions, like real questions, not the one they doctored and manipulated and sent out for the viewers to grab. So the only person that I've seen really campaigning for this election is Peter Obi. I would say 1.5 person, maybe so already is they have. So these are the people that actually are campaigning. But Atiku, Tinubu especially, should go and sit down and sleep. I don't even know why people are still talking about them as presidential candidate. Presidential candidate cannot come out and speak and tell us what he intends doing for the country. And all they do is to send out their attack dogs to come and be ranting on TV stations. So as tomorrow, if you want to hold them accountable of their promises, they will deny. They will tell you, "I never said so," and which is true. So I think Nigerians shouldn't be talking about these people. But I don't know why. So.
All right. Thank you so much. Rohan, you're next. 1 minute.
Okay. Well, what keeps me at night? However, let me just talk quickly about the issue of Nigeria not being. Somebody said Nigeria not being one nation or one country. Even though you split Nigeria, okay, there will still be problems. But the thing is that if our leaders have the mindset to make it work, of course it will work. But one thing we need to get clear is this. If we value human life, if our leaders begin to value one single life, everything will change for better. Now, the issue of the president, honestly, I've not seen any solid person that will be able to lead this country. None. That will be able to lead the whole country. I have not seen out of the guys we have. But if they can work together, then so be it. But if you call them to work together, they'll go their separate ways. That tells you that they are not interested in solving Nigeria's problem. What keeps me at night is insecurity. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Maxwell, you're next. Maxwell.
Thank you so much, Rudolph. I would like to tell you, yes, please, I'm here. I would like to tell you that Nigeria, with my knowledge and my experience, cannot work. If in the 12 northern states and you practice Sharia, where you have a conventional law constitution, and it is allowed, and people can take care of their people over there simply because they don't belong or they don't agree, I don't think that country is one. And there is nothing you will do that will bring them one. Even before civil war, there has been problem in that country. This is 60-something years now. You can't get it right. It is tomorrow that they are going to get it right? No. If they cannot get it right, let everybody go their own. Because some section of that country has suffered so much in that country in terms of marginalization and the killings. And it's still going on. It's not stopping. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
All right, thank you, Maxwell. Austin, you're next.
What really keeps me up at night is for me to see a day where we'll have the youths, their hard work will pay. If you work hard, you get something good. So that those who don't work hard, who sit at the background trying to grab everything, maybe trying to take corners, will know that you need to work hard for things to, maybe you need to work hard for you to see results. So if I see the day where youth are appreciated, the day where we know that hard work pays, that's the day I'll really be happy. That's what I always think over the night, especially to my students. Whenever I see them, they'll tell me that I can't even read because nothing comes out of it. I just wish sometimes they can read, and when they come out, they'll see something and that I have done it, and they'll be happy.
Well, thank you. Forefathers, you have 1 minute.
Okay, yeah. I just think that we as a people don't have the luxury of what we are, I feel like men and women in our society, we really need to focus on the bigger picture, because if we keep worrying about dividing ourselves, then we are not aware of the threat that we are facing in this world. We see the Russians and the Ukrainians fighting, trying to end their way in this world. What have we done to earn our place in the world? We basically just don't exist in their economies. What we do is act as if parties, little things, small politics is what is going to save us. We are not controlling anything. The Europeans have NATO, the Indians have India, the Asians have China. What do black people have? Black people have Nigeria. But look at Nigeria is one of the most dysfunctional countries in the world. If we keep thinking that this is only about our tribe, we are missing the point. We are facing a greater threat here. And if we don't figure out our way to start working together, the problems that our children are going to inherit is going to be on us.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, forefathers. CM, you're next. What keeps you up at night?
What keeps me up at night, it hasn't changed, is the cost of living in Nigeria. I think every day, because I'm keeping a tab on it week in, week out. Things are really bad, man. It's touching me. So when I hear people say they can feed maybe 3 seeds of tomato, or how they say 500 naira, 150, something of 150 before it's gone to 350, 250. One sardine, Milo bread over 1,000. You see, it shocks me. It keeps me awake, really. So, but what can I do than to hope that hopefully, like the rest of the country are hoping that if we should Obi come in, hopefully let them give him a chance. Not because he's the best, but let him be the last chance, at least, so that people can feed, people can eat. The cost of living is way beyond an average Nigerian. It keeps me at work. It keeps me up at work. It keeps me up awake at night. Please, let me not say.
Thank you.
Let me not say.
I know that we are doing that, but I wanted to pull your legs a little bit and said, what will Obi do that will make the cost of things go lower if it's going up everywhere else around the world? I mean, it's like
costs will go up in Nigeria for sure because it's going to remove subsidies.
Yeah, exactly.
So
we should be prepared for difficult times.
If Obi comes in, at least even if he seals this oil theft and use the money to encourage farmers, because that is what Jonathan did a little bit, just invest it in agriculture, because that is the only subsidy, that is the only antidote to food shortage. It's agriculture. You cultivate more.
Okay.
So that alone, so that poor people could feed.
All right, thank you. Jonaba, welcome back.
Thank you, Dr. Reedy. Thank you once again.
So what keeps you up at night? I'm calling you because I know you sleep very well. You don't care about anything. But just for the sake of it, what keeps you up at night?
I don't care who any human being live like that.
Oh, I don't know. That's what you always say every week. So I'm just helping you.
No, sometimes what they see and say now worries me. But I've been sleeping well until I started have your say now turn to have your problem. But it's okay.